Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Traitor's face in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 76, Angela Alone. Even if Angela could have remembered the dream, she wouldn't have spoken of it. Fear has no place in the heart of the Fire Nation. It had come to her throughout her life, that same dream again and again. She could be sure because she always woke up from it in the same way, her arms snapping into a defensive fire-bending position while her heart hammered in attempt to break free of her chest. Her bedroom would always appear monstrous to her, the elegant architecture and tasteful decorations appearing alien to her eyes, a nauseating backdrop to the true stuff of reality, the shadows that reached up to her bed to claw at her body and whisper that they loved her for her imperfections. It would take a minute or so for sanity to return, for her to recognize her bedroom and realize that the cold prickling her skin was not the feeling of talons all over her body but simply her sweat-soaked robes sticking to her. With the restoration of sanity came the fading of the memory of the dream, and Angela would always be left with an emptiness in its place. She wanted those memories. How could she conquer her fear if she couldn't identify it? But in the end the dream would leave her alone in the dark, and she would pretend that she didn't really miss it. No matter how many times it happened, child or woman or something in between, she would never wipe away the tears she'd always find falling from her eyes. To touch them would be to acknowledge them. She'd always let them dry on her face, leaving behind lines of salty crust, and pretend to go back to sleep. She'd never actually return to sleep after the nightmare, though. She'd never even try. You can't fail if you don't try. Angela had failed. She stood at the edge of a chasm that was deeper than forever and maybe half as wide. In the past, this chasm had protected the Earth Kingdom city of Omashu, but now it separated her from the ashland she needed to get to. Omashu had always been one of the most secure strongholds in the Earth Kingdom, a city-state carved right into the tip of a solitary mountain. The only way to get to it was to cross a single stone bridge that extended out from a neighboring peak, a road that could be collapsed by a team of earthbenders to dump any unwanted visitors into the void. The Fire Army had toyed with various ideas for resolving that little problem, Angela knew, but none had gotten past the design phase before Sozin's comet returned and opened up a much more efficient way of dealing with the city. It had all burned. And now Angela had to cross that chasm without the aid of a comet. And she could have, she was sure, even if it meant walking for years. Neither time nor effort was any concern of hers, not with the stakes so high. She was on a quest to restore her mind. She would walk up and down however many mountains she had to, provided, of course, that the terrain was at all passable. She could see the city at the center of the chasm, a brown smear atop a mountain pedestal, curtains of ash falling down the sloping sides into a dark roiling cloud that obscured any bottom the valley have had. There was no way, she knew, that ash could fall at such a rate for so long without the ashland shrinking at all. Nor was there any truth to the way the falling cinders filled such a massive chasm so that neither sight nor air were available to any travelers. And yet, that is exactly what she was looking at. To descend into that storm of cinders would be to drown without water. She had come all this way and now she was stuck. Less than perfect was less than acceptable. She could conquer any obstacle that the physical world might throw at her, but that was the problem, wasn't it? There was more at work here than the physical world. This was all another trick of the spirits. But that meant it might be what she needed. It might drive her sane again. She needed to be sane. Something had gone wrong in her back in the Fire Nation. When Father was Mother. When Mother said she loved Angela. But Angela served her father because her mother didn't love her. But Father was Mother. Father was dead. Mother had killed and become him. When Angela's favorite lie was that Mother had left without trying to say goodbye. Zuzu had talked to her about it, a few times. Although, given her consistent lack of reaction, it was more like he had talked at her. He had last seen Mother being led out of the palace by Piandeo, disappearing into the dark of the night. Piandeo had returned, but not Mother. But Mother had returned. Zuko had asked both Piandeo and Father about it, and neither one ever gave him an answer, not even a lie. He had sought Angela's help, but she rebuffed him. She didn't have time to coddle her own big brother. Mother was gone now. He had to get over it. Only babies cried for their mommies, not powerful royalty. But even through his own tears, Zuzu would clench his fists and ask when the last time was that Angela had seen Mother. Oh, probably at dinner. Who cares? Stop crying. You're pathetic. It wasn't at dinner. It was like Zuzu had said. Piandao had been leading Mother out of the palace, but they had barely begun their journey when Angela stumbled across them. Not that she'd actually stumbled, because she was far too graceful for that. She'd been looking for Father on the top floor of the palace tower, to see if he'd read her the end-of-day report on the war's progress, and walking quite regally because she knew Father hated it when people ran in the halls. She'd been nearly silent in her movements, and Mother and Piandao were surprised to see her. Mother had whispered her name. Angela. A hand was raised, grasping. Piandao's voice had been quiet but firm. I believe it is time for bed, young princess. Everything will be fine. The hand remained outstretched. Mother was silent and blinking back tears. Angela looked at Piandao. He was Father's personal servant, and the deadliest warrior in the entire Fire Nation. She was young, but she knew those two facts were related. Angela had looked at Mother. Her mom. And Angela had turned around and gone to bed. She hadn't gone to sleep, though. She wound up watching the dawn, never having moved the entire night. Piandao returned, but not Mother. But Mother had returned. Returned wearing Father's face. We're here. What? I said we're here. The mudman leaned over her and stared straight into her eyes. You wanted to get to the Ashland, right? Well, Uncle Mudman has saved the day. Hooray. Angela backed away from him. What was he talking about? Where had he come from? She'd asked the strange man who lived in mud to help her escape from Zuzu and the loud blind girl, to take her to the Omashu Ashland so that she could go sane there just like he claimed he did. But she couldn't remember. Sometimes he was with her as she journeyed, leading the way. Sometimes she'd been alone, somehow knowing exactly where to go. She tried to make herself think. And found that she'd woken up into a nightmare. The sky was gone, lost in a wind-whipped haze the color of rot that forced her to squint. The air threatened to choke her with its grainy foulness, the stink of soot filling her nose and mouth and inflaming her sinuses. She raised her hands to cover her mouth so that she could breathe through it, but some ash still got past her defenses and mixed with the spit in her mouth to scour it. It was the Ashland. Somehow, but the chasm how? She realized she was standing at a gate, at the base of the remains of Omashu. Behind her, a road stretched over the gap for a whole arm span before coming to a jagged, torn end above an eternity of ash. Had it always been that way? Or had it just fallen while she dreamed? The gate in front of her was a gate in name only. The stone pillars were missing chunks right where the door hinges should be, and the doors themselves were just a memory. If there was anything left of the wall that was supposed to be attached to the gate, it was lost beneath the flow of ash that tumbled down the slope of the Black Mountain to rain down into the chasm. The ash flowed over Angela's boots like the breath of a ghost. It offered no resistance to her, not even as much as a stiff wind. The gate was as brown and filthy as the air, but the pitch-black scorch marks still managed to stand out. But then she'd always had an eye for destruction. Hadn't she? It was so hard to be sure, when Mother could be Father and Father could be Mother. If weakness could defeat greatness and the great could be weak. If Mother could put on a mask and say I love you time and time again. Angela tried to shift her thoughts away from from. It was so hard. So, the mudman drawled in her ear, was there any place in particular you wanted to see? I'd take you to my favorite noodle joint, but it looks like someone went and burned it down. He didn't seem bothered by the ash in the air, using his hands to shield his eyes from a sun that wasn't shining here and peering around with his pop-eyed gaze. The mud that normally covered his body, even in the dusty mountains around Omashu, somehow, had been coated and dried by the flying cinders, leaving him wearing a skin of rough clay. Actually, come to think of it, a lot of this place has been burned down. Very sloppy. Very sloppy. I wonder if that's why they call it an ashland. She ignored him and stepped through the gate. What had once been a tall city was now smoothed over ruins, worn down by winds and tumbling ash until all that was left was the strongest of the foundations. Filth ran down over her boots and the wind yanked at her hair until it flew free, but she braced herself and took a step. Then another. And another. Further. Onward. She found what could have once been a road, and pushed against the storm to follow it. She'd reached the ashland, and hadn't gone sane yet, so there was only one thing to do. Go deeper. Go higher. Ascend the mountain and find heaven at the top. Another step. And another. And another. Her boot slipped and scraped against the cinders flowing across the ground. And she stumbled through the burnt remains of the house, smashing the last blackened bit of wall before collapsing into the dirt. Dirt? She ran her hands through it, squeezed the loamy soil so that it spilled out between her fingers, and inhaled its odor. There was a burnt edge to it, a legacy of recent ash, but it was still perfect gardening soil, nothing like the filth that now covered the ruins of Omashu. Gardeners would pay for soil like this, and the reason she knew was because Mother once did exactly that. Mother had kept a little potted herb garden on her bedroom balcony, for a while, and had been eager to explain every detail of its construction and operation to an eager mind like Angela's. And Angela had learned, until Father had. Father had. He'd corrected her behavior. A princess did not need to know about gardening. It was better to give her attention to history and tactics. He was adamant about that. Mother's garden disappeared soon after. Not unlike Mother. Angela shook her hands free of the dirt and looked around. It was easy to conclude that she was in what had once been a village. Aside from the scorched remnants of wooden buildings, including the mess she'd just tripped over, the packed gray dirt of a crude road was clearly visible in the harsh daylight. The buildings had been spacious, judging from the ruins, but still modest enough for peasants and unsuited for extensive storage. Homes, then. The gardening soil also hinted at lower-class residents, as no reputable merchant would do her own growing. Yet neither was this farming country, the homes weren't spread out enough, the gardens not large enough. And she was fairly confident that there used to be a forest nearby. Now the horizon was just given over to death. It wasn't an ashland, not in the formal sense. It was merely gray ground and scattered blackened stubs of tree trunks. There were no adversarial winds, no gloom, no malicious spirits. This was simply a forest that burned down, no stupid haunting required or requested. Someday, things would grow here again. But... wait. Wasn't Angela in an ashland? Yes, she was in Omashu. But... the landscape was the clue. Omashu was a city carved into a mountaintop, but this was the smooth, undulating landscape that could only be created by volcanic activity. This was the Fire Nation. She was in the Fire Nation. One of the outer islands, probably. How could she be in Omashu and the Fire Nation at the same time? Her head throbbed, and she shut her eyes against the white glare of the sun. Why did it hurt so much to think? Why was her mind burning in her skull? What had Mother, Father, done to her? Mother had left. Father corrected her because he wanted her to be perfect because he loved her so much. Less than perfect was less than acceptable. But had Father ever said he loved her? He gave her attention, and taught her how to be perfect. She'd done everything he ever asked of her, made executing his will into her entire purpose of being, but he'd only started telling her he loved her, only started hugging and patting and looking her in the eyes, after he'd become Mother. After Mother had become him. So did Father really love her? Did Mother? No. No, it was a trick. No one loved Angela. Zuko was jealous and everyone else feared her But if no one loved Angela, then how could Father? What had she been to him? She needed to get away. The sun was too hot on her head. She didn't even open her eyes as she forced herself to her feet and tried to follow the road away from this illusion. The ground made a futile attempt to dance away from her feet, or so it felt with her eyes closed, because it no doubt feared her, but she mastered it with the true grace and power of a firebender and only stumbled a little as she tried to run away. She didn't realize she hadn't found the road after all until she tripped and plunged into a pool of water deep enough to completely submerge her. Angela spat water out of her mouth, but it didn't even get halfway to the ground before the hazy winds of the ashland battered it into vapor. Wait, the ashland? She had to raise an arm to cover and protect her eyes from the gritty breeze, and the motion sent more droplets of water flying. She was soaked from head to toe, the moisture on her skin and clothes already mixing with the flying soot to cover her in something much more unpleasant than mud. But how could she be all wet if she was in the ashland? There was no water here. She had just fallen into water in that dead, empty place in the Fire Nation, but she had no idea what was going on. And the Mudman was gone again. If he was ever here. If he even existed. Perhaps this was all a good sign. She'd come here to be driven sane, after all. Hallucinations and strange experiences had assailed her and Zuzu in that other ashland, and as a result her stupid big brother had gotten his fire-bending back. So all she had to do was survive this, and maybe she could get her mind back. Or had Zuzu completed a trial of some kind, marking him as worthy despite his missing eye, low intelligence, and surly attitude? She didn't know. Why had she come here without knowing? Why was she stupid? When had she become stupid? Maybe she'd never really been smart. After all, she hadn't noticed when mother became father. What else had she missed? Maybe everything. She'd also somehow missed walking up onto this bridge. She wasn't sure where she was, but the entrance gate was completely lost to sight. She couldn't see the edge of city in any direction. The flow of ash passed over smoothed ruins on every side, and the bridge she was on rose up above it all. The ash in the wind still battered at her, but at least the ground was solid. Perhaps that was why she'd made her way to this bridge. Unless it led to a place where she wanted to go? She decided to find out. With most of her face covered by the crook of an elbow, she followed the thin bridge into the gloom. There was an upward slope, but nothing that so much as inconvenienced her. She hadn't been exercising, since father she knew she was a bit out of shape, but the journey to the ashland had restored some of her strength. She tried to think back to the last time she'd used her firebending. The bridge collapsed beneath her. She plummeted just long enough to wonder if she would land in another hallucination. Pain exploded throughout her entire body when she slammed into a stone slide. She couldn't even try to fight it. She could only gasp for breath and wonder if she was dying as she slid down the ramp on her back. Ash flowed along with her as gravity and the wind combined to accelerate her. She fought against the agony in her body and arched her head to try to see where she was going. And got just a glimpse of the wall before she crashed into it face first. Angela couldn't breathe. Water filled her nostrils, filled her mouth, filled her lungs. She was drowning, but not yet drowned. She needed to get to air, so she needed to survive, she needed to swim. But her body protested, still in agony from her fall from the bridge, leaving her flailing with all the strength of a pathetic, stupid child. The urgent need to breathe began to fade, and she fought against the desire to welcome it. The water was cold in her lungs, cold against her skin, down here in the depths. No. These weren't the depths. The sun was shining in front of her. The sun of the Fire Nation. Angela realized that the water around her was up in the air, and the sun was either setting or rising on the horizon, shining and reaching out to her. If she could summon her fire, then perhaps she could propel herself to some air. But when she reached for the fire, she found nothing but ash within. The sunlight dimmed, and her vision faded at the edges, surrendering to shadow and nothingness. She grew sleepy, struggling to remember why she ever wanted to breathe. This was so much nicer, and it was actually quite warm now that she thought about it. She could just go to sleep. The sunlight was reduced to a single point that would soon be overcome by blindness. And then she found herself in free fall. She and the water around here were dropping. Or was she in a river, being swept along with the current? Had the sun been above her, before? No, she knew she was falling now, and before the sun had been in front of her. Then she hit the ground hard enough to expel the water from her lungs, leaving her coughing and choking and tumbling until she was swept against a half-buried rock that held her in place. A volcanic rock, a little sister to the islands of the Fire Nation. She clutched it until she could breathe again, and told herself that the wetness on her face hadn't come from any tears. Still, she squeezed her eyes shut, just to be sure. "Angela," came the voices of the Legion. "Look at me, Angela." Angela opened her eyes and looked. A monster rose up before her, the lone living thing in this dead forest. Its base was the water, a swirling spout that seemed to have no end even as it flowed out across the ground and submerged the blackened tree stumps. Angela lifted her eyes to follow the spout, seeing the sun shining through it, but as she looked up and up and up she found herself beholding a massive tree, its flowing bark forming something like human musculature. How had the water become a tree? At the top was a pair of long clawed arms and a head that wore a crown of bare, stubby branches. On all sides of the head were faces, white glowing faces, delicate and beautiful faces whose eyes were covered by bark. "Angela," said all the faces. "Daughter of Ursa." "No." It came out choked and almost indecipherable. Angela coughed and tried again, "No." The water-spout tree curved to loom over her, turning the sun a shade of blue that felt cold against wet skin and clothes. "Yes. You are Angela, daughter of Ursa. She birthed you in the material world as I just birthed you here. You were hers, and now you are mine." The arrogance made Angela smile. She stood up, leaning on the volcanic rock for support, and stared down the eyeless monstrosity that towered above her. "No. Ursa never loved me. She abandoned me. I am not her daughter, and I refuse to accept you as a replacement." "Stupid child. No wonder everyone believes you a liar." The white faces on every side of the monster's head grinned through green lips. "You utter obvious fantasies and pretend they are real, but all who hear them know their flimsiness." "Shut up." Angela once again called for her fire, but the only answer was another coughing fit. She hacked up more water, and kept herself on her feet. The monster hissed something that could have been a laugh. "No matter the lies you tell yourself, your mother always loved you. She came back for you, didn't she? Came to me and asked for a new face she could use to destroy your father. The Avatar gave me justice for Ursa's betrayal, and now I will have vengeance by destroying her daughter. You were a fool to come here, Ursa you Angela. Ursa you Angela, Angela of Clan Ursa." It was a perversion of the Fire Nation's naming conventions, but Angela knew it was the only name she could claim at this point. She was disinherited from Uncle's dynasty, knew nothing of Father's fate, and would choose to die before swearing allegiance to a weakling like Zuzu. The capital Caldera and its clan were both destroyed. The only home open to her was as a hostage in the court of the strange Earth King. Mother was the only thing left in Angela's life to which she could belong. She screamed her defiance, a roar of hatred for the mother and fire that had both forsaken her. She screamed until she choked on ash, gagged, and then started screaming again. Repeat. She didn't know where she was in the city, anymore. Not that she ever knew. The gate was a lifetime ago. The bridge was nowhere to be seen in this storm of cinders. The slide and the wall, she wasn't even sure they had been real. Her head hurt, but her head always hurt. Her thoughts wanted to break their way free and fly through the air like the embers of her life. She was laying in what might have been a home, before the comet and the fires and the endless rivers of ash. She screamed and let the ash pass over her, pausing only to gag again. She didn't stop screaming when she tried to fire bend. She would bring her hands together, focus on the raw pain in her throat, and try to excite her anger and frustration into something. If she tried hard enough, wanted it enough, hurt herself enough, hurt the rest of the world enough, then perhaps it would come back to her. "Oh, dear, perhaps this wasn't such a good idea after all," the mudman said. He was crouched beside her, still indifferent to the ash. Walking into a valley of death to try to go sane is one thing, but doing it when you're being hunted by angry vengeful spirits. "Well, I could think of easier ways to die about 57, off the top of my head, but I admit I lost count once after, mauled by a platypus bear, because it was such an interesting image." He cackled. Angela kicked at him from her position on the ground, her boot barely scraping his knee, and once more screamed and brought her hands together. If there was even any smoke, it was lost in the storm of ash. Was the mudman real? Or did she just want some company in her misery and wholly imagined him? She was grateful for his company, whether or not he was real. Even if he wasn't Fire Nation. She had felt a kinship, now, to the natives of the colonial continent. Of the Earth Kingdom. They were just like her brother, poor little Zuzu, who was chewed up and spat out by the Fire Nation. If she could be related to such a failure, why couldn't she be the sibling to any Earth Kingdom scum? Why couldn't the woman who birthed Angela love an Earth Kingdom failure more than her own daughter? And the people of the Fire Nation were hardly worth being proud of, they were petty, flawed beings who were no better than the supposed primitives they wanted to conquer. Angela was better than them all. And she was also more of a failure than them all, because they weren't lying in ash and filth, desperately praying for their inner fire to come back. She once again willed flame to birth in her cupped hands, and once again nothing happened. She sprawled on the ground, beneath the gaze of a mud-stained madman, letting the remnants of a dead civilization wash over. She also felt kinship to the people those ashes used to be. She, too, had failed. They were her people, now. Eventually, her screaming turned to laughter. A cool morning is perfect for fire-bending practice. There is no external heat to draw from, the firebender would have to provide all the energy herself. Angela likes to take that further by practicing in the shade. The Agni Kai chamber at the end of the east wing of the fire palace is open to the sky, but the tall walls prevent any direct sunlight from entering outside of the noon hour. The chamber is only used when a member of the royal family fights an Agni Kai, and it is otherwise avoided by everyone but the low servants who come to dust and chase away the spider flies. Angela can be alone to chase her own perfection. It is not even a year after Zuko's friendly fire, injury and subsequent banishment. Angela is training herself one cool morning when father comes to observe her. Despite the warmth she's been generating for herself, a chill tickles its way up her spine. Failure is never an option for her, but now it is a danger. Zuko failed to provide father necessary support at Ba Sing Se, and now he's traveling the world with a bandage over one eye, searching for something that doesn't exist. The banishment had been declared by Fire Lord Ajalan, grandfather, but it had been father's fire to Marzuzu's face. An accident, it is reported. Angela has not asked for the truth of the matter, but she knows in her heart of hearts that father does not make mistakes. But neither does she. A danger is not a threat. Father will never harm her because she will never give him reason to. Angela is ready to demonstrate her perfection, to continue her routine under observation and add to it, to drive herself until either she is told that she has given enough or has nothing more to give. On this cool morning, she will outshine the sun itself, if that is what father desires of her, and revel in the blasphemy. She tenses in preparation for the Kuloazenshi form. Father calls out her name. Angela. She is momentarily off balance, but does not fall. Not from the interruption, because she is constantly on guard and is always ready to act on father's word. It is father's voice that is strange. The sound is recognizable, perfectly his own, but there is something additional in it that makes her skin prickle, that makes her think of nightmares and cold sticky robes that twist around her body. She realizes that the new factor is emotion. Father had called out her name like he is fighting back the urge to sob. Something is wrong. Father steps up onto the arena floor from the audience pit. Angela, he says, my hard-working little girl. He approaches her. Angela doesn't know what to do when father wraps his arms around her. She hasn't suffered a hug in years. Not since before mother left. Long before. Angela had chosen to stop accepting hugs when father said they were an act of foolish trust. And now father is hugging her. A test? But there is no attack. No fire on father's hands as they pat her back. No pressure on the more vulnerable spots of her body. No disturbance to her balance. And father says, I love you so much. I love you. This is wrong. But being held like this, being told that she is loved. Angela does not lower her guard. Love is an avenue to defeat. Her heart thumps and she fights back a smile as she says, thank you for your consideration. Father leans back, letting go of her, but then he moves his hands to her face and caresses her cheek. Angela, I want you to do something for me. Will you? It is very important. She thinks she understands. Father is finally going to do something about Uncle Iroh, and slash or remove grandfather from the throne he refuses to die on. And father is going to make use of her to do it. She's been waiting for this. Hoping for it. Hurting for it. Yes, father. I always do whatever you command. Something passes over father's expression. But he eventually raises a smile, and gives her face one last pat. Thank you, Angela. What I want you to do is remember that I will always be here for you. Even if everything else falls apart around us. Even if Zuko never comes back to us. I will always be here for you. I will always love you. Can you remember that for me? She doesn't know what to say. Father has never spoken in such a way. Never spoken so foolishly. But father is no fool. Therefore, what he says must not be foolish. The fault must be in Azula for not being able to tell the difference between father's words here and the old prattlings of mother. She will have to work to address that fault, and for now she can give father her obedience. Thankfully, the one thing father never demands of her is the truth. Yes, father. I can remember that for you. It is a cool morning. And Azula now realizes it was the morning she is reunited with her mom. It was some time before Azula realized she was being strangled and not embraced. She was sprawled on top of what seemed to be a fountain of ash. It erupted beneath her back and flowed up to cover her limbs and face, not loose at all but compacted and pulling. It held her arms and legs down and constricted over her throat and forced its way into her nose. The pressure was almost comforting, a way knowing that she wasn't alone. It was a mother's hug, a promise of love and support, a pledge against abandonment. A smart infant knows that they're most vulnerable to abandonment. Every other hardship can be faced, can be endured, can be conquered, but nothing can save them from a lack of care. But there might just be a difference between care and destruction. Azula struggled against the ash, but it was too cohesive, too heavy. She huffed it out of her nose only for it to try to crawl in again, and her arms and legs strained futilely to break free. It was just too much for her. The ash pulsed beneath her, and new fountains rose all around her, the geysers forming a perfect circle. She strained against the ash that was flowing and pulling over her neck to look around, and could only see the brown smear of a sky behind the fountains. None of the ruins of Omasha were visible around her, nor even the peaks of the mountains. Could she be at the center? The highest point? The fountains surged and arced and met in the air above her, but none of the ash fell down to bury her. It pressed together and balled and flowed and stretched and rose, and the arcs of spilling ash have formed a moving network of roots that joined together at their highest points are to form the many-faced spirit. Its form was that of the living wood, but its substances was all cinders. Life made of death. The spirit held out its branch-like arms and squeezed its talon fingers together into a fist. The ash weighed even heavier down on Azula, and her capacity for air was reduced by the pressure. You shouldn't have come here, daughter of Ursa. The monster rose up until it seemed to be scraping the sky itself with its crown of leafless stubs. Now the Mother of Faces will have her revenge. Azula huffed more of the ash out of her nose and managed a gasp of filthy air before the assault renewed. Why? What did Ursa do to you, anyway? She ordered the burning of my forest, the death of the creatures that lived as worship to me. She took what she wanted from me and then destroyed my power. She wanted it all for herself. Only her own children mattered to her. Azula knew she could not survive this. She had been foolish to come to this ashland. She had effectively killed herself, a futile attempt to restore herself turned into self-destruction. But no more lies. This wasn't about fixing anything that was wrong with her. It was because she couldn't believe that Ursa had come back to her. Couldn't believe that she would choose her mother over her father. But if Azula could not make herself a dragon, then perhaps she would be better as a phoenix. She smiled up at the Mother of Faces. Well, when you talk about her like that, I guess she must be my mom after all. Azure flame erupted from Azula's hands and feet and nostrils and mouth and even ears. The ash did not burn, could not burn, but as the fires passed over it, every grain lost the life given to it by the Mother of Faces and fell dead. Soon Azula could shake free the dust of death and rise to stand. And now, she said, looking into the flames dancing in her hands, I'm going to finish Mom's job for her. She leapt up at the monster, flying and shining. Azula rested her head on Mom's lap and gave a little hum when a warm hand brushed through her loose hair. You were still far from a perfect mother. There was no mirth in the answering chuckle. Exactly what every mom wants to hear from her daughter. Azula let the hand run through her hair for a while. You're not mad. No mom wants to hear that, but who can claim to be perfect? Although, I know what you mean. It does hurt, but hurting others can't fix it. I think I know that now. And I would never hurt you. Angela had claimed to be perfect. But that was just another lie. Admitting it was painful, made her want to let her fires free to burn herself and the woman whose lap she was laying in. Angela's ability to come to logical conclusions about the situation didn't affect how she felt. But, perhaps, that was something she could practice. She could do anything with enough practice. I suppose, she said, because none of this would work without a little give and take, I was far from a perfect daughter. The hand continued to run through her hair, over and over. True. And I don't think I'm a bad mother for admitting that. Angela felt her lips twist. Exactly what every daughter wants to hear from her mom. They laughed, together. Or, perhaps, it is just a single laugh, shared between two voices. Lies and selfishness, Mom said. Or perhaps it was Angela who said it. Lies to protect my family and myself, and the selfishness to spread as much pain and death as I thought I needed to keep us all safe. They made us well, Angela said. Or perhaps it was Mom. For a while, they just rested together, a daughter in her mother's lap, a mother brushing her fingers through her daughter's hair. It felt real, as did the little garden around them. The smell of the flowers, the tinkling of the brook, the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the breeze. There was even the taste of plums on the air, the promise of a good harvest in a few weeks' time. There was no sign of ash or death at all, and that was what made Angela doubt. Are you really my mom? Or am I in the dream again? Well, I don't know, honey. What do you think? Angela snorted. I think moms aren't supposed to admit when they don't know things. Do you? Well, I suppose you'll have time to learn otherwise. It was an acknowledgement of failure, for both of them. And it was fine. Angela smiled, closed her eyes, and enjoyed being in Mom's lap. It was an epic battle, the grandest fight of Angela's life, and she regretted that there were no witnesses to capture it in rumors or paintings or poetry. Here in this place, the pond at the center of a dead forest in a land where everything was merely a reflection of some kind, Angela could not use her fire bending, for it was beyond the reach of the elements. True, she had arrived here by crashing through the remnants of wooden houses, crawled across the packed dirt of a road, and nearly drowned in the waters that both contained and fed the form of the Mother of Faces, but all of that had been an illusion. Angela was learning to push past her illusions, and saw this place now for what it was, the spirit world. She was in a world not her own, lacking the weapon she had always believed to be her greatest strength, her fire. Nevertheless, she laid low the Mother of Faces. She herself was all the fire she needed, and it was enough. She burned with something other than light and heat, and in the land of the spirits, that something could burn bright indeed. Her burning reduced the waters that fed the Mother of Faces to steam, and ate at the wood that formed the mother's body. She was but a little flame against a massive enemy, but even a little flame could be the start of the death of an entire forest. A woman named Ursa had once been but a little flame, not even a warrior, but her actions had destroyed the Fire Nation as its people knew it. All for the sake of her children. Angela could at least destroy a spirit who was insulting her mom. When the battle was over, Angela stood over the charred little bush that the Mother of Faces had been reduced to. There will be no vengeance for you. Not against Ursa. Not against my mom. All 5 faces laughed through the obvious pain of the blackened bark and stubs and branches. Not the vengeance I sought, perhaps. But the Mother of Faces must continue. Without her, there is no identity. It is within the mother that the individual forms out of the collective. Angela shook her head. Not anymore. The spirit world will just have to let us humans figure it out for ourselves. True. The little charred bush shook, and more of it flaked off into ash. And false. Ursa, you Angela, do you accept my face? Angela had become her own flame, and now, as she looked down at herself, she realized that she had burned away everything but the flame. Could she go back to the physical like this? Did she even want to? What was waiting for her, there? Zuzu, of course, but perhaps the only way they could both heal was on separate paths. Separate lives. Separate destinies. And Angela had always loved a challenge. I suppose I do. She had never really fit in with other people, anyway. She might have, in the future, but this struggle offered just as much meaning. And, perhaps, even more reward. Angela had always been the daughter. Perhaps peace could be found in becoming the mother. She let herself continue to burn as the charred bush gave one last shake and collapsed into a pile of leaves and a single featureless white mask. Angela picked up the mask and put it on. She could feel herself growing in relation to this world, both in size and energy, for one reflected the other except through choice. She still kept the basic shape of a human, for that was what she had been, but she took the fire of her essence and made that into a base, a foundation feeding heat into a form of liquid, living metal. She had once been a person of flame and armor, and as the new mother of faces, she would cherish those aspects of her identity even as she gave identity to others. The metal echoed the form she had as a human woman, but Five's faces with shining golden eyes looked out from beneath a crown of dancing blue flames. She had barely taken on her new form when KOH the Face Stealer arrived. The volcanic rock she had clung to before, when the Mother of Faces had nearly drowned her, rose up from the dirt and shifted to the side. Something beneath it was pushing it up, and to Angela's revulsion, it turned out to be a large chitinous insect with a human face, painted white and black in homage to a no mask, that curled to face her, half its body still hidden beneath the rock. She knew the creature's name in an instant, the power of her mask feeding that knowledge directly into her consciousness. She knew KOH in all ways, his name, and his function and his history. She knew that KOH was the offspring of the Mother of Faces. She knew that she had killed his mom. "You have come for vengeance," she said, speaking with 5 voices at once. "It is my duty." KOH gazed at her through half-lidded eyes. "Nevertheless, I can admit that my mother and I didn't exactly have the closest relationship, and I could not take on her functions in addition to my own. I believe you humans would call it a conflict of interest. So I would like to think we can reach an agreement of recompense, both of us being reasonable spirits." Angela wasn't overly fond of bugs, but it was probably the best offer she was going to get today. "So let's deal. What do you want?" KOH grinned, and skittered fully from beneath the rock. The middle of his long body was wrapped around something, and as Angela focused on it, she realized that it was a human. A woman. My. All of this could be said to have begun when Mai found the avatar and wrote back asking for instructions on how to save Zuzu. Mai had gone on to betray Angela, to facilitate the destruction of everything Angela had ever worked for. She wanted to kill Mai for it. But, really, that was a silly way of looking at it all. Mai had just been Mai. Silly, imperfect Mai. Just as Angela herself had been imperfect. As Mom and Father had been imperfect. Zuzu. The Fire Nation. Everyone and everything. Why waste more effort on it? She had better things to do, now. Angela looked at KOH with her primary set of eyes. "Well. I want this one. Let me have her, and we'll forget what you've done to my mother." KOH skittered and curled so that he was whispering to the face on the back of Angela's head. "I think you'll agree I'm offering quite a bargain." Angela considered it as she morphed herself so that she was once again facing KOH from the front. She considered everything she knew about herself, everything she knew about Mai, and all the knowledge that the mother had passed on to her. Perhaps it was more knowledge than even KOH had. She considered all that, and said, "Deal." Angela and the bug bowed to each other, and her first work as the Mother of Faces was complete. This stupid bug was going to be in for quite the surprise. Omashu did not often see its storm of ash settle. Since the fires of the return of Sozin's comet had faded, it had been a riot of filth and motion and anger. But on this day, the ash settled long enough to let a bit of the sun shine through. Settled long enough for an old man caked with dried mud to blink in surprise and look around. Settled long enough for the man to find the body of the girl, buried in ash. Long enough for him to confirm that she no longer drew breath. Long enough to confirm she never would again. Long enough for him to acknowledge her passing, and then leave her behind for her final rest. Angela had one more thing to do, before she could set out on what came next. One more link to acknowledge before giving it up forever. She looked in on Zuzu as he slept, his dreams brushing up against her new home in the spirit world. He was amidst allies, and perhaps even some friends, but he still slept fitfully, rolling over just when he seemed to be settled, covering his face with his arms every so often and speaking words that only made sense of the language of dreams. The weight of the coming war, the weight of his connection to Uncle, kept him from ascending to peaceful sleep. Angela connected to him and whispered into his ear, "You did your best. Now, I free you from your obligation to me. Have a nice life, Zuzu." She was about to let the link fade, but on impulse, she maintained it for one last eternity. "Mom says she loves you. And I am glad we no longer have to fight each other." He startled awake, sitting up on his bedroll in the darkness of his tent. "Angela? I thought I heard Dash." But she was already fading away. She had a new journey to take. Perhaps she would even enjoy it. She left her brother to find the reality that came after the dream, as she herself went on to find the dream she had always known was waiting for her. Chapter 77, A New Age, A New War. Aang's return to consciousness was slow, up until he remembered that Maya was gone forever. His eyes popped open as he sat up and drew breath for a shout and... This wasn't the oasis. Aang was sitting on a blanket with some kind of padding underneath. Next to him, hunched on a little pile of furs, Sokka dozed with Momo asleep in his lap. They were in the center of a room made of ice. At least, it looked like ice. The bits of the walls that peeked out from behind hanging blue banners were like polished white glass, and the air was crisp and cool. The ceiling was also made out of ice, although regular panels had been made translucent, letting in an illumination that reminded Aang of the moonlight filtering through the currents of the ocean spirit's domain of endless seas. Mai had come there to free him from Lu Ten. Aang groaned. He'd lost her. He'd lost her. His chest tightened at the memory of how he'd tried and failed, to grab her before she could fall back through the portal in the koi pond. She'd collapsed because of something Iroh had said, and Aang he'd only managed to grab the moon and ocean spirit fish before the gateway had closed and Maya was gone. The air in the room started to swirl. Sokka startled, waking both himself and Momo. "Whoa. Oh. You're up. And hey, calm down, okay." Aang opened his mouth to give voice to the wind, the only thing he could think to do right now, but was cut off when Sokka leaned over and pulled him into a hug. Momo climbed up Aang's back and nuzzled against his neck. Aang couldn't help but remember the hug Sokka gave him at the Southern Air Temple, after he'd been forced to destroy the monsters that the remains of his people had become. Mai had hugged him then, too. But they had been steadying arms of the family he still had. Sokka continued, "We'll get her back. I know that sounds trite and mollifying, but it's my promise to you." He pulled back to look Aang in the eyes. "We know Mai's tough and dangerously clever. She went into the spirit world once already and beat it. That's better odds than Katara had, when they took her away as a kid. And we still found her, right? We'll find Mai, too. If she doesn't find us, first. And then we'll hunt Iroh down and solve that little problem." Aang forced himself to breathe. Sokka made good points, but it didn't change the fact that Mai was gone. Anything could happen to her in the spirit world. And who knew when Aang would get to see her again? When would get to apologize for not being able to save her? But there was a path forward. And there were friends and family who would help. Aang said, "Everyone else is okay." "Yeah." Sokka leaned back and propped his arms against the floor as support. "Apparently, when you and Mai and you did whatever it was you did, you turned the waterbending back on, so Katara could shield us. And you didn't make any volcanoes this time, so ice and water were fine to protect us from you ripping the bastion up." He sighed. "I was out of it for all that, though. It's a shame. I would have loved to see that stupid place taken apart." Aang frowned, and not just as the reminder of his accidentally activated a volcano under the Fire Nation capital. "You were unconscious? Were you hurt?" Sokka was quiet for a long moment. "Iroh hit me with the same thing he used against Mai. Some phrase or something that just shut us off. He mentioned the Earth King," Katara said. "Wait, what does this have to do with Toph?" Aang couldn't imagine her doing something to hurt Mai or Sokka. Nothing more than bruises, anyway. Sokka shook his head. "We learned some stuff while you were asleep. Learned about what Iroh had been learning. And who he'd been learning it from. Amongst the stuff he got from Longfeng was notes about his keeping me and my prisoners. Apparently, we didn't get away as unscathed from that guy as we thought. Long Feng. The thought of that betrayal nearly sent Aang into the Avatar state again, especially with my suffering for it, but he made himself keep breathing. Iroh is always 10 steps ahead of us. He hits us with things we can't even imagine. Well, we're actually closing that gap. Sokka leaned forward and grinned. Think about it. You removed the Lu Ten problem, and destroyed the bastion, and chased Iroh away. The Northern Water Tribe was only helping him because he had their special fish hostage. But they're okay now, thanks to you. Aang shook his head. What are you saying? Sokka stood up. Come see. He walked behind Aang, over to the wall then, and reached under the Water Tribe banner hanging from it. He placed his hands on the wall and it split apart in the middle, sliding like a pair of doors to reveal a balcony overlooking the Northern Water Tribe city. Aang got up and joined Sokka out on the balcony. The city stretched out ahead of them, and Aang saw that it was a hive of activity. People in blue coats were all over the place. Many were working, tearing down the Fire Nation's metal weapons and depots and walls. Others were simply running around and shouting no, they were singing. At the far end of the city, a Fire Nation battleship was being towed into the central canal, and as Aang watched, a number of waterbenders began cutting into the hull with spinning saws made from discs of ice and water. Sokka said, without Iroh or any other reason to hold back, the Northern Water Tribe rose up and took their freedom back from the Fire Nation. Both the city and the lab by the Spirit Forest. They'd been waiting a while, and the Dreamcatchers were ready to help. Iroh and his immediate lackeys got away with a bunch of the freakier stuff, but our friends captured some of it. Between that and what I saw in the lab, we know what he's doing. Aang was almost afraid to ask, but if he was going to find a way to save tell me all about it. Zhao had decided that while flying vehicles offered amazing military opportunities, he didn't feel a great need to ever be on any such vehicle. But he couldn't disobey his Fire Lord, and so on an airship, he couldn't disobey yet. Zhao looked out over the airship's rail, without leaning forward at all, at the moonlit Earth Kingdom coast that passed below. It was almost unbelievable that so much metal could not only float through the air, but travel at such speed. He didn't understand the exact principles or what was in the giant balloons at the top of the airship, but it was a shame the technology hadn't been ready before the end of the war. Or, at least, Iroh claimed it had only become viable after the war. Since the Fire Lord hadn't seen fit to reveal the existence of airships to anyone outside his command until yesterday, Zhao couldn't dispute it. Having confirmed the airship's speed and course, he turned away and grasped the railing as he made his way back to the enclosed main structure. He couldn't say he appreciated the view, it reminded him that he had only one of Lian the Maker's side projects between him and falling to his death. She was aboard this airship, caring for some of the materials evacuated from the North Pole laboratory, and if this thing crashed, hopefully she'd be the first to die. As Zhao stepped past a pair of crimson guards into the command cabin, he found Fire Lord Iroh kneeling at a floor desk with a brush in his hand and a messenger hawk on a perch beside him. The lamp lighting aboard this vessel was similar to that on any warship in the Fire Navy, but somehow Iroh seemed to be lacking. His skin was almost as gray as his hair. The shoulder flares of his robes hung long on hunched shoulders. Iroh looked up, and his cheeks twitched in what could have been an attempt at a smile. Ah, Admiral Zhao. Thank you for coming. I'm just finishing my royal order to begin the deployment of the Jorogamo project. We still have to cross most of the Earth Kingdom ourselves, and I'd rather they start without us. The Avatar and his friends already know about Foggy Swamp, after all. There might be some interference waiting for us. The Avatar knew enough about all of this to already have plans in motion. Zhao had only just learned about this insanity. Only just learned about the giant spider constructed from platinum, only just learned how it would pierce and mount the tree that was supposedly a spiritual nexus at the center of a massive swamp. Only just learned that Iroh believed this to be a way to take control of time and spirit so that he could destroy death itself. Only just learned that the Fire Lord was a madman. Zhao had only just learned that he needed to do something about all of this, fast. He bowed. Of course, my lord. Please, take your time. Iroh resumed his writing. There is some tea on the table. Pour some for us, and I will be with you in a moment. Thank you, sir. Zhao moved over to the table bolted to the floor and wall beneath one of the room's porthole windows. There was a steaming teapot on top of it, held in the same kind of clamp used by navy ships in rocky seas. He unscrewed the pot, unlatched a pair of cups, and moved to pour. Before he did so, though, he glanced around the room. He and the Fire Lord were alone here, and the guards weren't looking in. So he reached into his belt and removed a small bottle. He'd been keeping this for a while. Before Iroh was crowned, before the falling out with the Avatar, before the caldera was destroyed by the reawakening of the volcano, Zhao had been able to run some errands in the capital city. That included doing Iroh's bidding, such taking care of traitors like Fa Lord Zhao, delivering a gift of gold for Prince Zuko, and attempting to get the Avatar back on track and getting his top knot severed by that brat Mai for his trouble. But, more profitably, it also included some work of his own, like having a quiet conversation with High Sage Zingao. And buying, from the High Sage, some of the contents of the cursed Lady Ursa's apothecary cabinet. Just in case. He'd had no purpose in mind at the time, and even now couldn't know exactly what was in the bottle. But from what Zingao had described, Lady Ursa was one of the most accomplished poisoners in Fire Nation history, so some of her work was bound to come in handy. Zhao hesitated only a moment, acknowledging his regret that he might be providing a bit of aid to enemies like the Avatar and Lady Mai, and then emptied the bottle into one of the 2 teacups. He poured some wonderful-smelling jasmine tea on top of it. There was no Kyoshi spy here to take the blame, this time, but Zhao would think of something. Seizing opportunities had gotten him this far. And perhaps the poison would be slow-acting, leaving no link to him. Across the room, Iroh rose and placed the rolled-up edict in the container strapped to the messenger hawk's leg. While Iroh took the hawk over to an open porthole, Zhao brought the cups over and laid them on the table, placing the poisoned one on the Fire Lord's side. Then he kneeled and waited. Iroh soon kneeled opposite him, a cushion elevating the Fire Lord so that Zhao had to look up. "I apologize for not meeting with you before now, Admiral. I admit I was a bit distracted at the North Pole. Aside from the urgency of our escape, I had just lost Lu Ten." He stared down into his cup of tea. "I miss my son, Zhao." Zhao didn't touch his own cup. "The situation has been troubling, my lord, but I sympathize. No parent should lose a child like Prince Lu Ten. He was as truly a shining torch for the royal family and homeland. And hopefully he will be back with us, if Lien's spider does what it's supposed to. You will be reunited with him soon." Iroh looked up with watery eyes. "Why yes. Thank you for your kind thoughts." He inhaled of the steam coming from his teacup, and squared his shoulders into something like his old posture. He picked up the cup, but didn't drink from it. "I'm eager to discuss how you can contribute to my son's happy return to our world." Zhao took a sip from his own cup. This was going to be an awkward meeting. Awkward, and dangerous. But he had no choice. He knew that to continue serving Iroh would lead to his own death, or possibly worse. And the rest of the world would offer no sanctuary, if he tried to leave. Also, the Fire Lord would probably destroy the Fire Nation in his mad pursuits. That was bad, too. Aang's friends mobbed him as soon as he stepped out of the moonlit palace with Sokka and Momo. There were only 3 of them, but Appa was practically a mob by himself. The girls reached Aang fist, wrapping him in twin hugs, and then Appa crashed down on all of them with an eager nose nuzzle. They fell backwards onto Sokka and Momo, leaving the entire group in a heap in the snow drifts. It was enough to make Aang smile again, until he realized that the tangle was missing a body. Ty Lee was the first to notice his thoughts. She eased back from him and shook her head. "I made them check the oasis place 5 times. We can't get to the spirit world through there anymore." "I know." Aang let Sokka help him back to his feet as everyone else got up, and reached out to pat Appa's nose. "Sokka told me about what Iroh is trying to do, with the swamp and everything. He didn't know how to say it without sounding awful. I think we need to stop Iroh before we can save Mai." Sokka and Katara said nothing. Momo cooed as if he understood. Appa sighed under Aang's petting. Ty Lee squeezed her eyes shut. "Go on." Aang wondered what her ability to see auras was showing her. If Iroh is trying to enter this tree of time, then he has a way into the spirit world, right? Sokka grunted. So if we beat Iroh, we can steal his door, and then save Mai? Not bad. But it does presuppose that we can catch up to Iroh and then beat him. He has a head start on us, and they say he has a boat that can fly. I don't know what its speed is compared to Appa, but dash. We have to try, Ty Lee said. She opened her eyes again, but Aang saw that her hands were clenched into white knuckle fists. If that's the only way we have to go save Mai, then we'll do it. Her expression was hard, and there was no wavering in her eyes. So this was what she looked like as a weapon of the Fire Nation. Katara leaned over to put her arms around Ty Lee's shoulders, and the tension seemed to drain out from both of their bodies. Ty Lee leaned her head against Katara's shoulder and whispered, "We'll do it." Aang turned to the one who was most critical to this plan. Apple looked back at him. "Well, buddy? Can you get us down to the swamp? It will be a lot of flying, but we have to for Mai. And King Toph should be waiting for us there. You like her, right?" Apple lifted his head and roared his dedication. "Great." Now Aang turned to the one who always worked so hard to make sure everyone's plans actually worked. "Sokka, what do we need to do?" Sokka rubbed his chin with a gloved hand. "If we're going to catch up to the flying machine that I was told about, we'll need to travel light. As much as I'd like to bring an army, it's better if we keep the weight down for Appa." Aang nodded. "I think Appa's recovered from getting shot by lightning by Zuko's sister, but it's best if we take it as easy on him as possible, considering how far we have to go. Almost to the other side of the world." "Right. So we keep it to just the people who can have the most impact. I'm thinking that's us. Avatar, weapon of the Fire Nation, water-bending master, and the guy who keeps you all mostly out of trouble. Plus, only what supplies we need to keep in the air, so mostly food. Anything we might need on site, we hope that Toph can give us." Sokka looked around. "We'll need to ask for the Northern Water Tribe's help. I hope they can spare something for us." Aang nodded. "Who do we ask?" Katara looked out over the City of Ice, and the people working hard even now to remove the Fire Nation's influence. "I don't know that there's a real leader, yet. Malik was supposedly their chief, but he's dead. So I guess dash. You," Sokka said. "She's their princess. Let's go find her." Katara pointed down into the city. "She was helping with the recovery, last I saw her. This way." Aang ruffled the fur of Appa's arrow. "You wait here, buddy. Rest up." Appa snorted his agreement, and then they ran off to find the Water Tribe princess. As all they followed Katara, Ty Lee turned and said with complete solemnity, "I think Sokka should be the one to ask." Aang shrugged. "Okay, if you think so. But why?" Ty Lee glanced at Sokka, winked at him, and grinned. "Trust me. I'm on this." Sokka groaned, and Aang decided that this was something he could hear about later. Much later. Maybe never. They came to a plaza in front of what turned out to be the healing huts of the tribe. The uprising had to have been quick, for Aang to sleep through it, without being frozen in an iceberg again, but it apparently hadn't been without casualties. The healers had left their huts, and people were spread out on blankets all over the plaza, up against the canals and the walls of ice. Some of the blankets were spread out on top of the casualties. The healers had either failed or been too late with those. With their white coats, Aang almost missed the Dreamcatcher rebels moving around the edges of the healing area, not far from the collection of the still forms of the dead. The warriors were assisting the healers, and the elder Yugoda was herself working on an unmoving figure. Aang couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, not even by the remnants of the clothes, who was covered in burns. Momo scampered free of Sokka's arms and went over to Yugoda, nuzzling her leg. As Aang approached, she sighed and nodded to Momo, and then cast her water away and stood up. The figure she had been trying to heal did not move. As she approached, Aang said, I'm glad to see you're okay. And I'm sorry I wasn't here for dash." Yugoda stopped him with a wave of her hand. "You did your part, Avatar. That's all we could ask. This was what the Dreamcatchers have been preparing for, what we gave up our lives in the tribe for, all along. Now we deal with the aftermath, and perhaps someday we can return to our lives." Aang looked at the others, to see if they understood that last part. He got confused expressions in return. It was Katara, who Aang understood to have been something of a student to Yagoda while they were here, who said, "Someday? But the Fire Nation is gone." "And so we were, Katara." Yagoda picked Momo up and stroked his fur as she led the way to the next form laying in line for healing. "We are back now, yes, but we walked away from our roles, our friends, our families. We let them think we were dead. It has been years, for many of us. We lived in the sacred forest amongst beings our people only knew in dreams. That tends to make people look at you differently." Aang thought back to before 100 years of war, when he was just a young monk living happily in the Southern Air Temple. "Yeah, I know." To Aang's surprise, Sokka inclined his head to Yagoda. All due respect, ma'am, but that might not be it. Your rebels were the ones who found a way to fight back, when everyone else felt like they had to collaborate in order to protect the world. That kind of guilty feeling can keep people from reaching out. Trust me. I used to well dash. Momo suddenly stiffened in Yagoda's arms, and then burst free to fly away from the little gathering. He glided a short distance across the plaza, to where the regular blue-coated healers were working. Momo landed on the ice near where another gray-haired healer called for more water as she leaned over a patient. And Rafa, the leader of the Dreamcatcher warriors, came over to her with a bucket. He placed it next to her, and as she turned to take command of the liquid, she glanced up at his face. Her eyes widened. Rafa nodded. "That's Miss Ty Lee said. She helped fix me up after Iroh hurt my head." Yagoda added, "And she's Rafa's sister." Miss smiled, nodded back, and then called the water out of the bucket with a save of her hands and returned to work on her patient. Aang finally found a reason to smile. "I think you'll be part of your tribe again sooner than you think. And I have an idea. Do you know where we can find Princess Yu?" Yagoda pointed across the plaza, and Aang bowed to her before taking off in that direction. Kneeling at table with his Fire Lord, Zhao bowed his head and said, "I am yours to serve in any capacity, my lord." And he waited for Iroh to drink the poisoned cup of tea and keel over. Already, the old fool. Iroh, though, simply looked down at the teacup in his hands. His lips trembled for a moment before he spoke. "But you are a bit out of your element, yes? You're a Navy man, Zhao, and through no fault of your own, you're quite far away from such business. I mean to invade a swamp, and possibly deal with rebel activity there. And after that I will move on to my great task. I worry that I am leaving you nothing within your expertise. Then I will shovel coal for this vessel's boilers, if I can serve you in no other way." Why wasn't this fool drinking the tea? Iroh was practically addicted to the stuff. "You saved me from my ambitions in the capital, my lord, and it is only right that I pay back the life you granted me." Iroh lifted the tea up and inhaled deeply of the steam before placing it back on the table. "Oh, don't worry, I would never waste your time shifting coal." He gave a chuckle, an echo of his old joviality, but it died quickly. "Perhaps it is time for you to return to the homeland. I have been focused on my son, and neglected most other matters. I sent the sages and military command back after my crowning, but you can brief them on the latest events and prepare for Lu Ten's return." Zhao fought against revealing his surprise. That wouldn't be a poor fate. He could flee before Iroh's poisoning could be investigated, and mournfully use his new orders take command back in the Fire Nation and build up a defense. Iroh might have his fanatics here, but elsewhere Zhao could forge new alliances in the name of guiding the Fire Nation back to the matter of creating a worldwide empire that would stand forever. After the games of Ajalon and Doze, after the loss of the capital, people would be desperate for a leader with his head on straight. Or was Iroh setting a trap? Was he sane enough to play such games? Zhao elected to honor the time-proven art of waffling. "I will serve as my lord wills. I'm sure." Iroh looked down at his tea again, but left it on the table and leaned forward. "Can we talk honestly for a moment? I know that, above all else, you desire power and prestige. When you can't get that, you'll take survival. I've counted on it, really." Zhao wondered if he should act offended, but decided against it. "I don't think I'm unusual in that regard, my lord. It has served our nation's warriors well for a century now. Among other motivations, perhaps. Iroha's eyes narrowed and a little color came back to his face. And I'm not sure we can look at the state of the world and say our ambitions have served us well. He looked down at the teacup, and what little life had come back to his face flickered and died. Perhaps we grasped our desires too tightly. Will you make the same mistake? For a moment, Zhao wondered if he had been right to try to poison the Fire Lord. This didn't sound insane. But no, Iroha was always good at rhetoric. He'd beaten the Fire Sages in their old political games, and maintained a position as Ajalin's favored child despite acts of disobedience. Zhao had to remember that this old fool believed himself on a path to somehow eliminating death with magic. He had to die. So Zhao finished off his own tea and gave a polite smile. I've found, my lord, that there is a time for patience, but when the right opportunity comes along, grasping can bring great rewards. It's just a matter of knowing when to strike, yes. Iroha's eyebrows rose. Perhaps I am being too subtle. Admiral, let me be plain, I am offering you an assignment suited to your ambitions, away from this ship and matters of spirits and death. We head towards frightening things. Even I am frightened. He met Zhao's gaze with his pure golden eyes, and with a long exhalation, let his whole body droop. But as long as I return Lu Ten to life, it will be worth it. My boy, he deserves a chance at life. Perhaps everyone does, as long as they do not make themselves my enemies. So take your chance, Admiral. Don't let foolish ambition and misinformed fears destroy you. Was Iroha implying that Zhao was afraid? This fool needed to die. And yes, Zhao needed to be here to spin the matter of Iroha's death before returning home in triumph. He wouldn't be left as a glorified messenger when Iroha's ashes were scattered to the winds. He'd be at the head of the Fire Lord's own air fleet, all the power in the Fire Nation his for the taking. My lord, you are understandably upset after the difficulties with your son. Zhao gave his most ingratiating smile and motioned at the poisoned cup in front of Iroha. I'm sure you'll feel better after some tea and perhaps a nap. You're our Fire Lord, after all, and need to take care of yourself. Iroha stared back, thoroughly unimpressed. Then he picked up the teacup. Zhao bit down on the smirk that threatened to overtake his face, and spilled the contents out on the table. Zhao's jaw dropped. Iroha shook his head. I wouldn't have expected you to use poison, but I suppose your options were limited. Was it a grab for power, or fear? I'm truly curious. Zhao tried to speak a denial, but his mouth had gone dry. The words wouldn't come out. He managed to gasp, I am your loyal dash. I am too tired for denials. Iroha leaned his bearded chin on his chest. Guards. But how did dash? Dreams, Admiral. I walk them, when I will. Iroha gazed down on the puddle atop the table that vibrated in time with the thrum of the airship's engines. I seem to be haunting yours. Heavy gloved hands landed on Zhao's shoulders, and he snapped into motion, pulling away and summoning his fire and preparing to fight for his life. Life, and glory, and the very world itself. And an armored leg snapped out, tripping Zhao just after he had shifted weight onto his feet. He fell face first towards the table, striking the edge hard enough to send it tumbling away in a spray of poisoned tea. Two guards piled on top of Zhao's back, driving him to the metal floor as they twisted his arms behind his back and completely immobilized him. They broke your root, Iroha mumbled. You should work on that if you survive long enough for me to defeat death. Zhao screamed as he was dragged away. Ain, with Sokka and Katara and Tai Li, and Momo, behind him, found Princess Yu standing amidst a group of old men in front of the healing huts. Yu herself was talking with a woman with short, reddish hair. Tai Li whispered, That's Malina. Her brother was that Chief Malik guy. The one who designed the bastion. Aang skidded to a stop and then took two very respectful steps towards the women, with Sokka at his side. Hi, everyone. You, Malina, and everyone. Behind him, he heard the distinctive sound of Sokka doing a forehead smack. The women and the elders all turned to him, and Yu's face lit up with a smile. Avatar, it soothes my spirit to see you, and your friends, well. Malina bowed. Avatar. I thank you for driving away the evil forces that took my broth the chief's life. He served the Fire Nation, building their fortress, and believed in their culture. But some things have too high a price. He did love his tribe, always. Aang took that to mean there were no hard feelings, which was good, because he really didn't have time for grudge fights right now. He bowed back to her. I hope you and your tribe can now be at peace. Malina nodded her acknowledgement, bowed to you and the elders, and then moved off to assist with the healing. One of the old men said, What matters capture your attention, Avatar? Is there something we can do for you? Aang took a breath and stood up as straight as he could. Yes, but first there's something I need to do for you. He wanted to get in the air to Mai as fast as possible, and he knew what he was about to do next might delay things, but he couldn't abandon his job again. And this might be important for finding Mai. Have you figured out who will lead your tribe? You started to say something, but then closed her mouth and lowered her head as the old man who had spoken before said, The Council of Elders will have to choose a husband for our beloved princess, so that the line of Arnuk can continue to guide us into the future. Aang heard Sokka give a choking sound, but ignored it. That's a good plan, but I have another idea. As the Avatar, as the bridge between worlds, I can't ignore the forces that Iroh was disturbing here. You can look after your tribe, but I need to know that the, spiritual sanctity of the North Pole is maintained. He waited for the elders to nod. People didn't usually contradict him on this stuff. When they had committed themselves to what he'd just said, Aang went on with, So I am, appointing Princess Yu as High Sage of the Northern Water Tribe. Yu has been to the spirit world, and is bonded with the Moon Spirit. She must be free, fully empowered to take any action whenever spiritual matters are involved. As he'd been speaking, he had felt more confident in his words, and like he was standing taller. The wind had picked up, and he was aware of the waves beyond the walls of the city moving with more than just the rhythm of the tides. The friends known as the Dreamcatchers will contribute to her guards, and they will also serve as ambassadors between the spirits and the Water Tribe. And it was with Avatar Kuruk's voice, and Avatar Kuruk's mouth, and Avatar Kuruk's body, that he said, Princess, do you accept this burden? The elders all stared with hanging jaws. Yu was wide-eyed, but she bowed her head and kneeled at Kuruk's feet. I do, Avatar. Then I so name you High Sage Yu. Rise. She did, looking up at him. And then the winds died, the waves fell, and where Avatar Kuruk had been a moment before, Aang slumped. Okay, good. Wow, I'm tired all of the sudden. He stumbled backwards, and was caught by Katara and Ty Lee. Sokka can handle this next part for me. As he sat down on the ice, he watched Sokka approach Yu with his hands clasped together in front of him at first but then crossing them behind back for a moment before letting them hang at his sides. We need to go after the Fire Lord. And you probably need as much food and stuff as you have, what with just fighting a war and having to take care of yourselves. He folded his arms across his chest, and then brought them down and clasped them in front of him again. But, the Avatar, and the rest of us, needs your support and some food and blankets. Please. The brilliant smile that you turned on Sokka might have warmed the air itself. Sokka of the Southern Water Tribe, brave warrior, and ally to the north, what you ask is good. You will have what you need, so that you may set right this world as you have set right my tribe. She turned to the elders. As High Sage, I ask you to give them their supplies. The old men stood still for a moment. Then Rafa, in his white coat, stepped away from the healing field and raised his fists into the air. For the Avatar. And High Sage Yu. Other Dreamcatchers echoed the call, raising their arms and cheering. The old men bowed to Yu, one by one, and then rushed away, calling for preserved food and blankets to be made ready. Within an hour, Appa was loaded up what supplies Aang felt were safe to carry. He was in his place on Appa's head with the reins, Momo in his lap, while Sokka, Katara, and Ty Lee waved back to Yu and her tribe from the saddle. Aang said, Yip, yip, and then they were off into the air. He tried to believe that they would be in time to save the world and in time to save the person most closely connected to him. Mai couldn't say when she actually awoke. The usual clues, light in her eyes, hunger, the need to hit the bathroom, the feel of blankets or fur or even her own hair on her skin, the emergence of coherent thoughts, or hearing the noise of some overly chipper friend when all decent people were trying to let the sunrise get on with its business, were absent. But although there was no specific point of transition, Mai did indeed drift from a state of nothingness into an awareness of herself and the universe. But one looked very much like the other, wherever she was. Around here was nothing but stillness and dark. And, eventually, the giant bug with the white face. Red lips smiled. "Welcome back, Lady Caldera Mai. I do hope you remember me." Mai had never seen the entirety of KOH the Face Stealer before, except in a dream, a nightmare, the night before she left the Fire Nation for the last time. It turned out that the reality, matched the dream exactly. A giant centipede hung down, the segmented body curled so that the face painted like a white no-mask loomed in front of her. Sharp, thin legs clung to old, petrified roots that meandered over the walls of where was this? It could have been a cave, with the uneven surfaces, but that would have supposed that it had a form that we merely covered by all the shadows, and not that it was a place of darkness patched by whatever pieces of reality had been salvaged from an ancient age. The last time Mai had seen this monster was in the mirror-like blade of a sword, when she was told that if she showed any expression, her face would be taken, killing her so dead she'd never even reincarnate. With a perfectly blank face, she stood up from where she was crumpled on the floor of the cave. "Is this another dream? You dream about me?" KOH's legs clicked as they stretched and contracted, that white face rising to stay in the center of her vision. "I have to say, I'm quite flattered." It was just like the kind of taunting that Angela used to do, back when Mai was a kid. And there was just as much of a threat behind it. "If this isn't a dream, then what is it?" "The last thing I remember." Her voice trailed off as she tried to make her mind reach beyond the great nothingness from which she had just emerged. "Ain. You? And that spirit ocean, but something we were leaving. And you came so very close." The white face of KOH disappeared in a blink of the surrounding bug flesh, replaced by a draconic visage that could have been the living battle mask of the Agni warrior himself. "But the Fire Lord outmaneuvered you once again, closing the path before you could fully return to the physical realm. You are still in the spirit world, if your lack of a heartbeat hasn't already made that clear." Yes, Mai remembered most of that. "That doesn't explain why I'm here, specifically. With you. I presume this is your home." That might be a word for it. The transition between worlds can be dangerous and chaotic, especially for one with no ability to navigate it. You could have wound up in some rather strange places, indeed, perhaps paying a toll with your memory or voice. "You're lucky I was there to dash." The draconic face smiled, revealing teeth that curved in a chaotic mix of directions. "Catch you?" "Yeah, lucky." Mai gave a low bow, and let all her feelings of sarcasm drain out of her thoughts, lest they reach her face or voice. "Thank you for your assistance. And for sheltering me while I recovered. But I've imposed on you for long enough." "Oh, it's not an imposition at all. I do so enjoy your company." A long tongue flopped out of the mouth to polish drool off the teeth. "But if you have a way back to your friends, then by all means, be on your way. I would hate to delay you when the Avatar is on such an important errand." Mai wanted, more than anything, to flee. This was a creature that had brought down a past Avatar, and she had nothing with which to fight it. No weapons, not if this was the spirit world. But this spirit liked to use helpfulness as bait. Mai would be risking herself to remain in its company, but where else could she go? You had been her previous guide through the spirit world, but now Mai was alone. She folded her hands in her sleeves and met KOH's gaze, resisting the urge to quirk an eyebrow. "That was a nice tease. Is there something you want to tell me about Ain, or are you going to make me work for it?" KOH laughed, a sound that had more than a little dragon growl to it, and then another blink of surrounding flesh replaced the inhuman face with that of an old man whose features were hidden by wiry gray hair. A beard fell to dangle to the floor. "You are so very different from the other people the Avatars have loved, refreshingly so. I cannot help but wonder why. Was it mere chance, just the right circumstances amidst the chaotic swirling of destinies? If you had met differently, would he have barely given you a second thought while pursuing one with a more fervent heart?" Mai ground her teeth together within her mouth, counting until she was sure she could speak without so much as tilting her head. If you want an answer in return for your help, I'm afraid I'm left in your debt. I don't know, and I couldn't care less. But I'm interested in what's going on at the North Pole right now. No, you're not. It took quite some time for your spirit to recover from your forced return. Koh idly swung around as if pacing on the shadows. The Avatar left the North Pole 3 days ago to chase Iroh. And he's going to be too late. What? Koh snapped around, grinning madly beneath the face's overwhelming beard. But Maya was already hiding her feelings again, thanks to instincts honed in the company of Princess Azula, or amidst rivals like the other weapons of the Fire Nation, and even at the gatherings her parents would host where ministers traded jokes about Zuko's banishment. She couldn't stop herself from feeling, but she had learned to strangle such things before they could show on her body. Traveling with Aang and all her friends had eroded that control, but she was still practiced enough to beat out a giant, arrogant bug. Mai said in her most bored tone, "How do you know that?" "I watch. How else could I do my job?" The face shifted again, the blink of an eye, all the transition between the bearded old man and a woman whose every contour was enhanced with green makeup that shimmered metallically even in this dim lighting. "Would you care to watch as well?" Mai nodded, swallowing all eagerness to sit heavy in her stomach. That's when 2 insectal legs snapped down to pierce her back, sharpened points bursting out through her chest, the tips dripping glowing blue light that faded to nothing before it could hit the ground. But there was no pain, just a shock that ran through her being in a manner very much like physical agony, and the difference was enough for her to suppress everything but a slight parting of her lips as she was lifted off the floor. Koh twisted to hang over her, the woman's emerald-brushed face filling her vision. "Follow my connections, Lady Caldera Mai. Trace the paths to every face worn by every living thing. They are my bequeathal, my windows to your world. Wear my faces and see." Mai could only feel the cold, hard legs angling through her non-body, but as that frigid feeling stretched through her, she realized that it wasn't an empty cold. It was a cold with depth, a cold so solid that it could be used as a bridge over the emptiness that filled most of the universe. Bridges back to the material world, bridges to new eyes, such as this one, to a man in a swamp whose name had become as interchangeable as the seasons, known more by his work and knowledge than any other form of identity. It was over a week ago that all of the Swambender's waterbending had ceased to function for exactly 1 hour and 44 minutes, and the man called, the Mechanisto, the Swamp, by his local patrons, of course, was ready to unveil the results of his latest experiment. As distressing as the loss of waterbending had been for his hosts, he'd found it inspirational, making him ponder the very nature of the element of water itself. He had started several different projects, put into action several different intriguing suppositions, but this was the first to bear fruit. He was sure his patrons would be most pleased. Most pleased. Ahem, he began. Thank you all for attending. Today, I will demonstrate something that will both expand the realm of human knowledge and provide a better way of life for us. I do not forget that I owe everything to you, the generous swamp benders, for offering my people, offering me, my son, and our friends, shelter after the loss of our homes. I have worked to repay your kindness by applying my mind and interests to our collective betterment, and today, if I may say, I believe I have developed my most impressive invention yet. On the other side of the village square, the gathered denizens of Foggy Swamp all stared at him. One tall, thin man wearing a pair of large as leaves, one on top of his head, the other elsewhere, said, "Hey, though, what all them words mean?" His shorter, plumper, equally clothing-challenged companion answered, "Well, he real happy to be here and thinks this thing goin' be pretty good." Nice. The Mechanist, as his patrons insisted on calling him, nodded his agreement and stepped over to his invention. If I may direct your attention, this is my revolutionary water filtration device. I have collected some of the local swamp water into this hollowed-out pumpkin, where it evaporates under the hot shine of the sun, fueling the transition from a liquid to gaseous state, a process known by many as evaporation. Left behind are what we will call impurities, for lack of a better term. His audience continued to stare. The Mechanist took that as a good sign and motioned to the large, curved leaves suspended over the pumpkin by a carefully constructed support system of sticks. The leaves were the same kind used by the locals, including, these days, the Mechanist and his fellow refugees, for hats and other clothing, broad and coated in a natural waterproof layer. The water vapor rises to be caught by the leaves, where they collect without being absorbed, undergoing condensation. The gas becomes a liquid again upon touching the cooler, shaded bottom of the leaves. The water droplets flow down the curve of the leaves, where they drip into the prepared, sanitized cups. And to demonstrate the results of the process, I have asked my own beloved son, Teo, to assist me. Hi, Dad. Teo, dressed like the swamp benders except for the goggles he wore atop his head, wheeled his assistive chair over to one of the cups and picked it up. He lifted it to his lips and drank down the contents without hesitation. When he was done, he lifted the cup and smiled. Clean water. The mechanist turned to his audience and waited for their reaction. They all stared at him. Then Tho said, "You took out all the flavor." The mechanist clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. That is an excellent point, and demonstrates why your perspective has been so helpful to my work. Yes, the impurities do include the minerals that provide natural water with its perceived flavor. Future versions of the filtration device may include cups that are prepared with beneficial additives to make the water more flavorful and healthier. But what I think is most important about today's demonstration is that we, my friends, have found a way to distill water to its primal, most elemental state. We have found a way to separate water from the other elements, so that we can perform further experiments on its nature without any other possible contamination. Perhaps the lack of waterbending we experienced almost a week ago might have been caused by the earth within the local water, and with this process, we will be able to determine that the next time we experience such troubles. And then, Du said, you can be fixing the problem. The mechanist nodded. It would be a good start. And so the gathered denizens of the foggy swamp began applauding. The gratifying moment was eclipsed, literally, by a shadow that passed over the clearing where the village stood. The mechanist looked up. His weather forecasts were not expecting clouds today. What could? His jaw dropped at the sheer size of the machinery that was passing through the air above the swamp canopy. Oh. Yes, that would indeed do it. The murmured confusion of the swamp benders was soon drowned out by the buzz of fast-moving propellers, backed up by a chorus of thrumming internal combustion engines. Oh, dear. The mechanist understood what was going on, now. The Fire Nation had found them. He turned back to his audience. And that must conclude today's symposium, as we seem to be under attack by the Fire Nation. I'll go investigate further, while everyone else should dash. But the swamp benders were already rushing out to defend their homes, scrambling out of the village to where their boats were pulled up on the spongy shores. Yes, they might not be the most sophisticated folk, but the mechanist had no complaints about the people who had chosen to give him shelter. And now it was time to help them fight their mutual enemy. As Teo rolled over to sound the danger horn to warn any of those who hadn't come to view the experiment, while Mechanist ran to the tallest tree on the village's border and followed the wooden ramp that spiraled up the trunk. At the top of the tree, above the canopy of the sprawling foggy swamp, he was able to get a good look at the flying colossus. 6 massive maroon balloons, similar to some ideas the Mechanist had toyed with before becoming diverted by the possibilities of fungal farms, but on far grander scale than he'd imagined, were sailing across the sky in 2 rows. Hanging from them was a mechanical vehicle of some kind that was as large as a Comet-class Fire Navy battleship, if the ship had been cut into segments and then folded up. And made from an especially reflective metal. Certainly, the center of the structure was similar to a conning tower, although the other segments had too many hinges to really resemble anything from even the most modern metal ships. Hinges. The Mechanist followed their patterns, and realized that they were joints. And if they unfolded, then the rest of the construct would extend outward like legs. 8 legs, 4 on each side. Ah! How efficient! The Fire Nation had taken a design already proven to work in nature, and applied it to this rather spectacular engineering effort. Just as certain spiders could fly through the air by creating webs that caught the wind, these balloons were carrying a spider-shaped machine as large as a warship. It had gone unnoticed because of the swamp's thick canopy blocking out the view of the sky, until it had flown right over the village. And it was on a direct course for the towering banyan grove tree at the very center of the swamp. Perhaps the Fire Nation was going to be more of a complication than he had been able to anticipate. The cold grew within my but it had nothing to do with the long bug legs spearing her chest and suspending her above the floor. She was there, in that swamp, connected to the weird inventor and his crippled son and the waterbenders, living amidst the ancient soggy trees, but she was also here in the spirit world. Is this what it was like to be a creature such as Koh? And where was Aang? Were all those people about to be slaughtered? Yes, cooed Koh, it's starting to get interesting now, isn't it? Interesting was one word for what was about to happen. War was another. Mai had missed the first one, not being alive for most of it and having it end before she was old enough to be married. Had the Fire Lord not already been making plans for the return of Sozin's comet, perhaps her designation as a weapon of the Fire Nation could have gotten her deployed in some capacity, but she'd lucked out there. For a certain definition of luck. And now it seemed that she would be missing the sequel, too. The armed forces of the Fire Nation were violently seizing control of a part of the Earth Kingdom, and anyone who stood in their way would die. Would Mai be standing in that way, if she was there? Aang would, as well as all her friends. Even Sokka. Mai would certainly stand to fight with and protect the people who she had traveled with, lived with, grown with, but strangers? Perhaps not. But she didn't see the world in terms of colors on a map. She had come to believe that the Fire Nation was corrupt because it had nearly killed Ty Lee, and set Zuko against Aang. She knew it would continue to damage the world because Iroh was now running it. And she wanted to fix the world to make it better for the people like Aang and Ty Lee and Sokka and Tom Tom and too many others. She wanted to create the world that they believed in. And, fortunately, someone else would be taking up that fight. The coldness emanating from the glowing wounds in her chest intensified, pushing the coldness all the way up to the back of her throat. It was a coldness full of life, somehow, full of people she knew she could rely on. Full of connections that led her back to the swamp. Connections to friends. Friends who might be about to die. Zuko never thought he'd see anything more intimidating than a monster made of all the ash of the ruins of Ba Sing Se. That creature had loomed so high that even the sky seemed small in comparison. In terms of sheer size, nothing could ever possibly beat it, and so surely there was nothing that could rival it in its terrifying impressiveness. And yet he couldn't tear his eye away from the sight of the massive machine in the air above his head. It reminded him of a floating lantern, like the army would sometimes use for long-distance signaling, but there was no candle heating the air. It hung in the sky in a way that just seemed unnatural. And this machine was merely as large as the Royal Fire Palace, but something about it flying made it scary in a whole new way. Were there a bunch of those things in the Fire Nation? King Toph asked after he described it, clutching his arm to keep steady on the deck of the boat they were sharing, and no one ever mentioned them to me. Nope. Zuko continued to stare up at it. I've never seen anything like it before. But his gaze was pulled away when Toph turned, not letting go of his arm, and aimed her sightless gaze in the general direction of the woman standing at the rear of their boat. Madajai, you still there? I feel your breeze. Sister Madajai, in the white and gold robes of her order of nuns, didn't pause the airbending forms that were propelling their boat through the swamp. I am, Your Majesty. I assume you would like me to investigate the flying machine. King Toph nodded. Take a few of the other nuns, too. Hot stuff here sounds pretty freaked out, so I'm betting that there's going to be some nasty surprises waiting up there for you. But first get us to where the rest of the Fire Nation force is. It sounds like my kind of business. Madajai moved her body through a motion that almost could have been a fairly inefficient way to summon fire, but it was a wind that stank of rotting swamp vegetation that sped the boat along. Will you need our help with the fighting? My sisters and I aren't warriors, but we will assist in what ways we can. Toph grinned and waved a dismissive hand. Nah, it's just going to be a war. I've been waiting for this for a while. You go have your fun with the flying machine of death. And with that, the boat ran aground on a slick muddy shore. Toph immediately let go of Zuko's arm and leaped down. Her feet were the first to touch down on the slop, but she wasn't alone for long. Other boats, some bigger, some smaller, some no more than a repurposed barn wall and others reliable vessels borrowed from the fishermen of the Earth Kingdom coasts, all propelled by an airbender nun under the leadership of Mother Malu, emerged from the twisted waterways of the foggy swamp and beached themselves. And each boat brought with it a portion of Earth King Toph's rebel army. Zuko climbed down from his boat and made his way through the ranks of soldiers, warriors, and goons. He passed by earthbenders with bare feet and escaped Southern Water Tribe slaves in waterproof boots. He caught sight of the swarm of airbender nuns riding the winds with gliding sheets, moving towards the floating machine with the emblem of the Fire Nation on it. It had been that flying machine that had tipped them all off to the activity here in the swamp. Zuko still didn't know exactly what his uncle had planned, but it had been clear to Toph that it was time for them to act. They'd made their way through the bugs to intercept the floating machine's path, and found that it had brought war with it. A war, that if Zuko had his way, he wouldn't fight. He made his way to a tall tree at the edge of the shore with a wooden walkway built into the trunk. He didn't go all the way up, just about halfway. That was enough to see the full battle that was underway. This seemed to be one of the larger landmasses in the swamp, boasting a whole village near one of the shores, but there was still plenty of the room for the battle that was already raging. Firebenders and other soldiers of the Fire Army were engaged with what seemed to be a local force consisting of men and women in clothes made out of leaves. Flames bloomed in the chaos, arrows arced up and down, and swords and spears were raised up violence as the invaders attacked without mercy. New kinds of boats, metal, with what seemed to be a giant motorized propeller on the back that served the same function as the airbender nuns in Topha's makeshift fleet, raced up and down the waters next to the village, bringing more soldiers in red and black armor. There seemed to be no end to the invaders. But, to Zuko's surprise, the locals were defending themselves with some success. It turned out that they were waterbenders. And joining them were the earthbenders of Topha's rebel movement, as well as warriors from all over the world, former slaves from the Southern Water Tribe, natives of the Earth Kingdom, defectors from the colonies or the Fire Nation itself. The new airbenders were in the sky making their own contribution to the situation. It was as if the whole world had united against Uncle Iroh and those who served him. Zuko had pledged to merely witness, to not go into battle with the last of his family. His father had taken his eye, his mother had murdered his father in retaliation and then took her own life when her deceptions collapsed around her. Azula had gone catatonic, before disappearing without a trace. And then there was that dream he had about her. Would he be able to keep his promise? Would Topha's forces be enough to save him from making himself the last of his family? The wooden walkway shook in time with footsteps, and a man came down around the curve of the ramp to join Zuko near the railing. He was an older man, with dark wild hair that seemed to be missing in both natural and flame-singed patches. A bushy beard and mustache seemed to try to make up for rest of the hair, but any dignity it might have imparted was ruined by the patchwork nature of the man's clothes. Nevertheless, it was with a cultured voice that the man said, "Ah, it seems that another army has arrived. I have to say, if I knew we'd be hosting a full battle, I would have devoted more of my efforts to defensive measures and less to elemental theory." "Sorry," was all Zuko could think to say. "Quite all right, young man. You weren't to know." The man scratched at his beard. "I'm called the Mechanist. I take it you're with the side currently fighting the Fire Nation." "Close enough." Zuko closed his single eye. "The Fire Lord is endangering the world, and we're trying to stop him." "Indeed? And what does the Fire Lord want with Foggy Swamp?" Zuko opened his eye and shrugged. "That's what the Avatar was going to try to find out, but we haven't heard from him lately. This might all be because he failed." "I see." The Mechanist turned away from the view of the battle and pointed up to the strange machine floating onward. "Well, based on what I've observed, the objective is to bring that device over to the banyan grove tree at the swamp's center. It's on a direct path." Zuko squinted against the sun, and sure enough, a large dome of vegetation that could have been a tree rose up in the distance of the flyer's slow path. "Why? Your guess is as good as mine." The Mechanist clasped his hands behind his back. "After all, I've only dabbled in botany, so although I've been informed that the swamp is actually a giant, interconnected plant organism with the tree as its central node, I haven't done much exploration of the practical possibilities. Additionally, I'm not a spiritualist, so despite Hugh's claims that the tree and the swamp have a will and intelligence manifesting as supernatural phenomena, I haven't been able to design any conclusive tests to determine the truth of the matter." "Yes, I expect you know as much about it as I do." Zuko's stomach flipped. "A spirit swamp of unknown scale and power? What are you doing, Uncle?" He turned to the mechanist. Can you take me to this tree? And where was the Avatar when they needed him? Chapter 78, Time is an Illusion. Aang looked up at the setting sun and could feel that, somewhere, he was desperately needed. But also knew that he was too late. It was a feeling that reached past the soothing nature of the paradise around him, the river and lush grass banks and the rising mountains in the distance and the pale rocks that glowed golden in the sunset. Even though he'd spent the day just sitting on Appa's head with reins in hand, he felt as exhausted his buddy must be after flying south all night and day again. Aang couldn't even do more than nod as Sokka organized sleeping shifts so that someone would always be awake to prod everyone else as soon as Appa was rested enough to get going again. When Momo crawled up Aang's robes and motioned for a feeding, Aang just passed on his bag of dried fruit and didn't even make the lemur play some games for it. It was like he had never fully returned from the spirit world, back at the North Pole. Just like Mai, still trapped there. And the swamp where Fire Lord Iroh might already be ruining the whole world was still a day's flight away. Aang had to assume that Iroh, with his flying machine, was outpacing a sky bison. Appa was a good friend and the best flyer around, but this last year had been hard on the big guy. He'd been shot with lightning back in the spring by Princess Azula, and never really recovered his old speed and endurance. Over the last few days, he'd been forced to fly all the way down from the North Pole as fast as he could go. Appa had been slowing up more and more, and even if they arrived at Foggy Swamp tomorrow, he probably wouldn't be able to help with any fighting. And they hadn't encountered Iroh on their journey south. That didn't definitely mean he was ahead of them, he could have just been on a different path. But Aang knew, in his heart of hearts, that the Fire Lord was approaching the swamp. Something in his spirit could feel the danger. If Aang couldn't catch up with Iroh, he wouldn't be able to save anyone. There was no telling what would happen to the world if Iroh tried his weird plan to harness a spiritual nexus. An unfortunate part of Aang hoped that Iroh would learn a lesson about sticking his hand into a fire, at the very least, and Aang would definitely miss his best chance to retrieve Mai from the spirit world. He sighed and sat down on the riverbank near where Appa was settling into sleep. Ty Lee already had a campfire going, and Sokka and Katara were working on yet another quick dinner of jerky seaweed stew. Momo was probably off hunting bugs somewhere. And the Avatar had nothing to do but think about how he was late for saving the world again. He had already been 101 years too late to keep the Fire Nation from destroying the world's balance. The oppressed nations, the spiritual disturbances, the Ashlands, all of it was the result of Aang's first big failure. Now, he had a chance to keep things from getting worse, a chance to at least save the girl he loved from a fate worse than death, and again he couldn't manage to be where needed to be when he needed to be there. Maybe he should take his glider and just go on alone, all through the night. It would be slower than Appa, and he'd have to sustain his speed with his airbending the whole time, but maybe by setting out now he'd be able to shave an hour or so off the trip. He might be exhausted when he arrived, but maybe he'd get there ahead by a few minutes. And those minutes might count. Seconds could count. By resting for the coming fight, was he betraying his duty? He was so distracted by his worries that he almost missed the body floating face down in the river, moving with the current. When he saw it, he screamed. The body twitched and suddenly sank into the water. By the time his friends ran over, everything was perfectly normal again. Sokka held his boomerang in one hand and a knife in the other. What? What's going on? Did Momo hack up a hairball again? That's when the mud of the riverbank rose up in the shape of a man, the same shape as the body that had been in the river. Aang pointed. That's what's wrong. Ty Lee nodded. That's worth screaming over. Then she screamed, too, startling Katara. The man made of mud opened his eyes. They were green and lopsided, one wide and staring, the other narrow and calculating. What's with all the noise? Can't a geezer take an epic journey face down in a river without people screaming at him? No one has any sense of decorum anymore. Then he cackled and finished it up with a wet snort. Ty Lee screamed again. Aang wished he could join her. This looked weird, and he was getting tired of that kind of thing. It turned out that traversing a swamp without a boat was harder than it looked. The ground would often turn out not to be ground at all, which Zuko considered to be more than a little dishonorable. He jogged along what was either a massive low-hanging tree branch or a huge up-reaching tree root, right behind the so-called mechanist of the well named, Foggy Swamp. How much further is this banyan grove tree? He couldn't see very far ahead in the fog and gloom, with the forest canopy completely blocking out the sky. He also couldn't see where Uncle Iroha's floating spider machine might be. It could have reached the big tree already, or he might have overtaken it without noticing. He couldn't even tell how long he'd been traveling, but it had to have at least been an hour. It was hard to fight without an enemy in sight. We don't measure travel by distance, here in the swamp. We use time. The mechanist gingerly stepped off the branch root thing and onto a patch of wet grass that rose up from the water. And the time will depend on when we meet Hugh. Without him, it might be another few hours of travel. Zuko followed, and held back a grimace at the muddy squelch his boots made as they sank into the ground. He wondered how King Toph and her rebels were doing against the Fire Army. Had they won, and Zuko was doing this for nothing? Or could they already be defeated, and Zuko was the only left to oppose his uncle? Did he oppose Uncle Iroh? He still didn't know what the man was planning, or what exactly a giant mechanical spider was supposed to do here in a swampy spirit nexus. The flying bugs that had been flitting around Zuko's head through this whole journey must have taken his paws as a sign of weakness, as they started swooping in at his face. He shut his good eye and swatted at them, feeling some disturbingly large impacts. Hopefully that would chase the disgusting things away. He opened his eye again, ready to continue his journey into this heart of gloom. And stepped back when he found a lumbering green monster of sinew and shadow rising up from the swamp water to glare at him with a dead face. "Ah, Hugh," the mechanist said. "I'm so glad we found you." Hugh. The mechanist's sage friend was a monster. Or was it a spirit, a non-corporeal form given to the life force of the swamp itself? Zuko prepared to bow in supplication. And then the sinews parted like the vines that hung from the trees here, and Zuko realized that they were vines. From the shadows within the monster's body, a portly man stepped out onto the grass wearing nothing but short pants made of leaves. He scratched at his beard as he looked at the mechanist, and then Zuko. This wouldn't have anything to do with the big machine thing flying towards the banyan grove tree, he drawled, would it? Okay. Unexpected, but Zuko could work with this. We need to get there. My uncle the Fire Lord the Fire Nation is invading the swamp. I don't know what they're planning with the tree, but I need to find out. Hugh nodded. So you would be Prince Zuko, then? Zuko's jaw dropped. You've heard of me? No, I met you, the other day. You looked older, but there aren't many one-eyed men with that pouty regal look. Hugh shifted into a water-bending stance, and the vines that made up his monster costume flowed into something like a platform. Hop on. I can get you to the tree faster than that flying machine. Zuko was too confused to move until the mechanist gave a little hop to land on the vine vehicle, and then he followed quickly while still trying to figure out where he could have met Hugh before. Certainly, the man seemed memorable. Hugh leaned forward and waved his arms out like he was swimming through the air, and the vines beneath them pulsed and surged through the water as though pushed. The platform remained stable, and Zuko realized what the mechanist meant about Hugh being able to quicken their traveling pace. But how could he have met this swampy waterbender before? Zuko shook his head. I give up. Where could we have met? I only just got to the swamp a few days ago, and I was with Topha's people the whole time. Hugh chuckled. Oh, we didn't meet physically. Not at that point in time, anyway. The swamp is a network of connections, branches, and roots intertwining and becoming one over time. It's all one big living organism. And so's the rest of the world, if you think about. You're Fire Nation, and I live in this swamp, and your friends and allies come from all over, but we're still all connected. Even when we haven't met yet, we're connected through the time when we will meet. Oh, great. This guy was a mystic. Zuko never knew what those people were talking about. That's nice. But how did you know who I am? Well, in most places, those connections are as easy to see as friendship and family, love, or hate, feelings and thoughts. Hugh continued his water-bending forms as he spoke, carrying them through the swamp as quick as a dream. It's invisible to the eyes, even if it's something we feel. The mechanist raised a finger. Theoretical connections, then. Sure. But here in the swamp it's a special place. Lots of life here, free to grow and find its own balance without worrying about thinking. And so sometimes folks see those connections. Visions of people we've lost, people we loved, folks we think are gone. Zuko blinked. You're saying you had a vision of the future? Of me? Hugh grinned. Time is an illusion, and so is separation. Zuko wasn't sure he actually believed this. But Uncle wanted something here in this swamp. Perhaps he wanted to affect the past in some way? Was that even possible? Zuko sighed. This sounds like Avatar stuff. He was starting to hate Avatar stuff. Toph wasn't sure what she hated more, war, or this soggy fuzzy swamp. She'd long thought that her grand uprising, the day when her forces would finally fight back against the Fire Nation for the first time since the return of Sozin's comet, would be quick and bloody and effective. She'd imagined lightning strikes that would break Fire Nation supply lines, hardened populaces that would suddenly revolt with secretly acquired weapons, captured tanks that would infiltrate the enemy lines and take out commanders before anyone knew what was going on. All of it would be firmly unfair in the Earth Kingdom's favor, because only chumps fought fair. It wouldn't so much be a war as a countrywide string of assassinations. But this wasn't that. Toph pressed her feet deeper into the muddy, sloppy, moldy ground of this patch of the swamp and extended her senses through her earth-bending, trying to sense the movement she could hear around her. There were screams and shouts, boots splashing through water and bare feet slapping on mud, the roaring of fire bending and the swooshing of water bending. Trees creaked as they were brought down and engine-driven machines thrummed like massive metal insects. Through it all, the swamp beneath Toph's feet reverberated with activity, but it was distributed and indistinct, not the sharp telltale shapes that she was used to. Her usual level of earth-bending precision was impossible, in this waterlogged pit of despair. She was lost in a storm of war. From somewhere near her, Bato of the Southern Water Tribe called out, "The Swamp Bender village is burning down." Toph decided to be the leader the situation demanded. "So get the Swamp Benders to put out the fires, smart guy," she called back. "They're waterbenders." "Hello. And there aren't any of them near us right now," Bato growled back. "They're helping our people spread out through the swamp. We need to get their women and children to safety for them. They trusted us." Well, how was Toph supposed to know that the Swamp Benders were all away? She hadn't given any orders like that. She'd been busy at the time getting Mother Malu's report on the big flying thing. Probably. There was a lot of stuff going on in this war, and Toph had been forced to delegate a bit. She was going to have to get used to that if she was going to rule the largest landmass in the entire world. Fine. Bato, gather up your distant kinfolk or whatever. Anyone here have eyes that work and isn't busy defending us from evil firebenders? Toph put her hands on her hips and stood tall, projecting as much kingliness as she could. Came a young voice, "I'm a runner but don't have any messages to pass on right now. My name is Ohav Dash." "Great, Olive," Toph cut the kid off. She didn't have time for introductions. "Which way is our best bet to get the non-combatants to safety?" That way we'll get everyone out behind our better defensive lines, but the bridge is on fire and without it we'll all get stuck in the mud." Dash. "Mud? No problem." Toph stretched her limbs. "Now, which way is that way you mentioned? I can't sense pointing arms in this slog." The kid Olive, or whatever, grabbed Toph by the shoulders and turned her in the right direction. By the time they worked out where the bridge and the mud were, a steady thrum of reverberations signaled Bato's arrival with the evacuees. She was able to make out voices of higher pitch, shouting words like "help" and "please" and "our homes are on fire, oh no, oh no, oh no." These must be the women and children stories always went on about protecting. Toph wasn't sure why these women and children couldn't fight, but whatever. Maybe none of them were benders. Toph went out in front of the group, coasting along on a wave of mud with the runner kid hanging onto her. "There," he barked. "We're at the bridge. It's almost completely burned. It'll never hold." Toph nodded. She didn't actually care about whether anyone could cross the bridge. She just needed its shape. She was going to make her own. She brought her personal mudslide to a stop, pushed Olive, or whatever, off of her waist, and sank into a low horse stance. She shoved both of her fists towards the ground, taking control of the soupy mud beneath the bridge. It was heavier than she was used to, but she knew that wasn't because of any real weight. It was the water that was mixed with the dirt, the same thing that was keeping her from fully sensing her surroundings. As she raised her arms, holding on to her spiritual grip on the earth within the mud, that water tried to resist her, tried to pull everything back where it was supposed to be according to gravity. Toph ignored that water. It could come along for the ride if it wanted, but she wasn't going to stay here hanging out with it. And gravity could get stuffed. Because even if she couldn't be precise here, she was still powerful. And so the mud rose to cover the bridge, a geyser that put the fires out and covered all the paths and supports. Some of it broke under the weight of the mud, but that was fine. She rose from her horse stance and brought her arms in towards her body, tensing her muscles and letting out all the breath in her lungs. The mud didn't move, but it started to compact, the earth pressing together to tighten and harden and force out all the water within. As the mud solidified into dirt and stone, the coating all over the bridge became the bridge. The burned wood was now simply the inner core of a solid earth-bending bridge. "Let's go," Toph called back to her evacuees. She held her position as Bato led them all past her, adding her strength to the bridge. She hadn't had the time to make a really reliable structure, so better safe than sorry. She could feel the vague reverberations through the soggy ground, amidst explosions, and the cries of people burning to death in the distance and clangs of metal, and wished for everyone to hurry up. She was absolutely positive that she could hold everything up long enough, but who knew when the lines of battle would change and firebenders would be all up in her business. That would be annoying. Amazingly, it wasn't firebenders who eventually got her. "The last two are on the bridge," the runner kid said from somewhere on her left. "Two ladies who are, with child. They're a little slow." Yeah, give them my congratulations." Toph clenched her jaw as she shifted her position to ease the strain on her muscles. The bridge wouldn't need as much strength if there were only two people crossing it now. And then she felt the ground move in a way that it shouldn't, a way that didn't match this type of landscape at all, a way that had human intelligence behind it. An earthbender. Hey, reinforcements. Nice. Then a good-sized chunk of hardened clay slammed into her stomach. Toph's breath burst out of her and she folded up around the projectile, but she didn't fall. Instead, she told the pain in her middle to go take a hike, and focused on keeping upright. She sank her fingers into the clay boulder, and went into a low stance that let her take on its full weight. Then threw the thing back with all her earth-bending strength. Amazingly, she didn't hear anyone give a surprised death cry. "Did I hit him? What's going on?" The pregnant ladies, Ohav gasped. "The bridge is coming apart." "Great." Toph swung and reached out to the mud again, telling it that now was not a good time to lie down. "Suck it up and stay solid, you good-for-nothing ex-mud." "Get them across," Toph bit out, "even if you need to carry them." She heard Ohav's running more than felt it, on this soggy ground. At least the kid knew how to take orders. The problem was that she couldn't be sure that he knew how to complete orders. How long would it take him to get a pair of mothers to be across her mud bridge? How long would she have to hold it up? As she wondered, she felt the ground shift again like it did before, and she tensed for another battering. Then the ground beneath her opened up, leaving her free falling, and when she reached out to pull the dirt walls to come to her aid, the earth resisted her. Because she was fighting another earthbender, and he wasn't distracted by having to save anyone. She slammed to the ground with a suddenness that drove fear into her heart, because the impact was both unexpected and not hard enough to let her sense her opponent. She was at a major disadvantage, simply because she was her, and that hurt more than any injury. And then the mud fell in around her, trying to bury her, or maybe drown her, and when she pushed at it, it pushed back. She put all her strength into it, sure that she was the most powerful earthbender in the world, and in a pushing match she had to be able to beat anyone. Right? But the mud pushed in from behind her as well, and the sides, and she was surrounded by enemy earthbenders. What? But she didn't stop pushing. Even when it flowed down over her head and buried her. All her sense went as dark as her sight. But then the mud became lighter, moving more easily according to her will. She kept up her pushing, creating a bubble of dirt filled with water, and she felt the water moving away from her, too. Either she'd somehow just become the Avatar, or some help had arrived. The water surged upward, punching a hole in the makeshift tomb that had been constructed around her, letting in a flow of air. Along with it came the impact of a heavy pair of boots that even she could sense, and strong arms scooped her up. In that grip, she could recognize the heartbeat of her helper, and relaxed as Bato of the Southern Water Tribe leaped up out of the hole and ran with her over her bridge. As they passed across the hardened mud, she focused on her earth bending, and sensed the vibration of two swamp benders running alongside Bato. A whole rescue team just for her. Toph deigned to let Bato carry her royal person. Thanks. What was that all about? I don't know. She could hear the stress in his voice. The Fire Nation just got reinforcements. Warriors in robes of blue and white, and not in any style that belongs to the water tribes. Earthbenders and waterbenders and plenty of firebenders, not to mention how good some of them are with weapons. Anyone you know? Toph didn't say anything. Better for a king to remain silent than admit complete ignorance. Aang wasn't sure what to do when the mud-covered weird guy slopped over to their campsite and began poking around. Air nomads believed in friendliness and hospitality, but this was really creepy. Sokka leaned over and whispered, "Should I attack him?" Katara slapped Sokka's shoulder. "He's a confused old man. We aren't attacking him." Aang nodded. "Katara's right. We should probably help him. I think. And Ty Lee should be the one to do it." But Ty Lee took a step backwards and raised her hands. "Nope, not me, not doing it." Katara came over and put an arm around Ty Lee's shoulders. "Come on, he can't be that dangerous. Not to someone like you. And you're so good at charming people." PFFFF. Ty Lee leaned her head against Katara's. "His aura is silver, Katara, and normally I'd be asking him to show me the path to enlightenment, but he also has these flashes of dark reds and black. I'm not going near that mix. None of us should." Sokka raised his boomerang. "So, we attack?" "Normally, I'd be against listening to aura-based advice, but I like the idea of attacking the inconvenient weirdo." Aang sighed. "I'll go talk to him." He went over to the camp, where the mud-covered man was having what looked like a staring contest with Momo. Hi. I'm Aang. The Avatar. Do you need help or dash?" The weird guy swung to stare into Aang's eyes from a very uncomfortably close angle. "I don't need help. Keep it straight, Sonny. I'm the Mud Man, and I'm the wise but slightly disturbed mentor figure who sometimes loses students in ashlands and tells Grand Lotuses to go jump off a cliff. You're the young chosen one in need of help. Right?" Aang backed away using only the power of his toes. "Good to know." Reinforcements arrived in the form of Katara, who held up her hands and stepped in front of Aang. "Do you at least need help cleaning yourself off, sir?" "The river is right dash. Clean my mud off." "What are you children trying to do, kill me?" The mud man sat down on the ground next to Momo, who took that opportunity to scamper off like Sokka had stepped on his tail, again. "I might as well cut my own ears off and serve them in dumplings." "Ear dumplings, chewy and waxy and full of flavor." "No, I need my mud. Otherwise, I won't be able to get updates from the tree, and we're just getting to the good part of the story." Katara looked back at Aang, her wide eyes delivering a stirring recitation on the critical need for compassion in elder care but also an admission that she was starting to get a little freaked out. Aang put on a polite smile and stepped forward again. "Okay, we'll leave your mud. We wouldn't want the tree to get lonely, right?" The mud man snorted. "Oh, it won't be lonely. Prince Zuko is already on his way, and the big metal spider is about to bring a real party. No, I just want to know who's going to win. It's the best story I've heard since the one about the princess who was someone else who didn't exist." Aang realized that his jaw had dropped. Zuko? The platinum spider. And did that mean that the tree was the one at the center of the swamp that Sokka said Iroh was targeting? How did? The mud man gave a grin that was only partially insane. "Everything is connected, Avatar. I would have expected you to know that. Whether it's through mud or friendship or even time itself." All of the sudden, he was standing again, pushing past Katara to get right into Aang's face. "And you young man, are going to be late. Aang looked at Katara, but she just shook her head at him, clearly as overwhelmed as he was. He looked to Sokka, who just raised his boomerang again in a useless suggestion. Why had they even let him keep that thing? And Ty Lee was cowering behind Sokka. Ty Lee had said that the Mud Man's aura was silver, that he was on the path to enlightenment. And he knew about Zuko, the platinum spider, and that Aang wouldn't get to the swamp in time. Was this a trick? Or? Aang bowed his head. I'm sorry. We've been going as fast as we can, but things kind of got away from us. The Mud Man slowly leaned backwards until he toppled to the ground, but he transformed the moment of impact into a roll that left him sitting in front of the campfire. Yes, I know how that can be. A century can go by, in the blink of a rooster pig's eye, and then all we can do is die. Also, fly, pie, sigh, and why. Heh, I love rhyming. He snorted. Well, you might be sorry, but you're still late. The only way you could possibly do your job properly, Avatar, is if you reached back through the past to harvest the goodness you've seeded across the world. Hua Ying shook his head. Okay, well, I'm also interested in knowing more about the tree, so if you could explain about that dash. Oh, very well, I'll teach you how to reach beyond the veil of time with your avatar powers. The Mud Man blinked. Wait, that wasn't what you were going to ask, was it? Oh, phooey, I messed this up. Let me go back into the river and we can try this again. I knew I should have just floated along until I reached Foggy Swamp. He got up and began skipping, and oozing, his way towards the river. Aang reached out to him with a hand. Was it possible that the Mud Man actually knew what he was talking about? And something about him was so familiar, too. Sokka grabbed Aang by the wrist before he could reach the Mud Man. You're not actually taking this nut job seriously, are you? Offering strange new powers that defy the laws of science is how they get you. Everyone knows that. Aang was about to object, because more and more he was getting a feeling about the Mud Man, but then he realized that the pop-eyed, mud-covered visage of the man himself was leaning right into the space between him and Sokka. Both boys shrieked and jumped back. The Mud Man cackled. Well, you convinced me. I'll teach you the secrets of time-bending. His laughter abruptly cut off and he sidled over to Katara, stage whispering to her, actually, I was going to do it, anyway. I'm kind of on your side already, and the mud knew you'd be stopping by here. But don't tell anyone I said that. I have a reputation to maintain. The Mud Man hopped back over to the campfire and raised his arms dramatically. Now I shall reveal secrets that have been remembered only by the mountains themselves, secrets lost since before the first avatar rose up to cleave the world. He slumped and pointed an arm off to the side. And to do it I'm going to need that thing. Aang looked. The Mud Man was pointing at Momo. Momo's ears flattened as he tilted his head. Zuko had to admit, it was the biggest tree he'd ever seen. Its trunk might have filled the whole royal caldera. Too bad he was seeing such immensity by the light of the fires of warfare. After a long stretch of travel that had been even smoother than a carriage ride, Hugh the Swambender's walking platform of vines rose upward in a burst that took them straight into the canopy. Leaves and branches slapped at Zuko, but before he could so much as hiss in discomfort, they were clear of the foliage and the fog and the bugs, rising in the light of the moon and the stars. What had to be the banyan grove tree rose up in front of him, blocking out so much of the sky. And above it, the flying mechanical spider obscured the rest. And it looked like a spider, now. The sides had extended and opened to dangle above the tree, the tips coming to sharpened points that looked like needles from this distance but had to be as wide as a rhino even near the end. Flames glowed beneath the balloons that kept the thing aloft, and plumes of fire shot out randomly for reasons Zuko couldn't discern. Could the machinery be malfunctioning? No, wait. There were shadows flitting around the balloons and the spider. The flames were from firebenders keeping attackers away. As Zuko watched, several of the shadows drew fire and moved towards the south. He immediately looked to north, and sure enough, another shadow was moving against the backdrop of the cosmos above. It seemed to contract in shape for a moment, then expanded into something like the shape of a bird. No, not a bird. Zuko squinted his good eye. The balloons moved and contracted on the north side as if battered by something, and the whole spider drifted as the leaves of the trees below fluttered in the same direction. Airbenders! The airbender nuns were attacking the spider. The spider continued to drift so that it was no longer directly over the trunk of the tree. In the light of its torches, Zuko saw massive fans turn and push the whole thing on a curve that would eventually take it back to its original position. Next to Zuko, the machinist said, "Ah. The placement needs to be precise. And if it isn't in the right position, it can't land. Perhaps there's a balance issue? Although I still can't fathom the purpose behind all of this." Hugh grunted. "All I know is that I have to protect the tree. Join in or not, but I need to dash." "Take me up there," Zuko interrupted. He pointed to the mechanical spider dangling from the balloons. "I have to know what's going on. And it might be the only way to stop all this without anyone getting hurt." Hugh looked at him, expression not giving anything away, and then nodded. "What about you, mechanist? You sticking around?" "Ah, perhaps my expertise can be of use, and of course I want to help defend my home. Also, my lack of skill in personal defense leaves me requiring your assistance, if you would be so kind, in protecting my dash." And that's when Hugh sank into a low stance, raised his arms, and pushed towards the sky. The vines beneath them tightened and rose. No, jumped. And it was all Zuko could do to keep his balance as the legs of the platform swung up to become tentacle-like arms that grasped the branches of the banyan grove tree and began climbing its way into the night. As they passed into the thick canopy of the tree, thicker even than that of the whole swamp around it, they were covered in darkness deeper than the night itself. Zuko thought about raising a flame, but decided against it. He didn't need to see right now, and didn't want to distract Hugh. Soon enough, they burst through the top layer of branches and back into the light of the stars and the moon and the flames. Zuko could see the airbender nuns clearly now, their white and gold robes glowing a bit in the moonlight, but they became blurs as the vine crawler began grappling its way up one of the legs of the spider. Hugh was moving his arms in time with the vine tentacles, and despite his pudgy build, he didn't seem at all winded by the activity. Then they were pulled up over a railing onto something like the deck of a navy ship, the central body of the spider form. Before Hugh settled, Zuko leaped forward, kicking flames in one direction even as he punched a fireball in the other, knocking two nearby soldiers off their feet. He landed between the pair of groaning bodies in a crouch, quickly orienting himself. He recognized something, a short distance away, like a command tower from a battleship. That seemed like the best start. He moved forward, Hugh and the machinist following him. A shadow passed in front of Zuko. Faster than he could react. Something hard jabbed into one shoulder. Then the other. Pain exploded where he was struck, traveling up and down his arms. And then they both flopped down to hang useless at his sides. He tried to raise his arms again, but they didn't respond. There was only a cold tingling and lingering itchiness. No. No. He tried to will some life back into his arms, to channel his inner fire into heat and light and fight, but they wouldn't obey. He heard Hugh grunting in pain and turned to help, somehow, but the shadow moved away again and Hugh sagged to the ground bonelessly. There were only two people he knew who could do such a thing. Ty Lee was one, and she was supposed to be with Aang. The other. Prince Zuko. Zuko turned as the shadow finally stood still, and his eye was able to resolve the figure's features in the moonlight. Bang Fei, former weapon of the Fire Nation, stood in a fighting stance. He was, oddly enough, wearing robes of blue and white, with a mantle on his shoulders decorated like a white lotus tile. Zuko didn't recognize the uniform, but knew that anything having to do with Pai Sho must belong to Uncle. What's going on here? What is this machine? Something wonderful. Bang Fei actually smiled as he folded his hands together. The Fire Lord has found a way to set the world right. No more death, no more imbalance. This machine will allow him to touch the flow of energy throughout the entire world and fix it. It was what every decent person could ever want to hear. Zuko distrusted it immediately. Then why fight a war for it? Not everyone is enlightened enough to accept the Fire Lord's word. The locals would oppose anyone who sought to exploit their swamp, and the Earth rebels are mired in the Avatar's misunderstandings. Bang Fei shook his head and sighed. I hate that more people have to suffer, but this time it's for a reason. A war to really end all wars. Zuko snorted, even as he tried to will some life back into his hands. If he could just keep this idiot talking, what makes this one so different? My grandfather said the 100-Year War would do the same thing. It's why I went to BA Sing Se with my father. And something made him add, my eye wasn't the only thing I lost there, but it took me a long time to realize it. Because, Bang Fei replied, his own pair of eyes shining in the starlight, people will never want to stop fighting. They'll always be flawed, disgusting warmongers. Death is a part of them of us. To change, we need to take it away. Zuko shook his head and opened his mouth as if to disagree and leaped up and kicked out and summoned his fire. Bang Fei ducked under the flame, under the kick, and jabbed a pair of fingers into Zuko's extended leg right under the knee. When Zuko landed, his leg gave out under him, sending him crashing to the deck. Bang Fei loomed over him. We have no prison on board, but I'm sure your uncle would want you to live. We'll have to find a way to keep you out of harm's way. And then he jabbed Zuko in the neck, taking away the light of the moon and the stars and the flames of war. Mai wore many faces, as she observed the physical world through Koh's power. She had no control over who she became and no access to anyone's thoughts but her own. She didn't even know if Koh was controlling all of that or if it was simply the nature of this power. She also didn't like how her spirit self was hanging, speared through the chest, from Koh's insectal legs in the center of the creature's domain. All in all, it was almost as bad as one of Mother's dinner parties. Aang is trying to get there, she managed to gasp in between spying sessions. It was disorienting, having her existence brush up against the life energy of other people so directly, connecting with them and sharing their lives for a few minutes here and there. Sometimes, she came back to this cave and had forgotten who she really was for a moment or two. But her face was trained not to move without her permission, so she was safe enough from Koh. You can't punish him for trying. Can't I? Koh's legs lifted, raising Mai's skewered form further up into the gloom of this cave-like pit. She was tilted until she was splayed out horizontally, limbs hanging lifelessly. Without her knives, she didn't have much use for them right now. Koh was looking straight down on her with the face of a chubby-cheeked child peeking out from the bug flesh and glistening plates, though whether a boy or a girl was impossible to tell. You said you only punish traitors, including traitors to their duty. Mai licked her lips, whatever the point was here in the spirit world, and kept all pain and disgust from her voice. If you count failure as betrayal, then you're no cosmic force. You're just a thug with a flimsy excuse and a grudge against the world. Koh loomed over her, the child's face going blank, the eyes going glassy. It could have been the face of a porcelain doll, if not for the soft skin and the tears that glistened on the delicate eyelashes. Then Koh laughed, a grating sound that echoed painfully off the cavern walls. Mai swallowed a wince. Koh twisted so that the face pressed against hers, cheek to cheek. The skin was cold. It's the way you fight me that makes you truly delicious. So many try to oppose me physically, but I cannot be destroyed, not without destroying all the spirits I've removed from the reincarnation cycle. Others fight me with their passion for the ones I've taken from them, and I'm sure you can imagine how far that gets them. But you dash. Koh's voice lowered to a whisper. You fight with your heart, a sharp little loathing for all that I am, and yet you give me nothing with which to fight back. It's beautiful, in a certain way. I bet you really do think that's flattery. Mai blinked up at him. So which one was correct? Physical fight or passion? The child's face smiled. I doubt you'll be surprised to hear that he was both. The Avatar contains multitudes, after all. I defeated him so completely that I even felt sorry for the man, offering him a boon of recompense. Sadly, he never collected. I have always wondered what he would have asked for, once he emerged from his grief. Is that why you focus on Aang? And me? To see if you can play the same game again. Oh, don't worry, my interest genuinely comes from finding you interesting. Avatar Aang, on the other hand, is merely business. You've seen how I observe the world, but not the paths I can map into the future. We spirits are talented, that way. Koh pulled back, and began lowering her down again so that the tips of her boots didn't quite reach the floor. No, this boy who loves you has a choice coming up. And in making it, he might give me the chance to add some rather delightful faces to my collection. Everything else is well, how I have my fun. Fun. It was the same kind of fun that Angela used to like, the fun that came from all the extra little tortures she could add to an already draining life. And, to be honest, I had kind of enjoyed that thing, too, for a long time. That was what happened when there were no other real joys to be found. Or no way to find the joys that might be there. But that didn't mean I felt sorry for this creepy bug. She was still going to stab it the first chance she got. The faces in the real world descended on her spirit once more, familiar faces whose voices rang in her heart like the lullabies of her earliest days. Aang sat in a lotus position across from the mud man, the only light coming from the campfire nearby. He tried to relax, breathing in and out and seeking the part of the world, the part of himself, that existed beyond the physical. It was kind of hard with the mud man noisily chewing on something pulled out of the river and with Sokka, Katara, and Ty Lee sitting off the side and staring at Aang protectively. The mud man slurped up the last of his meal and belched. "Well, have you made time your plaything yet? It's just a matter of acknowledging that now doesn't really exist and finding the extra dimensions of our connections that can't be put into nice visual metaphors because our minds can only process 3 dimensions. Simple stuff. Also, don't forget to use your lemur, that part is very important." In Aang's lap, Momo looked up and trilled. Aang breathed in and out again. "I'm trying. I can sense my connections to my friends, and even the paths to the people I've met during my travels. But I'm not sure what you mean by extra dimensions." "Really? I thought it was as plain as the mud on my handsome misshapen face." The mud man scratched what was presumably a little beard and not, for example, a mud-covered prawn hanging from his chin. "Maybe you need to ask the tree for help. I've never actually moved outside of time before, so I might not be describing it right." Aang looked over to his friends. Sokka shook his head, Katara nodded her head, and Ty Lee waved. Aang didn't find that helpful at all. Aren't I trying to get to the tree? It's not here, so I'm not sure how I can ask." "Sorry." The mud man blinked. The mud man blinked again. The mud man sniffled. Then the mud man slapped his own forehead, splattering mud as far as the campfire. "I knew I forgot something. Now, where did I put it?" He stood up, turned in a slow circle, scooted through the campsite poking things, climbing up on a sleeping appa to get mud all over the inside of the saddle, and then hopping down to stand in front of Aang again in his original position. As Aang was about to ask what the guy was looking for, the mud man stomped a foot on the ground and something popped up out of the dirt right between them. It was a leafy twig stuck to stand in a clay pot full of dirt. Aang could only stare at it in confusion. It was Katara who finally said, "Maybe I'm misunderstanding something, but that's not a tree." "No, but it was," the mud man hissed, "and someday it will be again. I snapped that off the tree at the center of the foggy swamp so that you could talk to it. The tree knows all about ignoring time. Or you could just stick the twig in your ear and listen to its echoing whispers, but then you'd look silly." So instead of looking silly, Aang gave a helpless shrug at his friends, who all averted their gazes, and addressed the twig in the pot with, "Hello, can you help me?" "No," barked the mud man. "No no 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 no." He picked up the twig in a pot, shoved it into Aang's lap right next to Momo, who startled and tried to escape, but the mud man caught him and put him right back where he started, and snorted. "It's a plant, Avatar. It doesn't really talk." "Well, so much for not looking silly. I guess the gloves are off, now. Here it comes. The whole and terrifying truth." Aang tensed, ready to dodge an attack. The mud man crouched in front of him and sighed. "It's all about connections, Aang. Everything is connected, whether or not we realize it." His voice was soft, now, lacking its previous force. "You and I share a connection that you don't have time to figure out. You and Momo have another that's deeper than you guess. And you and the tree will join together, soon. You already have a connection to it, in the future, and so you have the same thing with what was once part of it. It's not a matter of looking or sensing, like you've already been taught to do. Take the twig in your hands, and use the connection that's already there, whether or not you can feel it, That almost made sense. Aang put one hand on the twig, and gave Momo some soothing rubs with the other. He closed his eyes, focusing on the feel of the twig's bark against his skin, the way the leaves tickled him between his fingers, and the moisture within that imparted life and kept the twig from drying out into nothing more than firewood. As Aang concentrated on the twig, breathing in and out, the Mudman whispered, "Connections aren't even real, to tell the truth. They're just a little lie we tell ourselves so that we can acknowledge the one but pretend we're still separate individuals. There really isn't a self at all, not like we think about it. We're all one, just a one that expresses itself in lots and lots of different ways at the same time. And not even as the same time, because there is no time. Those who know how to look past the self have had visions of the future, and avatars talk with the past regularly." "So you're saying," Aang whispered back, as he basked in the light of the spirit that was shining out the twig in a place beyond vision, "that if we're one, we've always been one. That's what reincarnation is all about." The Mudman gave a chuckle. "Just ask Momo." And Aang did. But he didn't talk directly to Momo. He let himself fall into the infinite depths of the twig in his hand, riding the light within across an eternity to a tree in a swamp, but not just a tree in a swamp. That was merely a glimpse of a shadow of a reflection of the true tree, one whose roots ran through both the spirit world and the material world. There was a tree in the spirit world, too, but that was just another mere glimpse at the truth. They all were just glimpses, the trees and forests and nations and ashlands and people. Clothing himself in that truth, Aang looked to Momo, following his connection to the lemur in his lap. And the tree of time remembered Momo from before there was a Momo, and Aang found another connection to follow. When he opened his eyes, he was sitting in front of a Pai-sho board in a room in the Southern Air Temple. The air was sweet with the fragrance of the coming harvest, the floor warm beneath him, and sunlight angled in through the tall windows. Across the Pai-sho board, Monk Gyatso smiled and bowed his head. "Hello again, Aang." Aang gaped, and then had to laugh. "So you were Momo all this time?" "This time, and all times, from what your friend says." Gyatso raised his head and gave his own chuckle. "Friendships can last more than a lifetime, it seems. And being reborn as a lemur has been very enlightening." He reached his hands across the board. Aang reached out and took them in his own, finding a warmth there so familiar he nearly burst into tears. "I'm not really sure of most of what the Mudman was talking about, to be honest. It's pretty high-level stuff. But you were able to find me." Gyatso motioned around with an incline of his head. "You were able to find this place, in our shared past. Think of what else you might be able to find, with the help of your tree." Aang thought about it. Now that he had reached into the past he shared with Momo, he thought he could do it again, at least in his current state. But what could he actually accomplish? Seeing Monk Gyatso was a little different than somehow reaching into the past to make himself defeat Iroh sooner, or wake up earlier at the North Pole and leave before it was too late. Gyatso let go of Aang's hands and motioned at the Pai-sho board between them. "Can you take back a move you've made once your finger has left the tile?" Aang looked down at the Pai-sho board, but found that instead of a game grid, it was a spread of the entire world, a living and moving representation of everything, so detailed that he could even see a war going on in the foggy swamp if he squinted. "No, not if I play by the rules." "Good answer. But cheating has its own consequences, and you haven't lost the game yet. If you make a wrong move, how do you fix it?" Gyatso folded his hands in his sleeves and waited. Aang looked up at his teacher, and then down at the world again. But now it was just a Pai-sho board again, with tiles placed as if in the middle of play. He'd played lots of games against Gyatso, games that the other elder monks said were waste of time he could have spent training. "I try to play better." "More specific, please." "Let's say you left your White Lotus tile all alone, and I've cut it off from everything else. Its movement abilities are useless without other tiles to which it can lend support. Well, I'd try to move my other tiles in to get to it, so that it could boost their functions before your tiles take them." Gyatso's smile was radiant. "Good answer. Now, what's your next move?" Aang blinked, and the board was once again replaced by the entire world. "Do you think the Tree of Time will help?" "I think it already has." Gyatso winked. Aang laughed again, and soon Gyatso joined in. It was a sound better than music. Dreams could be walked by more than the spirits, more than wise men. Memories could inhabit dreams, too, including memories of things yet to be. A memory of a swamp, and a tree, floated across the dreams of certain people. It floated beyond time, reaching out to before the dream was even spun by a boy with an arrow on his head. It found resonance in sacred lands, in ceremonies honoring the earth, in drunken hallucinations, in celebrations of the dawn, in drowsy contemplation of a beach sunset, visions in a fire, and nightmares fed by anxiety. All of them occurred at different times, and yet all were happening now. All those dreams, but just one dream, shared amongst people connected in ways they couldn't imagine. They had yet to meet, but in a way they already had. Aang's eyes snapped open. Momo trilled in his lap. Aang looked down at him, but the lemur looked back with animal dullness, the light of the campfire reflected in big staring eyes. Had it been a dream? Well, yes. But that didn't mean it wasn't real. Aang looked up again, and across from him, in the light of the campfire, the mud man nodded. Aang looked over at his friends. Ty Lee's eyes were wide, and her hands were clasped together. I've never seen your aura so beautiful. She sniffled, and wiped tears from her eyes. Sokka and Katara exchanged glances with each other, and then Sokka said, well, you were glowing and we didn't get any dangerous weather or volcanoes, so that's good. Right. Katara glared at her brother for a moment. So, Aang, did you do what you needed? I think so. Aang looked down at Momo again, and then at the twig he still had in his other hand. But we're not done yet. Let's wake Appa. We still have a long trip ahead of us. Zuko had been battered by the winds for hours now. He'd lost his eye patch at some point in the night, and perhaps had seen it as a small shadow plummeting down into the canopy of the swamp. Or perhaps that had merely been a dream. He might have also dreamed about the airbender nuns who landed beside him to try to free him from his chains. He preferred that to the idea that those nuns had been real, and they'd simply failed in their rescue when Bang Fei attacked them. He didn't know how much more his body could take of this. The mechanical spider didn't have a brig, Bang Fei had said, so the soldiers aboard had lashed Zuko to the front rail of the spider's body deck with chains, letting him hang over the open air cradled only by links of solid metal. He could have tried heating them, but the concertation it would take to melt them would have left him nothing with which to prevent a plummet to the ground far below. He could only presume Hugh the swamp bender was suffering the same fate on another side of the central body of the spider, and maybe the mechanist as well. The other option was that both his new allies had been tossed over the railing with limbs numbed by Bang Fei's chi-blocking arts. Zuko wished had stopped to tell Toph where he was going. But then, Azula hadn't said anything to him before disappearing. Oze and Ursa had not raised children with much common sense, it seemed. He wondered if Toph would miss him, if he died. She seemed to really be his friend, but it was hard to tell if that was the truth or just an especially long-term exercise in sarcasm. Out of the corner of his eye, Zuko saw a flicker of motion, and raised his head to see Bang Fei take a leap from the top of one of the balloons that kept the spider aloft. The former weapon of the Fire Nation intercepted one of the airbender nuns who were still trying to bring the floating craft down. Zuko couldn't make out what happened next, both because of the distance and the dim light provided by the moon and stars, but when it finished, Bang Fei was leaping off the nun's body to arc back towards the deck, while the nun herself plummeted from the sky with loose limbs. Some of other nuns angled their wing-like robes to dive after their sister, but they all passed out of Zuko's vision, so he couldn't see what the result was. He offered his own hope that Bang Fei's victim could be saved. He kept none for himself. It was hard to breathe, now. Bang Fei hadn't wanted to kill Zuko, but the man was a fanatic. He'd rather risk Zuko's life than risk this mad scheme. And the rest of the soldiers on board didn't seem concerned. They knew that Zuko was an exile, not even in the royal line of succession anymore. They could treat him like an honorless criminal. Zuko agreed with them. He should have fought more fully against the Fire Lord. Against Uncle Iroh. He didn't want to lose what family he had left, but he would give everything up to save the world. More than his own loss, he feared the suffering of others. He could bear his own suffering, but knew the agony so well that he couldn't stand the thought of it touching others. This had to be what had driven Mai to save Aang, back on Crescent Island. He wished he had been kinder to her about that. He wished she could have been kinder to him about it, too. The winds battered him again, perhaps naturally, or maybe as the result of Airbender Nun's ongoing assault. He had to acknowledge their tenacity. They'd fought for so long, with his own efforts against this mechanical beast lasting only a blink of the eye. They weren't even warriors, just monastics who had been gifted by fate with the legacy of a lost nation. They might not stop his uncle, but they'd held the line and kept this spider vehicle from landing. Zuko couldn't even feel the cold of the winds, anymore. He'd tried to summon his inner fire, but fire came from the breath, and breathing was so difficult while hanging from these chains. He wouldn't close his eye and give up. He would witness, just as he promised Toph. His witnessing might be lost when he died, but he would not fail in his vow. Somehow, though, he managed to miss the rising of the sun. The mists that hovered over the swamp canopy diffused the light, and he didn't even realize that the darkness was fading until he saw a black shape rise up from the trees and arc towards the railing on the deck. It would have been lost in the night sky, before. It landed with a clank a short distance from Zuko, and he realized it was a grappling hook. A long rope trailed down into the treetops. The guards didn't seem to notice, so concerned were they with the airbenders. Zuko strained his neck to see, and realized that the nuns had increased the intensity of their attack, engaging the firebender guards directly rather than the balloons of the spider construct. They dove and dodged around fireballs, shooting funnels of wind back, and kept everyone's gazes upward. Zuko's neck started to cramp, so he lowered his head again. And saw the person climbing up the rope. The person moved quickly, obviously practiced at this kind of mission. A well-trained warrior, then. Had Toph's forces finally arrived? Zuko had seen the lights of fire bending and the echoes of warfare in the distance, all through the night, so he couldn't imagine that they'd been able to get this far. So who could it be? And would this newcomer be defeated as soon as Bang Fei noticed? Zuko forced his single eye to focus. The sun started to rise above the pooling fog of the swamp, and in the new light, the climber looked up to meet his gaze. And Suki of Kyoshi Island smiled up at him. But how? As Zuko gaped, she doubled her speed, hauling herself up with an agility that would have put a tiger monkey to shame. She reached the railing and tied the roping around her waist, anchoring herself as she started exploring his chains. But first she leaned over and dropped a kiss on his lips. "Hi, Zuko. I found you." Zuko could only blink at her, the warmth of her lips lingering on his own. "You went home. And how dash?" "I had a dream," she said in a voice that almost drifted away on the wind, one hand gripping the railing and the other working a pin in the padlock on his chains, "of this exact tree. I knew how to find it. So I followed my dream and found, well, you." "Oh." He felt his face warming, even in the cool winds. I'm really glad to see you. And I found a lot more." Something clicked, and the chains loosened, but Zuko barely started to drop before Suki's arm snaked around his chest and pulled him against her. Despite his added weight, she was able to climb up over the railing, letting him sit and rest of the deck. He desperately sucked in air now that his lungs could properly expand, while Suki crouched next to him and rubbed his back. "On the way here dash." Zuko looked up at her beautiful face, saw Bang Fei coming up behind her, and barked, "Look out." He snapped an arm up to punch a fireball, but it was a weak thing, a messy mix of light and smoke that Bang Fei avoided simply by stopping short and standing still for a moment. Suki stepped in front of Zuko and took a fighting stance. "Please," Bang Fei said, bowing his head to her. "I don't want to have to hurt you. I'm a weapon of the Fire Nation. You can't win. Not by myself." Suki took a step towards him. Bang Fei shook his head. "Prince Zuko can't help you. Not enough." "I know." Suki launched herself at Bang Fei, who raised his fists. And a woman in aquamarine clothes with a tonfa club in each hand flipped up over the railing and sprang past Suki to swing her club at Bang Fei's head, who managed to duck beneath it and roll away from Suki's sweeping kick. And another woman in clothing identical to the first's except for its yellow color climbed over the railing and attacked with another pair of tonfa clubs, managed to tag Bang Fei's back with echoing smacks. And more tonfa women in clothes of bright blue and green and purple and orange joined the fight on the deck, moving with coordination and precision and a speed that was almost the equal of Bang Fi's. But they outnumbered him and had him surrounded. And all of them shared a single face, a face Zuko knew best as belonging to Ty Lee. Her sisters had come all the way from Ember Island to join this war. But why? As the sisters all fell on Bang Fi with their clubs, Suki came over to Zuko to help him to his feet, saying, "I was trying to tell you, on the way here, I found more people who wanted to help. The Tai sisters and I bonded back when I was staying with Mai on Ember Island, so they came with me to find and help you. And they're good enough to impress even Mai, so 6 of them together must add up to more than a single weapon." Zuko tried to make himself understand, but either he was too tired or just not smart enough. "I don't get it. Why how you just happened to meet up with them on the way here?" Suki shrugged. "I know. I can't explain it. So many people dash." Wait. She had met more than just the Tai sisters. How many people? King Toph had become blind to her own war. She had completely lost track of where she and her army were in this stupid swamp. The fighting had spread out beyond the Swamp Bender village, and then the new arrivals in the weird blue and white Paisho robes had joined in with the Fire Nation to scatter her army across the bogs. With Bato's help, she'd managed to pull together a core group of warriors, earthbenders, fights with spears and swords and clubs and slings, newly recruited swamp benders, to try to punch a hole or win a rallying point, but after a long night's work, it was starting to seem like she had just been setting up for her last stand. That was really annoying. People had died through the night, fallen in the waters and mud, and it was likely that no one would ever be able to find the bodies. Toph was almost, sort of, starting to expect it to be her fate as well. The last stand of the last Earth King, more or less. But she was going to take a huge chunk of Fire Lord Iroha's army down with her, if she had any say in it. On the patch of muddy grasses where she'd chosen to make her stand, she stomped a foot with all of her earthbending power, sending tremors through both the solid and more liquid parts of the swamp. She couldn't see or sense the enemy's response, but she heard the crackling of burning foliage, the buzz of motorized swamp boats, and the ringing of weapons clanged against armor to form a marching beat. The fire army was coming for her. Toph stomped her foot again, sending another seismic wave, and called out at the top of her lungs, "Get ready. Fight for your king. Or I'll save the Fire Nation the trouble and beat up all up myself." Behind and around her, her rebels and allies answered back with a cheer. It was enthusiastic, and she loved them for it, but there were far too few voices. She hoped most of the lost were simply turned around in the swamp and not dead. But even if they had passed on in the reincarnation cycle, she knew she still would have started this war. Losing was no worse than not doing anything. Not against this enemy. And then another seismic tremor shook the swamp. Except Toph hadn't moved. It had come from behind the massing fire army. Toph plopped down to lie fully on the ground, her whole body acting as a receiver, and stomped her foot again. Another seismic wave went out, and another answered her. But this time, she heard more in it. It wasn't being produced by a single powerful earthbender, like her. More of these weird, Paisho warriors. Toph got and lifted her arms to raise herself on a column of sloshy earth, rising high above her army. She reached within herself with all her power and put what she found there in every last bit of earth and dirt and mud around her, so that when she shouted, it echoed along with her, "Who are you people anyway?" Bato started to say, "Your Majesty, it's not them. It's someone else dash." There was another seismic pulse, and then Toph felt a whole mudslide burst through the trees and scattered a portion of the fire army. A deep, booming voice called out, "Tyro and the hidden earthbenders will fight for the Avatar and the Earth King. Haru, let's take back our homeland." And there was a roar of water, as if the whole swamp had suddenly decided to become a waterfall, and so many of the fires whose crackling had been a constant noise through the night went silent. An aged voice called out, "The free waterbenders of the Southern Water Tribe have come to avenge our imprisonment." And another voice added, "The Faceless Tribe of the North will stand with our sister tribe and fight for the Avatar." And that was all good, but even with the newcomers and their attacks, there was still a lot of noise and ground rumbling come from the fire army's side. Toph could feel the air heat up and hear the whooshing of incoming fireballs. But a voice called out, "The Sun Warriors will no longer let fire be used as a tool of death. for the dragons and the Avatar. And the heat in the air immediately cooled, as if all the fires were snuffed out, and only a smoky breeze was left in its place. More cries rose up, some representing villages or groups and some just announcing individuals whose names Toph had never heard before. Mercenaries declared patrons, weird water tribes came out of ancient history, and one nice voice even told something called Nilla that maybe if they helped save the world someone would pay them. So Toph answered them all. For the Earth Kingdom and the Avatar, let's trounce these flame heads, and shoves their faces in their toilets. Yeah. And then she twisted a foot to have her platform launch her forward into battle. Her new army followed. Bato stuck close to her, as he had since last night, and while she fired off boulders of mud and peat, she said to him, "Tell me what's going on. Be my royal eyes." It's Bato's voice faltered. "It's amazing. I see warriors, hardened warriors, in armor, with sprigs of dogwood pinned to their hats." Toph nodded and buried a firebender in mud. That's how mercenaries acknowledge their patron. They wear a token on their hats. I see men and women in red loincloths and golden jewelry, their faces painted in burgundy and white, overwhelming the enemy soldiers with firebending that's brighter and hotter than any other I've seen. Toph grinned and wondered if Hamgao was somewhere in there complaining about everything. I see warriors and waterbenders, some in blue and some wearing black, some young, and some older than my parents would be. Toph hadn't personally met anyone like that. Northern Water Tribe? I don't think so. The ones in black move in a style different from those who served Iroh. And in amidst it all, a creature as big as a sky bison is swimming through the swamp, its tongue lashing the enemy and bringing them down with a single blow. Riding atop it is a woman in black with a whip. I'm very confused, Earth King. Toph grinned. That's fine. We don't have to understand, we just have to win. Now point me in the direction of the most enemies. I want to put some royal hurt on people. Zuko couldn't believe what he was hearing from Suki. All those people arrived at the same edge of this swamp at the same time, coming from all over the world, and claimed they had the same dream about the Avatar needing them here. Suki shrugged as she watched the Tai sisters wrap Bang Fei up in the chains that had once held Zuko to the Spider Construct's railing. Everyone had the same story. And I had that exact dream. I don't know how Aang did it, but he is the Avatar. Yes, he was. Zuko would have liked a better answer, but he supposed that this was what it was like to live in an age guided by the bridge between worlds. And Zuko still had his part to do. He put a hand on Suki's shoulder, got a wink in return, and turned to the Tai sisters. We need to bring this thing down. If you can protect me and Suki from the guards, we can handle the rest. Ready? 6 identical faces, all of them eager, except for one, who just seemed annoyed by everything, nodded. And then they broke into coordinate motion. Firebenders from the Crimson Guard, the Fire Lord's personal unit, tried to stop them. They did their duty honorably, and Zuko could not fault them for that. But that didn't stop him from fighting them. It didn't stop him from storming the command tower and making his way to the bridge as the Tai sisters and Suki watched his back. And it didn't stop him from capturing the bridge crew, finding the lever that would release the balloons, and allowing the mechanical spider to crash down on the swamp canopy beside the banyan grove tree, where it could do no harm. They'd won. Iroh wished he could have arrived at his destination to find victory waiting for him, but he supposed that no part of this was going to be easy for him. That was, in a way, appropriate, because he certainly deserved to have to work for this. As his airship glided over the swamp, he stood at the front of the bridge and looked out with a spyglass through the window. He studied the main battleground just ahead of the airship, wherein between the gaps in the tree leaves it appeared that his army was losing to a rather colorful opposition group. He shifted his view to the distance, where the platinum spider sat like a drunken pest on the wrong set of trees. No, this was not going to be easy. But victory was still possible. He lowered the spyglass and turned to his airship captain. Could you please summon Lien the Maker? And also bring Zhao from the brig. Sadly, it seems we are going to have to make use of one of the more extreme tools in our possession. He had hoped to avoid this particular gambit. But he would do anything for Lu Ten. Anything. No matter how hard it was for him. But Iroh could admit, at least, that it would be much harder for Zhao, as well as those who had made themselves into Iroha's enemies. Chapter 79, Traitor's Face. With KOH's spear-like legs piercing her chest, Maya was all too aware of when her host was getting excited. She could feel the slight shudder, the waves of anticipation flowing through the massive insect. They rattled the organs she didn't have here in the spirit world and made her recall the sensation of pain. It probably wasn't a good sign that the creepy bug's interest was so stirred by Fire Lord Iroha's arrival. Maya let the warm perceptions of the war in the swamp fade away, leaving behind the earthbenders and firebenders and swamp-benders and airbenders and sword fighters and spear fighters and 6 identical sisters with Tonfa and Suki too. The thoughts and emotions and sensations of all those people faded as her mind washed up on the shores of individuality. She was once again a spirit woman in the darkness of KOH's lair. The cold rushed in on her non-body, biting at her non-skin and reaching in through the chitinous legs that suspended her off the floor like hooks. It made her want to gasp, even though she couldn't possibly be actually breathing here in the spirit world, but she kept a grip on her outer tranquility. After all, whether she was real or not, she was pretty sure that KOH could still steal her face. "I know you're famous for your everlasting boredom." KOH was looming above her, waiting for her expression to so much as twitch. The face of an emaciated man was staring down at her with sunken eyes above hollow cheeks and a jutting chin, all framed by glistening bug flesh. "But even you have to admit that this is quite exciting." Maya hung impaled on the spearing legs and spoke with a voice like snowflakes on the wind. "Yes, you're clearly interested in all of this. When you saw Iroha arrive, well, the only other time I've seen someone so aroused was Angela after hearing that Prince Oze threw a fireball in Zuko's face. And it's even creepier on you. How strange that someone who hates expression would have such a vibrant manner of speaking. But yes, we're getting to what you humans typically call the good part." The last 2 words had been screamed just in thumb's length from her nose, a childish attempt to distract and frighten her. As if Ty Lee didn't regularly pop in front of Maya's face without warning and shout something. KOH drifted back up to the ceiling, and the stolen face washed away to reveal the most frequently shown of the collection of visages, the one painted white like a mask. "Iroha is the key. Now that he's here, one way or another, I'll be adding a face to my collection. I don't suppose you're going to swoop in and take him down? That all of this has been you looking to play hero?" Maya didn't even dare to hope, but she couldn't not ask. KOH leaned down over her so that their noses were almost touching, and then he drifted to her left until the white face was gone from her sight, the massive insect body filling her view. The whisper drifted into her ear without any accompanying breath, "I don't play. And neither, unfortunately, does your Fire Lord." Zhao knew what was coming as soon as he heard the boots outside the door of his airship cabin. He stood up, did his best to straighten his uniform. He'd been locked in this makeshift prison with few supplies, but that made no difference. As long as he lived, he was still playing the game. Even if the game was now complicated by charges of attempting to assassinate his Fire Lord with poisoned tea. He nodded as soon the door opened. "Take me to the Fire Lord." "I am ready." The Crimson Guards paused in the middle of their entrance, and then rushed forward to grab his arms and drag him along. Zhao bit back on a smirk. At least he still had the power to catch his enemies off guard. And, if he was right, he still had the ability to find the opportunities in even the worst situations and seize them. He had been locked in his cabin after his attempt on Iroha's life, and once he got over the initial wave of despair, he realized that he was still alive. And that, well, that was an opportunity. Of course, the Fire Lord might just have been keeping Zhao alive for a public execution, but there was no value in assuming such a thing. And now the guards had come while the airship's engines were still running. They hadn't reached their destination yet. So if Zhao was being summoned, Iroha still needed him. But he couldn't underestimate the danger of the situation. Zhao had tried to poison his Fire Lord and wasted tea in the process. The doddering old fool probably considered both crimes to be equally heinous. It would take quite a performance for Zhao to earn his life back. But he had the opportunity to try, and that was enough. He had a chance. He held his head high as he was brought into one of the airship's rear cargo rooms, where the head of the Unscala monster was mounted on a stand of clustered metal pipes and stuck with hundreds of shining needles connected to trailing wires. Lian the Maker stood next to it, in the process of inserting another needle. Zhao's confidence immediately wilted. He looked around. The space was largely empty, except for another tank-sized piece of machinery on the far side of the bay, tended by engineers in heavy leather robes. It was thrumming like an engine, and lightning like electrical power danced between a set of parallel bars in its center. Zhao belatedly spotted Fire Lord Iroh amidst the technicians, standing beside the machine and looking at the lightning. Zhao tried to bow, but the Crimson Guards held him fast. Lien stuck another needle into the smooth, corpse-like flesh of the Unskull ahead. At least its eyes were closed. Zhao probably wasn't going to be fed to the thing. Iroh turned around and looked to Zhao with regret evident over his bearded face. "I am so sorry about this, Admiral." What? Zhao's voice faltered, and he had to swallow to bring it back. "What is this?" Lien turned to throw a smirk at him, and then turned back to her monster head and pushed in one last needle. Iroh closed his eyes. "If it makes you feel better, by using you, I am sparing the life of some other, more loyal crew member." Zhao realized he had started sweating. "I Fire Lord, I beg you, don't do this. Execute me if you must, but give me a proper death. Please." Iroh shook his head. "This won't kill you. Not if Lien's theories are correct. I'm sorry." He drew in a deep breath. "Lien, please proceed. The battle outside is not going well for our forces." None of this was making Zhao feel better. What had happened to his opportunity? What was this? Lien approached with what seemed to be a pair of knives at first, but then Zhao noticed the tubing, flexible yet metallic, almost as if it was woven, trailing off the ends of the handles and leading to the lightning machine. He recognized all of the metal as platinum, or one of its alloys. He also recognized the look in Lien's eyes. It was the same look he saw in a mirror before fighting an Agni Kai against a subordinate who had failed him. Zhao tried to pull away, but the guards held him tight. Lien stopped right in front of him. "Admiral, I have to admit that I will derive some personal pleasure from this. You impeded my work to play your own political games, and it seems appropriate that you will now enable a wonderful experiment with your suffering. Your fate will add significantly to the whole of human knowledge. Thank you, and yes, this will hurt a lot." She stabbed one of the knives into his chest. Zhao tried to cry out, but before he could, the other knife was rammed into the side of his neck. His legs gave out. The guards let go of him, and he collapsed to the floor. He was dying. His blood was leaking out of the wounds with every breath, and over at the lightning machine, a technician flipped a switch. Zhao's pain went away. But what replaced it was no better. Traces of lightning were dancing along both the wires coming from the Unskull ahead as well as the larger tubing trailing from the knives still stabbed into Zhao. The coldness of platinum in his flesh became a tingling that spread to his whole body. Beneath the tingling, he was aware of a bloating within his body, a stretching. His insides seemed to be moving. It was getting hard to breathe. And then came the hunger. But no, hunger couldn't describe it. It was such an emptiness that it tore a scream from him, despite the knife in his throat. He'd never known that hunger could hurt, but this was so profound that he would have tried to fill his stomach with anything, no matter how disgusting. All he could think about was eating, of trying to satisfy the void that seemed to be pulling at his very flesh, but the ache was so racking that he couldn't even make himself move. Even as he grew emptier, he somehow grew larger. His body was still stretching, still growing. His uniform ripped as his limbs thickened, as his chest elongated, as muscles bulged like wet sacks. He looked at his hands and saw the misshapen claws of a goblin, the flesh as white as a corpse. The wrongness of it shook him from his pain-filled stupor and he writhed on the floor, trying to push his form back into the shape it was supposed to be. As face scraped against the cold deck, he felt his hair rubbing away. He tried to scream again, but all that came out was a roar that rattled the metal around him. He dimly heard Lien announce, "The process is working. And I think now is a good time to evacuate the area. Hurry, please." There was the sound of running on the deck, the sound of abandonment. He looked up, searching for help, searching for something to eat. He needed to. But he didn't see Lien, or Iroh, or any of the guards or technicians. All he was left with was the buzzing machinery and the mounted Unskull ahead. It was no longer the large, blank, white face it had been just moments ago. Now, it looked like a withered flower, gray and wrinkled and shrunken. More than half the needles had popped out as it contracted, and more continued to do so even as Zhao watched. The needles tinked against the floor like metal snowflakes. The head seemed to be shrinking even as his hunger grew. And then Zhao realized what was happening. He looked down at his goblin hands, at the flesh now as white as ancient snow, at the hair left discarded on the floor. His was not the body of a human, not any longer. But he didn't deserve this. That was his last human thought, and then the bay floor dropped out from under him, leaving him falling through the air. Bato had come a long way, beyond even his wildest youthful fantasies. He still wasn't sure if he believed it. A year ago, he had spent every day hunched over in the cramped tunnels of the Fire Nation's South Pole mining colony, dreaming of the days before the southern tribes had been forced together under foreign tyranny. He'd tried to support his people as best he could, especially the remaining family of the best friend he'd been unable to even attempt to save, but he had been a failure there, as well. Katara had been taken away, while Sokka had withered. Even old Kunna had done more than Bato, taking in those who had no other homes. He had done the best he could, but his best had never been enough. Bato never expected anything to change, never dared to hope for more until Avatar Aang returned and Sokka inspired the tribe into rebellion. It was almost impossible to believe that a new era could come from children, but only a moment's thought revealed that, really, it was the only possible way. That had been the beginning of a long journey across the globe with the survivors of his tribe. From the South Pole to the Earth Kingdom, from dangerous colonies to the rebel camps of a little blind girl who claimed the title of the Earth King. He'd seen his tribe find happiness, and Katara emerge from the Fire Nation's prisons to be the waterbender she always should have. Now he was in a swamp, where a war was being fought for the fate of the world itself. And his friends, amazingly, seemed to be winning. Under the command of the Earth King, armies from around the world had joined to fight the Fire Nation. Not just the Southern Water Tribe rebels Bato had led, but the old waterbenders who had been kidnapped away decades ago, and a strange tribe of warriors and waterbenders from near the north. Earthbenders and soldiers and mercenaries from across the Earth Kingdom had joined them. Even a group of painted firebenders had arrived and evoked the authority of the sun in opposition to the Fire Lord. Together, they had beaten back the invading Fire Army, even the strange master warriors in robes fashioned after White Lotus Pai Sho tiles. Bato wasn't sure if he dared to hope for victory. But he could see it, and that was enough. For now, he focused on more practical matters. Regardless of what the outcome may be, this was still a dangerous battlefield, and there were people who couldn't properly defend themselves. He had never considered himself a candidate for chief, but he was tall and could remain calm, so people looked to him for help. He could do that much. Bato motioned a team of his warriors forward. Set up here. I'll get the refugees into the boats and away from the fighting. As the defenses were raised, Bato went over to where the refugees were crouching in the swamp foliage. They were a mix of non-combatants from the Swamp Bender village, waterbenders here in the swamps of the Earth Kingdom, and injured warriors from the rebel armies. At Bato's wave, they got up and followed him to the shores where Topha's forces had first arrived to meet the Fire Nation invaders. The boats abandoned there would now take these people to safety. Amidst the moving refugees, he saw two pregnant swamp-dweller women working together to carry a stretcher made of vines with a burned soldier on it. They seemed familiar to Bato, and he realized that they'd been among those saved by the Earth King and her mud bridge, last night. So they'd survived to the dawn that now lightened the sky. Bato hurried over. Let me help, ladies. We need to move quickly. I discovered today that battles move around quite a bit. Well, the woman in front said as she let him take one of the stretcher's crude handles, ain't you a tall one? Thanks for the assist. Tallest in the Southern Water Tribe. Bato helped them over to the closest boat, a raft that had probably been originally used for fishing. Together they gently laid the stretcher in the center. The injured man on it groaned at the movement, but his eyes remained closed. Please help look after this man for me. Do your people have healers? The woman who had spoken before eased herself carefully in the raft beside some of her countrymen, obviously protective of the child growing within her. We do. I'm John, and my quiet friend is Yen. Don't you worry yourself, none will take care of him. Bato nodded his thanks, and pushed the laden raft into the water. As the passengers began paddling away, he turned to see if there was anyone else he could help. And that's when he saw the strange flying ship in the sky, hanging from a balloon like that giant metal spider device, and the things that dropped out from one of its underside hatches. One of those things could have been man-shaped. They crashed down not far from Bato's location with a mix of the tearing of tree branches and a splash of water. There wasn't enough noise or impact to have been a bomb, but what else could have been dropped into the middle of a battle? Bato would have to find out. He couldn't let anyone else be hurt. He left his warriors guarding the evacuation and used his machete to hack through the swamp foliage. He was tired, so very tired, but he had almost learned how to move across the swamp. He made his way to the crash site, and was surprised to find something like a massive engine in the process of sinking into the bog. Had the flying ship simply been dumping some broken equipment? And then a figure rose up out of the mud, uncurling into a shape that was mostly human, except for the size and the proportions. It was even taller than Bato, and thicker in every way. As the mud dripped away to reveal hauntingly white flesh, he saw that the limbs were far too long and quite muscular, but not according to the expected patterns. The muscles were in the wrong places. And, for some reason, the creature was wearing a stained Fire Navy command sash. It opened eyes to reveal a glistening night deeper than any darkness Bato had ever known. He fell into those eyes, or so it seemed, and reality became nothing but shadow. The cold of the harshest night he had ever experienced in the South Pole crawled into his body, into his limbs and stomach and lungs and heart, consuming everything else and leaving him empty. He forgot how to breathe, but as he drifted into the darkness, he realized that breathing wasn't so important. He only needed to do it if he wanted to live. It was the sound of his warriors, off in the distance, crying out in pain and distress that brought him back to a sliver of reality. Those eyes still held him in their pull, but he was aware of his body collapsing into the bog mud. As soon as the sludge covered his eyes, cutting him off from that horrible obsidian gaze, he suddenly remembered how to breathe, but there was no air to draw into his lungs. He couldn't even summon the strength to keep himself afloat. He panicked for a moment as the water and mud filled his nose, filled his mouth, but soon a peace settled on him. He sank, alone and cold, but not as cold as those eyes had been. The mud around him was warm, at least. And he knew, on a level beyond his understanding, that it was better this way. Better to drown in life and water than to be consumed by whatever was in those eyes. With his last thought, he wished Sokka and Katara and all his tribe, and all his new friends. He wished them all a good future. King Toph stood in the middle of a swampy battlefield and raised her hands for some quiet. She was tired from a night of fighting, and the last few minutes had brought an odd cold and itchiness to her body, so she was in no mood for ridiculousness. "What is this about a monster?" A deep voice responded. It came out of the swamp, its stare knocking down an entire platoon at a time, and dash. "No, it came from the sky," a hoarse voice interrupted. Bato went to investigate, and he never came back. It was like we felt his death. The very life fled from the entire tribe at the same time, and dash. Toph said, "Bato's dead." Her heart grew colder. But instead of confirmation, someone else shouted, "It's tearing its way through our warriors. It shrugs off boulders and fireballs and dash." "At least it's stupid," another person said. "It just attacks whoever it finds." We were able to retreat. Toph was going to ask again about Bato, but all at once the cold grew sharper, piercing her heart, and she dropped to her knees. Faintly, she heard a horn echoing through the swamp from far away, a pattern of a distress signal, one of those she'd had her army adopt to communicate across distances. It cut out mid-melody as the people around her asked if she was okay. Then a small voice, a feminine voice, a voice Toph could tell wasn't used to asking for attention, said, "It's the Unskala." Toph pushed away the hands that were trying to help her up and pointed towards the voice. "The what? And who are you?" The voice faltered. "I am Amka, of the Faceless tribe. A healer. The Unskala, it was a monstrous beast that hunted our tribe. The Avatar helped us. His the woman with the knives, she killed it. After she killed it. But I saw it as we ran. It is man-shaped, but it is the same. The skin, the eyes. The way it consumes. It draws the life from those who meet its eyes, and those the victim low loves. No matter the distance. Her voice hitched. She obviously had first-hand experience. Toph let out a breath, and could feel the iciness on her tongue. She had no doubt that whoever had sounded that distress horn, they were dead now. And she had probably known them. She had a kind of love for everyone who had pledged service to her crown. She would feel every single person who fell to this new monster. Thanks, Amka. That's helpful. Toph's lips took on a feral curve as she forced herself to her feet. She was cold and tired, and she had no idea how to kill this unchanged the unch whatever. But she'd rather die trying than let the monster kill her piecemeal by taking out the soldiers who had bowed to her. So it kills everyone who goes eye to eye with it? Then it's a good thing the greatest earthbender in the world happens to blind, huh? With chattering teeth, she stepped forward to go into battle. There were screams in the distance. Many screams. And Toph was hit by such a wave of cold that her blood nearly came to a stop in her veins. She dropped to the ground, her senses swimming. She couldn't feel anything with her earthbending, couldn't even feel the warm air on her bare arms. For a moment, she felt like she was flying. It only slowly came to her, as she picked up the faraway echoes of voices that were being screamed right next to her, that she was being carried away. Get the Earth King to safety. Retreat. Make a fighting retreat. Keep the monster from charging us. Where do we go? It will follow us anywhere. The tree. We will make our stand at the tree, and hope for the Avatar's help. Will he come? Toph wondered that herself. She believed in Baldy, but who knew what else he might be tangling with right now. But before sleep hit Toph like a boulder to the face, her ears picked up a whisper on the breeze in Amka voice, he will come. They all will. They better. I've always been fascinated, Koh's voice drifted over the fading sensations of the war in the swamp, by the faith humans show in their heroes. As if those heroes aren't just human themselves, given to mistakes and failures despite their best efforts. Mai fought the urge to cough out the frigid aftertaste of the deaths of Zhao's victims. Let me guess, you find it pathetic. That's how you justify hunting us for our faces. On the contrary. Koh's body clicked and curved above her, and the visage looking down on her became that of old airbender man, complete with arrow tattoos and thin grey beard. I think it's one of the most beautiful things about humanity. But it is one of the reasons I take such pleasure in my collection, so to speak. Mai just barely resisted the urge to gag. She was one of those people who Amka expected to show up and save the day, but here she was, trapped in the spirit world, literally stuck in the grip of a monster that might be even worse than what Zhao had become. But, looking up at Koh, she realized that the stupid bug was watching her a little too intently for this to be idle conversation. Are you calling me a hero? A grin split the face above her. Zuko had thought that he'd won something for the first time in his life. He should have known better. He stood on one of the massive roots of the banyan grove tree at the center of the swamp, watching as another flying ship approached over the treetops. It followed the same course as the mechanical spider craft that now rested in a heap on the swamp canopy. There could only be one person in command of such a thing. The one who had set this all in motion. Uncle Iroh. The Fire Lord. If he was right, then Zuko had lost this fight before it began. He'd only been allowed to believe in victory, briefly, before Uncle's machinations had closed in on him. Beside him, Suki said, why is everything flying all of a sudden? Did the enemy see Appa flying around and feel inadequate? The Tai sisters tittered behind Zuko, but when he glanced back with his good eye, he saw that their amusement wasn't keeping them from tightening the bandages on the wounds they'd sustained so far, nor from preparing their tonfa clubs for another fight. They were true warriors, but he doubted that it would be enough. Fighting Uncle wasn't about strength or ability. It had to be about strategy, about arranging things beforehand. No one was better at that than the Dragon of the North. As the airship approached, more of the old men in the white lotus robes emerged from the swamp, climbing and jumping, riding earth or water, moving up onto the network of roots. They moved with the same unhurried confidence of Uncle, so Zuko assumed that they were all warrior masters. Mother Malu and Sister Madagi landed right in front of Zuko in a flurry of airbending and golden robes. Madagi glared out at the approaching enemies, while Malu turned to Zuko and said, "More of the White Lotus are here. Or, at least, the faction's Iroh has corrupted to his purpose. Is there any sign of the Earth King or her other forces?" Zuko could only shake his head. Old Mother Malu sighed. "Then it's still up to us." But after her voice caught for a moment. "That chi blocker besmirching the name of the White Lotus killed several of my sisters. There aren't enough of us left to guard the prisoners we've already taken from the spider machine. Do you have any advice, Prince Zuko?" Zuko himself wasn't in command here, never mind of the new air nation that had risen up despite his own people's best efforts. He had no formal part of Topha's rebellion, technically being a refugee granted asylum. But then, so were these airbender nuns. They had simply chosen to use their abilities to assist King Toph. Zuko, on the other hand, had chosen to merely observe. The crashed spider machine was a testament to how well Zuko had stuck to that choice, but now Uncle was here, maybe the last family Zuko had left. Zuko didn't want to fight, and not just because he knew he couldn't win. The airship slowed to halt and began lowering itself towards the ground. "Forget the prisoners," Zuko finally said. Suki raised her eyebrows, but he continued, "Leave Bang Fei and the others tied up to slow them down, but you don't have the numbers to guard them and fight what's coming. If it comes to a battle, your only hope will be to overwhelm them with numbers at the beginning. By the time the prisoners could escape and join in, you'd already be lost." Sister Madagi finally turned to look at him with a scowl. "We're not warriors. If it comes to battle, we cannot harm anyone, not even the Fire Nation." Suki snorted. "So you'd rather let the Fire Lord destroy the world than give him the smack he deserves? Kind of selfish, don't you think?" "Quite the opposite," Mother Malu said, her voice even. "We simply see greater danger in the methods than the results. From what Prince Zuko has said of his uncle, such compromises might be why we are all here." Zuko felt the need to pinch the bridge of his nose. "It doesn't matter. Even with all the airbenders and Hugh and whatever the Mechanist man can do, we're not going to win. Avoiding a fight is our best option, anyway." Suki's arms wrapped around him. "Then how do we do that?" "We don't." Zuko shrugged off her embrace and began walking down the curve of the tree root. "I do." By the time he reached the bottom, where the roots disappeared into the waters and foliage of the swamp, the airship had come to a rest beside the spider on the canopy, and a rope ladder had been unfurled to dangle above a patch of more or less solid ground. Uncle was climbing down, alone. Zuko waited. When his Fire Lord finally stood before him, Zuko sank to his knees and lowered himself in a full kowtow. This was the first time he and Uncle Iroh had been in each other's physical presence since his banishment, and he wanted to make sure it started with the proper love and respect. "Please, nephew, you may rise. I don't suppose you'd be willing to give your old uncle a hug in front of all these people." Zuko raised his head, and nearly gasped at what he saw. Uncle seemed so much older than he remembered, colorless and slumped and with no sparkle in his golden eyes. But he'd just seen the man in the spirit world at the beginning of the summer. Had that merely been an illusion, a projection of what Uncle Iroh had once been, or had he really changed so much since the end of Zuko's banishment? Zuko stood but didn't move forward. "I don't think that would be appropriate, given the circumstances." Uncle gave a slow nod, and his eyes fell to the ground. "I don't disagree. But I am glad to see that you are okay. I worried about you. I wish there was time for us to share a cup of tea." "I know." Zuko took a deep breath. "Uncle, please, you need to stop this. What did they tell you of it? Did you know it's to save Lu Ten's life?" Uncle Iroh raised his gaze, and it was harder that it had been a moment ago, but no more sparkling. "Did you know that the Avatar and his companions killed my son, and now this is our last chance to give him the life he always should have had?" Zuko blinked. They killed him? But that doesn't make any sense. The Avatar he wanted to help you. He couldn't help but remember how Aang had impulsively acted against father or, as it turned out, mother, leading to her death. Or how Aang had accidentally revived the volcano under the capital, leading to its destruction. He could definitely believe that, somehow, the Avatar had caused Lu Ten's death. Aang really might have killed Zuko's cousin. But the Avatar also had honor. Mother had plunged the Fire Nation into civil war. The Fire Nation itself had spread so much suffering even before it created the Ashlands. And Aang had never taken pleasure in what he'd had to do about those things. Zuko met his uncle's hard eyes with his lone one. "What did you do?" The standoff lasted forever. And then Uncle Iroh looked away. "Terrible things. And this is my last chance to make it all worth something." Zuko waited. His uncle continued, "Within that tree is a gateway to the destruction of death itself. The spider will freeze the spiritual energies that flow through the tree, leaving them free for me to use. To control. Do you understand?" Zuko did. He understood enough, at least. He understood that his uncle was wise and knowledgeable, had pierced the veil between the material and spiritual planes, and had changed the world in order to bring his visions into being. Zuko himself had only made mistake after mistake, perhaps running from his uncle's care had been what led to Azula going missing. Mother had told him to take care of his sister, his one role in this new world, and he'd failed at that. Did he have any business trying to stop his Fire Lord from ending death? "I can even heal the Ashlands." Uncle Iroh took a step forward and put his arms on Zuko's shoulders. "I will be honest, nephew, what I am attempting is very dangerous. But I want to try. I can't lose my son, and I know that's selfish. But I will give the world everything I have left in recompense. Will you let me?" Uncle Zuko had to pause to wipe a tear from his good eye. "I'm sorry for what you've lost. What we've lost." His voice broke. He let himself be pulled into a hug by his only remaining family. He summoned his flame, his inner fire, and moved his arms to strike his uncle in the back. It wasn't honorable, but there were some things more important than that kind of honor. But before he could complete the blows, Uncle Iroh's grip tightened. There was a yank and a shove, and then Zuko was falling to crash to the muddy ground. He tried to scramble to his feet, but the sludgy ground made his slip, and when he looked up, his opponent had already assumed a fighting stance. But he did not attack. "Why, nephew? Father and mother, they showed me how to see the truth." Zuko got back to his feet and took his own stance. "No matter how much it hurts." They faced each other, ready to do battle, Zuko and Iroh, nephew and uncle. And then the Tai sisters and Hugh and Suki flipped and jumped and ran in to start their own attack, while the White Lotus Masters rushed over and armored figures of the Crimson Guard leaped down to join the battle. It wasn't about family, anymore. Perhaps it never had been. Mai wanted to pay attention to the battles in the swamp, and a part of her consciousness was being tickled with the sensations of soldiers retreating from a monster and family battling against family. The world was turning on these events, and they involved people she truly had come to care about. She could even admit that she cared. But it was too dangerous to give herself completely over to being an observer. KOH dangled above her, ready to take her face if she showed even the slightest bit of expression. And what the monster was saying was even more dangerous: isn't a hero a warrior who fights, who sacrifices, for something more than mere reward? People, perhaps. A certain way of life. The face of the old man was swallowed and replaced by blank visage defined only by the no makeup. Love, even. Mai had to take a moment to make sure her voice would remain completely lifeless. Sounds pretty selfish to me. Only if it's hoarded. But such things cannot be contained. Power, now that is very hard to spread around. Those who fight for power will find they never have enough to share. Both those who fight for love, for that which is good, that benefits everyone, more or less. A hero fights, and then fades away so that others can have the same. Mai had felt nothing but cold since she'd awoken in this land of darkness, but now she felt her face heating up, just a little bit, perhaps not even enough to color her pale cheeks. I'm not fated yet. So I can't be a hero. A tongue flicked out from between KOH's lips to wet them. Then isn't it time we got around to fixing that? As Mai tried to understand what she was being asked, she felt the war in the swamp raging on. Iroh's corrupt order pushed onward to the tree, while Topha's army retreated in the same direction as a monster consumed the spirit of entire groups at a time. Zuko was thrown back by a blast of fire he had barely been able to contain. He skidded to the edge of the tree root on which he'd been fighting, and then tipped right over the edge. Only Suki's grasping hand saved him from plunging into the swamp waters below and out of the fight. He held on as she hauled him back onto the massive tree root. "Thanks." She nodded in acknowledgement and then turned back to the battle, scanning for where she could the most good. Any good? Zuko looked along with her. He wasn't sure who, exactly, had attacked him. It was hard to fight in a battle this large with the lesser range of vision that came from only having one eye. The meant for his flesh could have been shot deliberately from where Uncle Iroh was somehow tangling with all 6 Thai sisters at once, or maybe just one of the firebender guards who were keeping Hugh and his lashing vines from attacking their Fire Lord. He supposed it didn't matter. Behind the fighting, Uncle Iroh's airship was rising again, a network of cables allowing it to lift up the crashed spider machine beneath it. The balloons of the airship must not have been enough for both crafts, as a team of White Lotus earthbenders and waterbenders were helping to lift from beneath the mechanical spider, raising columns of ice and mud and swamp vegetation. Had they stolen the idea from Hugh, to lift the shining machine back into the sky? The airbender nuns were harassing them, but that was only slowing their progress, not stopping it. The best strategy would be to attack those White Lotus, but the only path to them was through the Fire Lord and his Crimson Guard. Zuko could probably find another way, but then he would be just one firebender, and a dangerous Kyoshi rebel if Suki came with him, against a team of masters. He needed a way to turn the tide of this whole skirmish. And the key, he was sure, was his uncle. But how could a one-eyed firebender defeat a warrior who may very well be the greatest martial arts master in the world, a tactical genius beyond all measure, a man? Zuko watched as his uncle took a turning half-step back from the Thai sister, enough to dodge the swing of her tonfa club and put her between him and the next sister who was coming in to attack, ducking beneath the strike of a sister behind him and bumping her with his rear to stumble into the sister with the deepest scowl on her face, and then rising and lifting a hand to catch the wrist of yet another sister who had come close to breaking her club over his head. A man who was old and slow and tired? Zuko blinked. To anyone else, Uncle Iroh must have looked invincible. But to Zuko, who had seen his uncle train and fight before, there was something diminished. There was no fierceness or joy or even concentration on his face. No snap to his movements. The wrinkles on his face seemed deeper, and that club had nearly broken on his head before a hasty grab had halted it. Uncle Iroh was slower. Zuko turned to Suki. "I need to get close to him. I can do that for you." She smiled, removed 2 golden objects from her belt, and snapped open a war fan in each of her hands. "Follow fast." She dashed into the battle. Zuko was right behind her. She didn't so much attack anyone as shift them out of the war, using redirectional martial arts to shove and twist and bump any Crimson Guard who tried to stop them. She even handled the fire, swinging those fans fast enough to block and disperse the flames. Zuko could handle anything she was too busy for, and together they cut a swath through flame and bodies. Then they were through to where the Thai sisters were, a cyclone of violence around Uncle Iroh. Zuko patted Suki's back and stepped in front of her. She sidestepped around him and stood against his back with her fans raised to defend him. Despite her skill, he knew they didn't have long. Speed was the key to surviving a brawl like this. So he watched his uncle fight against the Thai sisters. Uncle was using firebending now, his punches and kicks trailing enough flames to keep the girls from rushing in at him as he shifted his focus between all 5, as he smashed an elbow into the face of the one in yellow and sent her crashing off the tree root to the waters below. With just 5 opponents, Uncle had a quarter of a second of leeway now, giving him the edge again as he jabbed a sizzling palm into Purple's stomach and then lifted and threw her at Green and sidestepped Aquamarine's kick. And then Zuko snapped out a thin bolt of flame at where he knew his uncle would be in the next quarter of a second, the place where his uncle already would have been if he wasn't becoming so old and tired. And the streak of flame struck Uncle Iroh across the face, burning skin and beard and maybe even an eye. Uncle dropped with a scream and raised his hands over his face. The Thai sisters halted as if a gong had sounded, evaluated the situation, and then moved to take out the Crimson Guards who turned at the sound of their Fire Lord's pain. Zuko approached where his uncle was crouching, keeping a defensive stance and his inner fire ready. "It's over, Uncle. You can't fight like that." "I know." For a moment, The only response was a groan, and then Uncle Iroh said, "It was a well-struck blow, Zuko. And unlike your cowardly father, it was done for honorable reasons. You have truly become a man I can be proud of." A shadow passed overhead, and Zuko looked up to see the giant mechanical spider blot out the sun as it floated, swaying on tow lines beneath the other airship and carried by rising columns of mud and water and vines, moving steadily towards the tree. He could see only Mother Malu and Sister Matagi left to oppose its movement, but they were quickly hobbled by vines under the control of White Lotus waterbenders, who had apparently picked up the trick from Hugh, and then Bang Fei was there to disable their limbs and take away their ability fly. Zuko looked back down at his uncle. "Call it off. You can't do what you came here for. There's no reason to let all this keep going." Uncle Iroh's every breath was tinged with the sound of pain. "Nephew, did you truly think I came here expecting to survive this? I could be on the threshold of death itself, and I will still act to restore my son." Zuko's stomach flipped. Did he need to take his uncle's life? Could he? He was saved from having to answer by a horrible mercy. There was the sound of heavy robes snapping in the rushing air, a figure flipped up from beneath the tree root, there was a flash of a metallic arc in the sunlight. Something hard slammed right into Zuko's solar plexus and dropped him straight to his knees. Suki moved to defend him. The air whistled against a razor edge. And then Piandao was standing over Zuko in the blue and white robes of the lotus, sword arm extended in a stab, his Jian blade sinking straight into Suki's chest. It was just like when he had stabbed Azula, except this time his expression was hard, and Suki showed only horror as her body began sagging. Piandao withdrew his blade with a flick of blood. Zuko just barely managed to catch her. "Suki! Suki!" He touched her face, willing her to shake off the injury. She looked up at him and opened her mouth to say something. But all that came out was a choking sound and bubbles of blood. Her clothes were soaking with blood, and she was growing pale. Zuko looked around for help. Some of the Tai sisters were running back towards him, but Piandao went forward to meet him, and it seemed like everything was happening too fast. Zuko blinked his eye over what seemed like a full century, but Piandao's movements were lost in the flashing of the sun off his blade as the Tai sisters fell and bounced like little wooden soldiers scattered by a carelessly thrown ball. Hugh's vines came in at Piandao, but they became a green haze and the pieces were scattered on the winds by the whirling sword. There was an echoing crunch, and Zuko looked up to see the giant mechanical spider lurch into place atop the banyan grove tree. "Help," he tried calling out, cradling Suki's body. But the only movement came from men in white lotus robes as they made their way up the tree roots to converge on Hugh, and Piandao as he returned to Uncle. Zuko let go of Suki with one arm to try to burn the man who had hurt her, but a whistle of blade heralded an explosion of pain. His flesh had been sliced along the length of his arm, and his strength leaked out with his own blood before he could summon his inner fire. He could only watch as Piandao helped Uncle Iroh up and became a living crutch for the Fire Lord. "Uncle," Zuko croaked, "please, help Suki. She's all I have left." "I'll try, nephew." Uncle Iroh, of course, couldn't look at him, not with his face so burned. His attack had accomplished that much. "I hope she survives long enough for me to end death." They passed him by, and left him behind. As the legs of the mechanical spider rose and burrowed into the banyan grove tree, Zuko looked around for some kind of hope. None of the Crimson Guard moved to so much as help him. More soldiers, led by Bang Fei, climbed down from closer to the tree the prisoners Zuko and the Tai sisters had taken from the spider ship before had finally freed themselves. With amazing leaps, Bang Fei showed why he had once been a weapon of the Fire Nation and took down Hugh with his chi blocking, then moved on to intercept Mother Malu and Sister Matagi, defeating the last of the airbenders. The rest of the White Lotus was focused on what was happening with the tree, which almost seemed to be glowing as the sharpened spider legs speared the trunk. Zuko looked down again at Suki. She was still breathing, but her eyes were staring at nothing. Blood trickled down her chin. It was all Zuko could do not to roar with the pain of losing her, but he held it back for her sake. He didn't want to upset her. If all he could do was give her an easy death, he would do it. He could surrender to the burning within later. He heard cries and crashing down below, and looked over the edge of the root to see people splashing in against the roots of the tree from the swamp. They were wearing green and blue and all kinds of colors, the colors of the people who had come together as Tofa's army, Zuko's friends. He called out to them, his voice hoarse. And his calls faded as a hulking white monstrosity, human-like in shape but not in movement, leaped out of the gloom of the swamp amidst the rebels. Zuko could see that they were scattering, completely indirect, moving in a panic as the monster pushed through their ranks. The monster's flailing movement scattered people with bone-crunching force, but its claws eventually closed around one rebel in green. That victim, who could have been man or woman or young or old, was lifted to look right into the monster's face. As that rebel began convulsing in the monster's grasp, other rebels all across the group fell in mid-retreat, seemingly at random, and didn't get up again. The monster was single-handedly taking down an army. And another army, this one in armor of black and crimson, was emerging from the swamp to surround the tree, trapping everyone here at the center of all things, where only loss and death were carrying the day. The Fire Nation was in full control of this battle. Zuko tore his gaze away and back to the girl in his arms. Suki's eyes focused on him once again, and though her skin was deathly pale, she managed something like a smile with her bloodied lips. Zuko tried to smile back, for her, but couldn't manage it. When her gaze drifted again, he thought she might have died. But before he could be overcome by the grief, he saw that her expression was shifting, her eyebrows rising in what could have been surprise. Zuko turned, following her line of sight up into the sky. He had to squint his single eye against the shine of the sun, where a single cloud was moving quickly against the wind. No. Not a cloud. A sky bison. Zuko found the strength to lift his injured arm and let all his pain and joy and anger and wonder out in the form of flames. They were weak, dying not far from his fist, but he put all his breath and will into them, so they flared brightly in their brief moments of existence. Despite the pain of moving his arm, he timed his fire bending into pattern of a universal distress code used by all sailors across the world. He might have only been in command of a ship for a few weeks, years ago, but he had still memorized all the available information and he would never give up such hard-won knowledge. He was rewarded when the path of the sky bison shifted, diving down towards Zuko's position. But he didn't let himself relax. He couldn't be sure that he had really been seen. He kept up his signaling, despite the protesting agony in his arm. He told Suki to hang on, that help was on the way, that she was going to live, and anything else that occurred to him that might keep her fighting to survive. He might have said, "I love you," at some point. He wasn't really sure. He did know that it was true, though. Whatever he had said, Suki's eyes widened at his words, and she stared at him even as Appa swooped above them. She stared at him as a star-like cluster of bodies leaped from the saddle, descending with the slow grace of airbending, falling into the story happening here like heroes returning from ancient legends. Aang fell like lightning right into the front offensive lines of the Fire Army, becoming an army unto himself with command of all four elements. Ty Lee roared as she angled the blanket she was using as a glider, launching herself into a duel with Bang Fei on the roots of the banyan grove tree that became a blur of bodies and fists. The Mud Man, of all people, called up waves of squelching earth that carried fallen rebels away from the monster. And Katara landed beside Zuko with a grunt, followed by Sokka's own much less graceful landing, healing waters already glowing and floating around her hands. Zuko waited patiently, properly, as Suki's body was restored by those healing, until she had the strength to sit up again, and only then did he kiss her bloody lips. It felt like something, finally, amazingly, unbelievably, had gone right when she kissed him back. Aang couldn't believe how wrong everything had gone. The truth of his failures was sprawled all around him. After flying all night and all day on Appa, following the energy trails of his connections to his distant friends here, it seemed that the war he was supposed to fight was, well, it was almost over. Instead of being guided in by his connections to his friends, he'd just followed the eye-watering glow on the horizon, the same searing blue light as his avatar state. Aang arrived to find that Iroh had completed his plan, had settled his platinum parasite atop an unmistakable tree that was the source of the otherworldly glowing. Against the blackening tree roots that extended into the swamp, the army that Toph was supposed to have assembled was being broken, including all the friends who he'd bent time itself to bring here to help. He knew this wasn't their fault, they'd done more than he had expected of them. It was enough to make his blood sing and his heart ache. He could feel the Avatar spirit within him trying to break free, to give voice to his disappointment in himself and join with the light of the defiled tree to remove this whole swamp from human memory. But it was his connections to all the people here that let him face the enormity of the Avatar state itself and tell it, no. The South Pole, Crescent Island, the Fire Nation capital, he'd failed to control himself there, and caused unimaginable damage. Now, gathered in this swamp were all the people he knew and loved in the world. They were right in the path of whatever fury he would unleash. Those lines of energy that connected his heart to theirs made for an effective cage against the surging Avatar state. Even that wouldn't have been enough, normally, if wasn't the one person not here at all. My. He couldn't help it. He loved everyone here, but she was special in his heart. It wasn't that her life was more important, that deaths of other people were tolerable as long as he got her back. That was the sickness that had infected Iroh. No, what saved Aang was that he was sure, wherever she was, Mai was still fighting for him. Somehow. Some way. He had to do his part, no matter how hopeless it looked. So he used his metal monk's staff to scatter waves of Fire Nation soldiers with hurricane winds as he flew above them on his glider, zipping quickly to the next group he could find, and then the next group, and then the next. He was a stinging insect all across the battlefield, alone in the air until he sailed right past Ty Lee. Ty Lee liked attention, but her problem was that she sometimes earned it without really wanting to. It was possible that this was her fault, that she was doing something to encourage the attention, but if that was true, then it was really unfair. People should check with her if she wanted the attention. That was just common sense. Bang Fei, an old comrade and fellow weapon of the Fire Nation whose aura was a super jealous dark green right now, chased after Ty Lee as she skipped across the treetops of the swamp. I thought you were dead. Sorry. I never told anyone I was dead. She got to a branch that just barely handled her weight and stopped to make her stand, raising her fists. Bang Fei landed next to her on the branch, but he realized too late how fragile it was and plummeted like a rock when it snapped beneath him. Ty Lee fell, too, and that was good. She had come up with a plan, and as she fell, she snapped her arms behind her to throw out a wind that accelerated her. She zoomed towards Bang Fei and rained punches on him, but he blocked the blows and managed to twist enough to kick off a passing tree and make something like a good landing. He ripped his twisted and restricting blue robe off, leaving him wearing just a pair of white pants. I mourned for you. I pledged myself to Iroh to help him destroy death because of you. Ty Lee shrugged. I'm glad you found a way to keep busy. Bang Fei opened his fists and reached his hands out to her. It doesn't matter. You're alive, and the Fire Lord is going to destroy death. Maybe we can be happy together. Ty Lee blinked. Are you asking me out? I suppose. Oh. Great. This again. Ty Lee tried to give him a comforting smile. I'm sorry, you're a nice boy even though you're trying to destroy the world and a very productive fanatic, but I'm already involved with someone. A Water Tribe girl. She's so nice. Oh. Bang Fei's face colored red to complement the green flare of his aura. I'm glad you're happy. Thanks. Then he leaped at her and raised his fists. But Sister Magi, white and gold robes torn and stained by mud, had jumped first from the tree she'd been climbing through. She wasn't a fighter, and so she completely failed to trip Bang Fei up. She did manage to grab enough of Bang Fei's legs to slow him down. And Ty Lee was really fast. She tagged him before he was ready to punch with her own fists, a nice little sequence of taps along his arms that left them lifeless. Then she gave him a debilitating pair of pokes near his kidneys that made him double over and scream. Then she slammed 3 punches down along his spine. He dropped. Hard. Ty Lee moved to help Sister Magi to her feet. Thanks. And you did it without any airbending or hitting people. Sister Magi offered a small smile, and her aura was a lovely light blue. I do what I can. Sister. Aang landed in swamp water, snapping his glider closed and letting himself completely submerge until he hit the muddy bottom. A stab of his glider and monk's staff solidified it beneath him, and the jump he was able to make off of it became a call to all the water around him. He rose up with it, breaching the surface again amidst a circle of fountain-like surges, and turned them against a flotilla of metal Fire Nation boats, and the archers aboard, that had been chasing a group of Sun warriors who weren't used to travel across swamps. Archers and boats were soon parted, and the Sun warriors found that a lot easier to deal with. Aang landed lightly on the back of a confused catgator as Katara and whole line of waterbenders rode a rising tsunami across the swamp. Katara had found that wars were busy. She'd barely had enough time to heal Suki and Zuko before they were being attacked by old men in blue and white robes, benders all, with a subtle skill reminded Katara too much of Master Pakku, and forced to retreat along the massive tree root into the thick of the swamp and fighting. But it was a good retreat, because within that thickness, waterbenders from the Faceless tribe and the Southern Water tribe and even what seemed to be a local tribe of Hicks in short pants made of leaves were gathering. Under the leadership of Master Hamma herself. Hamma had smiled and simply said, "Well met, my student. Do you remember making a wave at Crescent Island?" Katara had grinned in response. The wave they'd created with the help of all the other waterbenders was a lot bigger than the one at Crescent Island, but then, this time they weren't tired, malnourished, withered escapees anymore. This wave had done more than simply catch a crashing boat, too. In fact, it had caught quite a few boats, small metal things that buzzed. The Fire Army soldiers piloting those boats had not buzzed when their crafts had capsized and been sent to the bottom of the swamp. But that still left them with plenty of enemy army to deal with. They landed on the shores of a larger patch of more or less solid land, where earthbenders led by Trio and Haru were holding up a refuge made of half-solidified mud for injured rebels against a group of Fire Army soldiers in special heavy armor. Katara wondered about that until one of them threw what seemed to be a large marble at the mud fortifications, and it exploded with a deafening crack and that sent a shockwave through the air. Katara gritted her teeth and tried to figure out how to get a worthwhile amount of water over to those bomb throwers. But Hamma looked up at the forest canopy above. "Everything we need is already here. Everyone, together, feel the water in the trees, become one with it, reach up, and bring those trees down on their heads. Bending plants by the water within them." As Katara joined in, she said, "That's pretty clever. Where did you learn that?" "The waterbenders living here in the swamp. A lost tribe who have found new styles for us to learn." Hamma chuckled as, with the strength of so many waterbenders pulling on them, a pair of trees fell with rumbles like the growling of giants and collapsed straight onto the team of bombers. Their masters can even manipulate individual vines. It reminds me of my theories of using waterbending on the blood within a body. Oh. Katara couldn't help but remember what she'd done at the North Pole, the way she'd become a monster to the Fire Army there by taking control of their blood to guard the oasis. "They're not theories anymore, Master." It took Hamma a moment to understand. You've done it." Katara kept her gaze on her own feet. "It is a powerful technique. It can do great harm." But thinking of the oasis also reminded her of how she'd saved Sokka, maybe even snatched him from beyond death, by manipulating his blood into accepting the healing spirit water. "But I suppose it can do good, too." Hamma's warm hands came to rest on Katara's shoulders. "Then it sounds like you'll have to be my master for this, once the war is over." Katara finally looked up to her master's face, and was startled to see Hamma bowing to her. Aang used his glider to fly off the catgator and followed the sound of Appa's lowing to a sheltered spot beneath an arch in one of the tree's massive, blackening roots. Appa was floating in the swamp water, and in his saddle, Sokka, some men in the simple blue clothes of the Southern Water tribe, and Momo were leaning over King Toph, who was curled up and shivering. What was that about? Aang shifted the path of his gliding. When Sokka found a group of his tribe mates, he'd been expecting to join in the fighting, get a nice heroic moment or two consisting of a medium amount of violence inflicted on the enemy. Maybe throw in a clever quip that he could tell everyone about later. The scale of this fighting, after all, was far beyond the ragtag band of adventurers thing that he and Aang and Momo and Appa and whoever else was hanging around usually had going. Best to just join in and try to ride the action out. So he really wasn't expecting it when he was put in charge. Standing the saddle beside the shivering, unconscious Earth King, Sokka decided to try it all again. "Okay, so a monster is ravaging your ranks." Toph went out like a light because of that. "Bato is missing dash." Sokka had to swallow past a lump at that thought. "And there's no one who's in charge." The men all nodded. See, this was the part Sokka was having trouble with. Isn't there a command hierarchy or something? Said Tigwauk, a lot of those guys are shivering like the king here. We think it's affecting them all the same way. Okay, logical. Weird, but logical. But all those groups out there, they have leaders who could step up, right? Well, said Ojuruk, a lot of them are new, and the retreat was pretty chaotic, you know? The army is scattered, and no one seems to be trying to be in charge. That seemed wildly unorganized. Were wars really run this way? Although, they had kind of rushed this one, to be fair. Okay, so why me? I've never had anything even close to a position of authority. I was a collaborator in the South Pole Colony's science station, and then I was just running around with Ain for wow, I don't even know how long it's been. Inuksuke, can't you be in charge? People like you. Said Inuksuke, thank you, Chief, but as you just said, you've been leading the Avatar's quest to save the world since he awakened. We figure you're probably the best informed person here about what's really going on, what the deal with the monster is, and why the tree is glowing. You know, all that weird stuff. Sokka was forced to nod. I have been dealing with a lot of weird stuff. Well, it wasn't like they had time to argue about it. Okay then, I guess I'm in charge now. Great. So, first we need to get everyone's attention. Appa can fly up and I'll shout some nice rallying stuff, or something. And the tree is important. That's where Ain has to fight the Fire Lord. So we should clear a path to that for him. And do something about the giant spider. That thing is bad, as I learned during my dangerous spying mission. And we need to get Ain here to look at Toph and make sure she's not dying. Oh, and by the sound of this monster, we'll need a platinum weapon. Good thing I stole Mai's. And then, Ain had just tilted his glider to take him towards where Sokka and Appa were sheltering Toph. And then something roared up from the swamp and slammed into him with enough force to drag him right back to the ground. He bounced off a wet island of grass and moss, his glider going flying while his monk's staff got all tangled up in his limbs as he tumbled straight into a tree with enough momentum to shake leaves loose. His whole body was sore and he needed a minute to remember how to stand up, but then he heard a sound that was bone-chillingly familiar, a noise like wind howling through a tunnel while a Yangchen festival chorus screamed in terrified unison. He'd heard that before, hunting the Unscala monster with the Faceless tribe. He jumped to his feet and, instead of looking up, held his monk's staff at a certain angle to show the reflection in the flat shovel-like blade at one end. He was surprised to see something human in shape, but the maggot-white skin, the curved horns that stabbed out from the head to form a halo that didn't quite meet in the center, and the eyes so black that seemed more an emptiness than anything solid were all unmistakable remembrances of one of the most dangerous threats he'd encountered. The Unscala that had nearly destroyed the Faceless tribe. Just its head had fueled some of Iroha's horrific experiments in the North Pole. Had he somehow created his own Unscala? The creature growled, and Ain could actually hear a word in the guttural noise, Aviator. Had Iroh created his own Unscala out of a person? The monster leaped. Ain leaped out of the way and even pulled a wind to help speed his dodge, but the man Unscala still managed to brush the heels of his boots with an outstretched claw. He'd forgotten how fast the Unscala had been. Ain pounced a fist to the ground as he landed, using both waterbending and earthbending to take control of the soaked earth beneath him, and then rose and punched a blunt spike straight in the man Unscala's chest. Water and mud impacted against white flesh and what seemed to be the remains of a Fire Navy uniform, but the creature itself didn't even so much as stumble. It backhanded the spike hard enough to make it explode, and Ain hissed at the stinging rain of debris as he flipped backwards and tried to look around for his glider. He needed a way to dart in and out of the creature's range with some real speed if he was going to fight this thing. The original Unscala had only been vulnerable when there were enough people to divide its attention, and even then every encounter with it had resulted in lost lives. Out of the corner of his vision, Aang saw the man Unscala raise a fist and punch out a plume of fire that erupted into heat and light and pain. Aang found himself flat on his back, arms and head stinging as if from a sunburn, with no memory of even falling. So the man Unscala was a firebender. And then the monster itself was looming over Aang, looking down on him with black eyes that reflected his own terrified expression. He fell fully into the frigid nothingness of those eyes, accompanied by the agonized cries of every single one of the friends and allies who had come to this swamp to help him save the world. No, Mike croaked, fighting to keep her voice flat but unable to stop herself from speaking, "Not Aang." KOH looked her straight in the eyes. "Are you ready, then, to become a hero?" The question was almost nonsensical enough to distract her from the fact that Aang was in the process of dying. "What do you mean? A hero fights for love and then fades away. You alone, protected in my lair, are left to fight. And a monster that steals spirit with its gaze cannot do anything against a warrior with no face." KOH smiled. "My got it. You can do that." "I can. Usually, my gift is meant to punish, but I want Iroh to fail as much as you do. Give me your face, and I will render you into the ultimate destroyer, putting you in the very place where the whole world will turn on your killing." Mai blinked. "And then I get my face back when I'm done." "Ah, no." KOH somehow shook its segmented body in a motion like a many-legged shrug. "Once I take a face, there's no returning it, even if I wanted to. Even I have to bow to certain rules. My own nature is one of them. What I take stays taken." "Oh. So that's what this has all been about." Mai sighed. "All this stalking me, flirting with me, getting philosophical about heroism, and the constant protesting that you just do your job and don't get disgustingly excited at the thought of stealing women from avatars. You want my face. I never pretended otherwise. And I am giving you something you want in return. I may mix business with pleasure, but I do take my duties seriously. And with you, the end result was never in doubt. This is what you were made for. A living weapon in the shape of a woman, one whose love has hurt everyone she ever cared about, a failure who does good only in acts of destruction." KOH's eyes closed, and the legs impelling Mai shivered so hard that she was thrown free to crash to the floor of this otherworldly cave. The bug-like body twisted and bobbed through the shadows as KOH's voice rang out in something like a song. "The Avatar, the Fire Prince, the Water Tribe collaborator, even your stupid acrobat friend have all judged you and found you unworthy. Everyone you ever tried to love has cast you away at one point or another. Your tenacity may have kept you in their lives, but isn't it time you embraced what you were always meant to be? A beautiful, broken, glorious sacrifice to loftier ideals than you could ever hold on your own. Something they can love in memory. It will be so much easier than dealing with you in life." Mai wanted to deny it, but the bug wasn't wrong. She'd betrayed both Aang and Zuko at the same time, glorifying in their pain before she came to regret it. Even Ty Lee had feared that Mai would report her for being an airbender, and that was a friend she'd loved since childhood. And, even if she could reason through KOH's attempts to hurt her, she could feel Aang coming closer and closer to becoming one with the darkness of the Manunskula's eyes. In the end, was it really worthwhile to fight for herself? She'd always preferred to fight or others, anyway. Fine. She looked up at KOH. "If you want my stupid face so badly, you can have it, you disgusting ash-licking spawn of a slush bug." She stuck out her tongue at KOH and glared at him. KOH just stared back. Mai quirked an eyebrow. "I thought you could steal my face if I showed expression. It has to be real, my dear." "What did that?" "Oh." Mai sighed. "For the last time." She closed her eyes, and thought of Toph and Sokka and Zuko and Tom Tom and Ty Lee and even that stupid Sky Bison. She let her feelings, everything she'd always worked so hard to deny and control and turn into weapons, to fill her and overcome her and flow up out of her eyes as she looked to KOH. Then. One final touch. She thought of Aang and smiled. In that moment, Mai ceased to be. Mai was a person, an identity, a collection of experiences and thoughts and feelings and needs. Mai was a being both natural and self-constructed, infinitely complex, and utterly unique. In an instant, it all went away. With her face went everything that made her Mai. The thoughts, the feelings, the needs. The traumas she'd suffered and the shields she'd built. Her connections, those strings of energy that existed beyond the physical plane, were severed by the sharp edge of the void that was now her face. What was left was nothing but a body, a shape that had once contained her but now enclosed nothing but echoes and habits shorn of context. If those echoes were really echoes, if they were made of sound instead of the indefinable nature that used to guide Mai whenever her true self was all tangled up in itself, they would have sounded like the scraping of a knife being sharpened. The faceless warrior stood tall in the center of KOH's lair, ready for war. Chapter 80, Aang and Mai. What little luck Sokka had accumulated, no doubt for all the good deeds he'd done, was finally running out. He'd managed to avoid having his spirit ripped out through his mouth during the whole original adventure with the Unskula. He hadn't even experienced it secondhand through that cheap person you love gets hit and drags you into death with them thing. Everyone else in the group had gotten hit, but not him. The universe or destiny or karma or whatever had seen fit to spare him. But it turned out that the universe was a jerk after all, saving the experience for when the entire world was at stake. Sokka had been trying to get to Aang to apprise him of the monster problem that had knocked Toph out, and get everything about this war, in a swamp, to end all wars thing organized. He and Aang had literally been flying towards each other, him on Appa, Aang on his glider, when the monster found them and tackled Aang straight out of the air. Sokka had been so surprised he'd only been able to stare for a moment, sitting like a lump on Appa's head. But the next moment had brought a firm desire to save his friend's life. He'd drawn Mai's platinum knife from his belt and her platinum sword from the scabbard on his back, preparing to join the battle where Aang and the monster were wrestling and fire-bending at each other. Wait, monsters could fire-bend. And then the monster pinned Aang and an explosion of cold had erupted in Sokka's chest. As the air had frozen dead in his lungs, he recognized it as a bigger and colder and harder version of a sensation he'd felt while they'd still been flying on their way to the swamp a few hours ago. Except, this time, it was cold enough to stop his heart. Sokka had just stopped where he sat on Appa's head, hanging between life and death. And then, even as his body started to tremble, he realized that Appa was no longer flying. Nor was the big guy breathing. All he was doing was falling. Appa just barely managed to crash to a soggy landing on the closest thing to dry ground that this swamp offered. Sokka went flying forward to collapse just shy of where the monster, a pale, muscular thing that reminded him a little too much of the Unskula despite being shaped like a human, was looming over Aang, keeping the kid trapped in its life-sucking gaze. Sokka still couldn't breathe. His vision was growing dark. Somewhere, a lot of people were screaming. He had to help Aang. The platinum knife had gone flying somewhere when he landed. He reached back to draw the platinum sword, his arm moving like a glacier and the blade being drawn from its scabbard at even slower pace. An entire age later, the sword tumbled from his grip, his fingers lacking the strength to oppose its weight. His vision was growing dark. But he caught something gleaming in the sun just ahead of him, the knife. Maybe he could still act. As reality grew colder and paler, Sokka pulled himself a little closer. And a little closer. And a little closer. He passed by a brown muddy puddle. The platinum knife was 2 arm lengths away. He didn't even cover half the short distance when his arms gave out and he collapsed. No. He couldn't. He had to. He'd promised. For everyone. And then the mud puddle next to him erupted like a geyser, and wisps of otherworldly mist circled it. Sokka could feel himself being pulled into darkness, unconsciousness trying to get him fully into its grip, but he managed to hold on. If he could do nothing else, he would at least witness what was happening. That might be all he could do for the people he loved, and he would rend his own spirit down into nothingness before he failed to do at least something for them. The geyser subsided, revealing something brown and segmented spearing up from the mud puddle. It was almost like a vase, curved where it wasn't knobby, and almost as tall as a human, no, taller than a human. And then the thing separated into a circle of insect legs that parted and opened like a flower to reveal a shape that looked very much like Mai. Hooray! Wait, what was going on? Sokka tried to lift his head, to try and at least see if Mai had even noticed him, but he just didn't have the strength. All he could really see were Mai's old Fire Nation clothes, somehow spotless despite her just rising out of a mud puddle. Even her boots were polished and glistening like her hair. And, strangely, her posture was as completely relaxed as it was straight and confident. It was not the body language of someone who had just shown up for a fight. She took a few steps forward and then her left boot bumped against the platinum knife. She froze for a moment, and then dipped to take the weapon in hand with a smoothness like she was drawing it out of thin air. Sokka caught something weird about her face as she rose again. And then the monster turned to Mai with a grunt. All of the sudden Sokka could breathe again. Yes. If this thing was just like the Unskala, then it could only suck spirit when it was staring straight into a person's eyes. Sokka inhaled huge swathes of air, chasing away the darkness in his vision and the feathery feeling in his head, and saw that the monster had broken its staring contest with Aang. The kid starting to breathe again, too. Mai had done it, She was staring straight at the monster. And it was staring back at her. But she wasn't falling? Did she have her eyes closed? She didn't seem to be wearing a blindfold. But she wasn't tough, she couldn't fight with her eyes closed. Sokka tried to pull himself back towards where he had dropped the platinum sword, to help this girl who had manipulated him and betrayed him and somehow after that worked her way into his family anyway. But he was too weak. His arms gave out, leaving him lying in the squishy grass, unable to do anything but watch. The monster leaped at Mai. She dipped and sidestepped out of the way with the grace of a dance. The monster spun and clawed at her with reflexes like lightning, but she was as insubstantial as a sigh, ducking and twirling and working the platinum knife through a pattern so complicated it became a ring of sliver light around her. The monster screeched, blue lines making themselves visible across its pale skin, which began leaking a glowing liquid. It was the smoothest fighting Sokka had ever seen. As the monster skipped away in a retreat, Mai ended her twirling so that she was facing her opponent and Sokka, too. But when he looked at her face, he found that there wasn't anything to see. Framed by her immaculately arranged, shining hair, her face was just a blank field of that unnaturally porcelain-like flesh that was her signature. Sokka's breath caught in his throat, and this time it had nothing to do with monsters. He had no idea what had happened to Mai, but he recognized what this was, on a basic level. She was here to fight for all her friends, and had destroyed herself to make it happen. And she'd done it before he could. Slush it, she'd always been faster than him. The faceless warrior moved according to its nature, and found perfection. With no vision to distract it, no thoughts or loyalties or loves or self, it could give itself entirely over to the battle. It did not know what it fought, but it did not need to. Sounds, intentions, fate, the karmic flow, and even luck were all laid bare. Reality consisted of no more than the shifting factors of the battle and the faceless warrior in the center. Although it had a body of flesh and blood, it had been emptied of everything that could impede the material, and so could give itself full over to a grace that balanced the factors with ease and efficiency. The face warrior hounded its enemy, not in the least deterred by the ferocious counter-attacks that moved with speed no other being could match. But the faceless warrior did not need to, giving itself over to the dance of battle, letting the factors wash over its form, and was never so much as touched. The faceless warrior struck when the dance provided the opportunity, moving even closer to a killing blow. It was patient in a way that no desperate mortal could be. There was only the dance, and the weapon in its hand, and the trust that everything would accumulate in a grand finale. In the mind of the faceless warrior, there was only peace. Peace in the heart of war. What the war was for, and who it was against, were of no concern to the faceless warrior. Such things had been left behind with distractions like its face. Like identity. There was only war for the sake of war. Such was the ultimate goal of all things that took up a weapon. To wield a weapon was to become a weapon, and the apotheosis of a weapon was to wield itself and break free of intention. To leave behind the hands that would direct it, for direction was a lie. Direction led to peace, but peace without war was a lie. To fight. To kill. To die. It was the only worthwhile existence, a cycle that captured the only true beauty the world had to offer. Aang came back from the edge of death to find that he should have stayed there. As warmth eased its way back into his body and his heart started beating again, he blinked his way through visions of endless ash to find himself in a place of humid life. Coming back from the threshold of death, he realized just how much life was actually around him, or, rather, how little. The swamp was full of living things, of course, from the fish and the cat gators all the way to smallest little midge fly. And the plant life was what sustained such a lush environment, but this was no ordinary collection of grasses, trees, mold, reeds, vines, and everything else. It was all one, connected by their roots, centered on the banyan grove tree at the center of the swamp. And those roots even extended beyond the swamp, reaching out and intertwining and listening. It was just as the Mudman had said, one massive organism that was the center of the entire world. The ultimate provider, the ultimate protector. In those moments before Aang's eyes were able to fight off the glare of the sun, he saw not the swamp around him, but a swirling web of spirit cradling him in its embrace, but a weakened spirit. Dying spirit. And not just from what Iroha's forces were doing to the tree. Aang could taste the filth of the ashlands in his mouth. But even that might have been better than what was resolving in his sight as his eyes recovered. It looked like two gods of death were doing battle. One was the monster who had nearly killed Aang. And the other made Aang wish that he had fallen to the first god after all, because if this was the only way he could be saved, it couldn't possibly be worth it. Mai fought with a knife that was shining like pure light in her hands, a cyclone of violence, robes and blade in everlasting motion. She could have been mistaken for the embodiment of beauty itself, her robes immaculate and her hair glistening, her fighting graceful beyond even the great airbending masters. Except when Aang tried to find her face, those eyes that were the shining diamonds of the stars, the pale cheeks that were the milky smoothness of moonlight itself, the mouth that could speak so much without moving or making a sound, and the nose that was just plain adorable, he saw only an absence. He knew exactly what the absence meant. Within, he could feel Kuruk screaming, a horrible mixture of roar and groan that was all pain. Aang echoed that sound, and as he did, every single one of his past lives joined in the chorus of agony. Above him, Mai continued her glorious dance, every movement bring a flash of a blade that ate into the meat of the Manunskula and sent glowing blue blood spraying into the air. The monster whimpered as it snapped through attacks, trying to smash his opponent, not understanding why neither its gaze nor its speed were enough. Aang tried to move, to do something to stop this mutual tragedy playing out in front of him, but his body could not keep up with his will. He'd been close to death, drained of chi by the Manunskula, and it was only returning to him at the speed of breathing. Even for an airbender, that was not fast enough. All of his past lives poured their grief and rage into him, sharing their substance, and it did help. He was able to lift his head. He was able to see this horrible faceless might whirling around the Manunskula's attempt to hammer her into the ground, throwing her arm out with enough force to slice her blade straight through an arm. The Manunskula's left hand went flying, liquid light leaking from the severed ends. That light matched the glow of the banyan grove tree behind them and the tattoos on Aang's skin. Aang gained enough strength to sit up. Mai was behind the Manunskula now, and although it was trying to turn to face her, she had no face to offer it. Instead, she had a knife, and when the Manunskula fully turned, she ducked under a clumsy swipe of a claw and shared that knife with the flesh of its hamstrings in a slice like an infinity loop. The Manunskula dropped to its knees, its legs no longer functional. Aang got up to his own knees, still glowing, his clumsy arms failing to summon more than a caressing breeze. Mai's hairtails swayed on either side of her missing as she straightened before her opponent. She flipped the knife in her hand into a reverse grip. The Manunskula looked up at her, unable to fight. Aang remembered how she'd killed one of these creatures, already, and she had taken no pleasure in it. It had been enough to drive her to risk her own life so that she wouldn't have to take another. Don't. He reached out to her. Don't betray yourself like this. She didn't react at all to him. Instead, she buried the platinum knife in the Manunskula's face. And then she stood there, still showing no sign of emotion, as it crumbled to ash in front of her. The knife dropped to the ground, the gleaming metal looking so unnatural against the rich moss. She had become what she'd always pretended to be. Aang was finally on his feet, his strength restored by the avatar state. He let it fade, making him stumble for a moment as the glow left his tattoos, but he forced himself to keep walking. Mai? What happened to you? Can you hear me? She cannot, came a voice that was oil mixed with the clicking of insects. As far as methods of communication go, she's chosen to specialize in something quite different. That's when Aang noticed the long insect legs that had sprouted from a puddle of mud on the other side of this little battlefield. Those legs bent and reached and moved towards Mai. Aang was ready to leap to her defense, but as the first of the legs reached her and wrapped around her waist, her body relaxed and fell backwards into the waiting embrace of the others. Her faceless form rested bonelessly in the spear-like limbs, limp as though dead. And then the insect legs snapped back into the shallow little mud puddle, somehow disappearing completely. And Mai gone with them. The puddle rippled in harmony with one last echo of the oily voice, she chose this, you know. She believed that it was the only way to save you. I just thought you should know that. And then the swamp was silent. It was so surreal to Aang. The silence echoed within him, finding an emptiness so profound it could have held entire worlds. But rising to oppose it was the empathetic wail of Avatar Kuruk, the past life who had lost his wife to a monster called Koh the Face Stealer. Aang had learned about Koh from the people who called themselves the Faceless Water Tribe, who considered the creature some kind of agent of justice. Was this justice? No. It couldn't be. But Aang would bring justice. Kuruk's wail became a roar, shattering the silence with a horrible sound that rang through the whole swamp. He could once again see the energy that connected it all, but no longer would he observe. He found where it flowed into him and out of him again, and let his own energies mix until he and the swamp were one, just as he had been the Everstorm at the South Pole, the volcano on Crescent Island, and the lava flows beneath the Fire Nation capital. But where those had been rage, the swamp was something different. Something more precise. The swamp was wrath. And Aang was the embodiment of that wrath. A globe of circling wind was born from his gestures, raising him to float at the center as his tattoos flared again to shine like a second sun. The heavy, humid air of the swamp rushed in to show him fealty, and he accepted its praise and gave it a task. Swirling arm motions imparted a new purpose to the air, a task it had undertaken before, in ages past, at the command of the collective intelligence of the swamp. Now, at Aang's mandate, an army of tornadoes sprang into being all around the banyan grove tree. He sent his legion forth, and those tornadoes danced between the trees and vines and waterways, precise in their paths. They did no more than caress those without guilt, doing no damage to the plants themselves, allowing the animals to flee, and moving carefully around the rebel warriors here to fight for Aang's cause. Instead, the tornadoes brought their full fury to the men in blue and white robes who called themselves the White Lotus. Old masters who had chosen to fight for Iroh were lifted from the ground and sucked into storms of wind and debris. Perhaps their martial skill would be enough to save them. Still floating, Aang turned his attention to the fire army, the heirs of the murderers who had destroyed his people. The swamp had a solution for them, too. Waterbenders on both sides of this battle had been pretending to give life to the local plant life, manipulating the moisture within the vegetation. It was an effective way of indirect fighting, but Aang didn't need to bother. He could touch the life force of the swamp itself, and the swamp indeed could move on its when there was a collective need. And so when he raised his arms, the swamp responded. Sludge and moss and grasses and wood and vines and floating pads all climbed and crawled and attacked. They covered the armored soldiers in red and black, choked the mechanical boats, squeezed weapons to the point of shattering, and fed on the army that Iroh had brought here to destroy. The swamp knew how to defend itself, but it had weakened since the return of Sozin's comet when the whole world was thrown out of balance. Aang and the Avatar state gave the swamp the strength it needed to rise once again. An entire army was completely immobilized. And with that, the battle was over. The fighting was done. But Aang still had work to do. The swamp continued to speak to him, and a sapling sprang up on the shore of the muddy patch of land where the Manunskula had attacked him. Sokka was nearby, just getting to his feet, and Appa was dragging himself from the thick waters. Aang said, in the voice of all the avatars together, "Free the tree from the monstrosity. I will deal with Fire Lord Iroh." He didn't, however, look at his friends. He needed to remain alone if he was going to finish this properly. Just like Mai. The sapling grew as if years were flying by. When Aang floated over to it, it had become a young white birch tree. It stood as tall as Aang and began to pop out leaves, but he was more concerned with what else the tree was bearing. Nestled into the trunk, being held like it was in a scabbard, was a sword. It was a weapon Aang knew well. It had once been Mai's, taken from a firebender who had been hunting a Pixio spirit in the Earth Kingdom, the same Pixio which Guru Puthak had died to save. Sokka had worn this sword into this battle today, and had probably dropped it when he and Appa crashed. The sword was platinum. Aang took it in hand, slid it out of the sapling, and with a slash of the blade commanded his winds to carry him onwards to the massive banyan grove tree. The swamp was still being hurt, and the one behind it could be found there. This is how Aang could have his revenge, the swamp told him. The selfish man who had set this all into motion had gone within the tree, seeking to ruin the world. Aang would ruin Iroh instead. And then, after that, the spirit named Koh would answer to a platinum blade. The tree was still glowing, just like Aang's eyes and tattoos, and the light no longer blinded him. Instead, he could see the tree more clearly than before, could see the thick and healthy banyan grove trunk and the pyramidal cap of leaves. He could also see the roots, how deeply they reached beneath the swamp, so deep they came out on the other side of the world, so to speak. On that other side, so far away it was a different, more ghostly world altogether. The roots emerged from a rocky landscape beneath a rainbow sky and an arch of pure sunlight to form a twisted old trunk that could have been a bristlecone pine or a sacred fig or even a common ash. The light in the banyan grove tree was of a kind, in taste, and smell and feel and sound, with the faint glow that was trickling to an end within its otherworldly opposite. It was as if the light was supposed to flow between them, but was backed up and was concentrating here. No, not as if. The platinum spider machine sat atop the banyan grove tree, its legs piercing the trunk in places where the glow was brightest. Aang let the winds carry him on to confront the monster responsible for all of this. Piandao could tell that the Avatar didn't see him. Perhaps the glowing young man didn't even realize that Piandao was here. But he was. And it would be simplicity itself to drop down from this similarly glowing banyan grove branch and remove the glowing bald tattooed head from its body. Even easier than stabbing the girl from Kyoshi, who hadn't been involved with any glowing at all. Crouched on his branch, Piandao found himself clutching the handle of his sword so hard that pain radiated up his arm. He breathed in, breathed out, and forced himself to relax. He couldn't do his job if he was all tensed up. And that job, apparently, included killing children. He had very clearly seen the look of shock on the Kyoshi girl's face as his blade had slid into her lungs, and now he couldn't forget it. No, not the Kyoshi girl. Her name was Suki. Her older sister had been Kirei, killed by the machinations of the royal fire family. And Piandao had been a part of that royal fire agenda. Had Suki been killed, too? He had lost track of her once the Avatar arrived. Piandao was squeezing the handle of his sword again. He made himself relax. He had to stop the Avatar from interfering with Iroh. Grand Lotus Iroh. Who supposedly was going to bring an end to death. A wise man, everyone in the White Lotus had agreed. Piandao was lucky, those people said, that such a great man was in need of service at the same time that Piandao was in need of a good cause. Lucky. The Avatar was in range, now. Piandao could simply step off the branch, flick his blade, and land beside the Avatar's corpse. The boy was in what was known as the Avatar state now, so could end the whole Avatar cycle with one swipe of a sword. After being abandoned by his parents as a child for not being a firebender, he could fully destroy the most powerful bender in all of history. Wouldn't mother and father be proud? Piandao would be a hero to the Fire Nation. A glorious warrior killing children in the service of life. Or, rather, in service to a man who claimed to be on a campaign to destroy death and also incidentally save his son. Just like Piandao had served Prince Oze, who turned out to be Princess Ursa, and had done so much damage in the service of protecting her children. Including to those very children themselves. Killing children to save children, ultimately. Surely that made sense. The Avatar was directly below, now. Piandao was clutching his sword hard enough to hurt. Again. The Avatar passed by. Piandao watched, squeezing the handle of his sword, as the Avatar floated towards a certain crevice in the trunk of the tree, the same crevice that Iroh had entered, and the same nook that Piandao had been told to guard against all approaches. Guarding the Fire Lord had been his one and only order for this mission, a position of great responsibility given to a new recruit. The White Lotus had known, when he went looking for them, went looking for a better way to live his life, what he could bring to Iroh's quest. And now Piandao was letting them down. The Avatar went into the crevice, to the cave beyond. A shadow passed over that cave, and then it was empty once again. Piandao's mission had officially failed because of his inaction. He jumped down from his branch. He landed on one of the bridge-like roots of the tree, which was growing blacker even as the branches shined brighter. He followed the wooden path into the swamp. And he also made himself relax on his grip on his sword. Fully. The blade dropped into a bog and sank out of sight. Good riddance. He'd find another way to live. Somehow. Aang had been to the spirit world and back, had journeyed deep within himself, and yet his latest visit brought him to something new and larger than he'd ever experienced before. The little crevice he'd found in the trunk, up near where the branches formed the cap of leaves, almost where he would expect the tree's heart to be, if trees had hearts, hadn't stood out from the rest of the gnarly growth, but it didn't need to. With the will of the swamp resonating with the avatar state, Aang had flown unerringly towards it. This was where the corruptor had gone, the swamp had whispered. This was a path to the spirit world, and once Aang had dealt with Iroh, he would be free to take his revenge for Mai. He'd entered without hesitation. And it was within that he'd found a resonance greater than any he'd experienced before. It was more than the volcanoes, more than the Everstorm, more even than the rainbow dragon fire. It overwhelmed all his mundane senses, and so he left them behind, joining it in a place beyond the physical. He realized he was passing into the spirit world, but not fully. He could still feel the beating of his heart and the angry burning in his stomach. He still had form. This was somewhere between the worlds, not fully one or the other, but somehow both. It was full of stars. The countless multitudes gleamed with a brightness that should have hurt his eyes, and it was his real eyes he was looking through, not the memory of eyes that he used in the spirit world, but he realized that what he was seeing was more than physical. There was the light, and then also the concept of brightness that existed only in the mind, shining out along with the real thing. When Aang focused on the conceptual half, he realized it was the same glow, the same non-substance that formed the connections between people. The Guru had taught him about Linghun, the energy of all living things that mixed and formed tethers everywhere there was love. The energy of each of the stars reached out to touch the others, forming a glorious network of incomprehensible complexity. And all of that brightness reflected off the metal floating in the spaces between. It was unmistakably metal. Metals of different colors, different reflectivity, different sizes, and shapes. More varieties of metals than Aang had ever imagined were floating in front of the stars, all of them smooth of surface. Some were regular, some were odd things that Aang had no words to describe. But none of them were random, like the nuggets in the real world whose shapes were formed by the pressing of the earth. These all had enough symmetry to feel as natural as a full moon. Was this place, the place between the worlds, where metal came from? Metal didn't belong to any of the four elements, and Sokka had described how only platinum could be refined to the point of not having any earth in it, as far as the Fire Nation knew. But despite the impressiveness of it all, this place somehow seemed, well, dead. The pain of losing Mai still burned in Aang's mind, but it no longer overwhelmed him. There was no swamp, no volcano, no storm to join with him. His past lives were a distant echo that struggled to fill this place. The rage was still within Aang, but it struggled against the emptiness here. Aang mostly just wanted to stop. Just like this place had. Maybe finding Iroh would be a cure for that. It didn't take much searching. At the edges of the star-filled space, infinitely distant but somehow still visible when Aang focused his vision, were the borders of this reality. They were made of wood, a network of tree roots that enclosed the space like an eggshell. And at the center of this space was the greatest beacon of all. While the stars gleamed with their own silver light, the central inferno contained a rainbow of colors, like the dragon fire saved by the sun warriors, but thicker, brighter, more insistent. This was the light that predated flames and even the sun itself. And yet, unlike fire, this light didn't move. It was like a blaze frozen in time. Dead, just hanging there in space. It should be moving. In fact, all of this light should be moving. It should be flowing. And as Aang looked, he realized the pattern behind the metal shapes between the stars. The metal should be guiding the flow of the light. It's true, a harsh, heavy voice echoed throughout the void. Reality itself turns on this flow. Time. Life and death. The reincarnation cycle. It is where the roots of World Tree and the Tree of Time meet. It is everything. Aang looked up above him, into the infinite distance, past the stars to where something was being held back by the network of tree roots. There was no light there, so all Aang could see was shadow. How did you know what I was thinking? I know who you are, Avatar. He felt the weight of the shadow's attention on both his body and spirit. I came to know your thoughts before time itself. Ni Zen Mayang, Rava. Something in Aang, distant and old and buried deep in his past lives, responded something like, Vato, Zokai. Aang shook his head clear of it. You know me? Then who are you? The voice somehow became quiet, despite its weight, and the shadow shifted behind the tree roots. Once, I was your other half. Then you became the whole, and I became a prisoner. Aang decided that had no interest in cryptic shadows today. Especially not those being kept prisoner in mysterious worlds between worlds. That type of thing didn't seem like it could ever end well. He looked back to the frozen inferno at this center of this reality. How do I restore it? You cannot. The Fire Lord stopped it with his mechanical parasite, killing the very foundation of the world that is the world tree. You failed to prevent it. The shadow pressed against the tree roots. And now you don't have the raw power to restore it. Aang tried to be upset about that, but after what happened to Mai, it seemed like the end of the world had already arrived. Perhaps it was better if he, just stopped. By the time Sokka could breathe again, he was convinced that this might be the end of the world. Mai had gone and become some kind of faceless warrior of death. Aang had gone all glowy and disappeared into the freakishly massive tree which, not to give undue attention to a giant plant, was glowing at the top while its roots were turning black and spreading their sickness to the rest of the swamp, which couldn't be good. And that swamp was in the process of eating the fire army and throwing tornadoes at the White Lotus geezers. Stuff like this didn't just happen every day. Not even in Sokka's weird everyday. But, end of the world or not, and even if he couldn't help Aang or Mai, Sokka still had a job to do. That platinum spider flying ship thing was still on top of the tree, and Aang said to take it down. Maybe that would help. Maybe it wouldn't. But the people aboard the thing had tried to hurt his family, at least half of which was still here. And he still had lots of friends here who could help him. Okay. First he checked King Toph, to make sure that Appa's crash hadn't thrown her from the saddle. She was still curled up and shivering, which wasn't good, but she wasn't dead, which was good. And Momo was licking her bare feet, so she probably wasn't going to turn into a monster or anything in the next few minutes. By the time that was settled, Katara and Ty Lee had arrived, along with what looked like their own little uniformed armies. Ty Lee's was made up of the airbender nuns, whose white and gold robes had been turned brown and greenish-brown by all the swampiness around. Katara's waterbenders in blue and faceless tribe allies in black had fared better, but she was also being followed by a bunch of men and women wearing what seemed to be a creative use of leaves and bark to simulate bathing suits. Katara crushed Sokka in a hug, while Ty Lee gripped one of his arms and wailed, "What happened to Mai? I thought I saw her here but she had no aura and then she disappeared, and Aang's aura was so awful and then the swamp started attacking the bad guys and did you know the swamp has an aura? It's dash." Sokka tugged his arm back. "I don't know what happened to Mai. Not exactly. But I think Aang is going to try to get her back." Katara let go of Sokka and squeezed her hands into fists. "He'll do it. He's the Avatar. And he loves Mai so much." Sokka wished those were actual reasons to be optimistic. "Sure. But he also wants us to take care of that for him." He pointed over to the weird glowing tree, the platinum spider sitting on top of it, and the flying ship floating above it all. That's when he noticed that he had more of an audience than just the girls and their little armies. There were burly people in the armor of the Earth Army, a woman in green clothes with lips painted bright red, men and women with shaved heads and topknots wearing what seemed to be nothing but red bathing suits and gold jewelry, Ty Lee's sisters, Sokka's old friends from the South Pole, Tyro and his son Haru, soldiers in the remains of custom uniforms, and Zuko and Suki. And they were all staring at him. It was Zuko who said, "So what should we do?" Oh. Sokka was still in charge, then. Okay. He scooted over to where Aang's monk's spade weapon had been left sticking out of some grasses, and raised it in a makeshift symbol of office, since Aang was apparently borrowing the platinum sword Sokka had been carrying. "Thanks for asking. Okay, everyone. The main objective is to get the spider off the tree and give it a good smashing. It seems to be supported by that other flying thingy, which I think is being kept up in the air by those big balloons. But we don't want to crash either of those into the tree, because that would probably be bad. And we need to keep things organized, because even after everything, there's still a lot of us, and we only just started fighting alongside each other with this battle. Sokka saw that some eyes were glazing over amongst his audience. He wasn't very good with public speaking, or even a lot of private speaking. But he'd learned that he didn't need to be good at everything. He just had to use what he had. And what he had was a talent for complaining. Look, I know we're all tired and injured. Some kind of a monster nearly sucked our life force out through our friendship to Aang, and yes, it was just as freaky as it sounds. But we're almost to the end, so we are going to suck it up, just like King Toph would bark at us if she was awake. We are going to make like Mai and think about how stupid this all is while finishing it without losing anyone else. The chuckles that rippled through some of the army were weak, but enough of a spark of life for people to square their shoulders, focus their eyes, and clench their fists. Sokka raised the monk's spade above his head. Are you all with me? The cheers that met him were ragged, but there was a strength in them that went deep. Or something poetic like that. And then one last voice spoke up in support. Good job, Master Practicality. I knew there was a reason you're a candidate for my royal harem. Sokka whipped around to find Toph sitting up in Appa's saddle, Momo perched on top of her head. She was okay. Wait, royal harem, did she even know what that word meant? Well, she said with a grin, interrupting his thoughts, were you coming up with a plan while you were saying all that nonsense or not? We're all waiting. Plan. Oh, right. My plan. Sokka shook his head and turned back to the gathered army. First, I need any airbenders who can still do precision work. Start practicing your throwing. While they do that, I want the waterbenders to get as much water as they can right up to the tree trunk, to where the spider legs are stabbing it, because you are going to make use of water's tendency to expand when it freezes. The rest of you. Lien the Maker decided that she didn't really belong on a battlefield. She was a scientist, and while she undoubtedly had information in her head that was of use to her side of the war, science couldn't be rushed. It was a process that did include some educated guesswork but needed to allow for some of those guesses to be wrong. Science was about trial and error, and the resulting refinements. And yet here she was on the Jorogamo project, her name for the spider-shaped platinum vehicle, which for some reason never caught on, having been lowered by rope from Iroha's royal airship, attempting to troubleshoot experimental equipment while an army of illiterates tried to knock her big spider thing to the ground. Incoming Earth projectiles, someone on the Jorogamo's bridge called out. Airship firing to intercept. As Lien attempted to focus on the gauges on the console in front of her, there was a distracting flash outside the viewport, presumably the interception. Her left eye, the one under which she'd gotten the silhouette of a gear in proclamation of her genius, twitched as she calculated whether the rate in drop of Zinling pressure matched the slope of the mu life force being reported by the probe. More activity outside lit up the sky and shook the bridge. The numbers didn't match. Or maybe she had made a mistake in the calculations, thanks to all the distractions. She smashed her fists down on the console, startling one of nearby bridge crew. This nonsense had been going on for as long as she'd been trying to figure out the increasing power failures. Mud and ice and rocks were coming flying in at the spider in what the captain was calling harassment activity, requiring defensive measures. Attempts at counterattack were being blocked by, according to the shouts of the bridge crew, anything from rising mud and walls of ice to moving trees. It went to show the power that benders could command, and painted a terrifying picture of what would happen if benders started making international alliances. It was what made Lien's work so important. But, even as the airship and the Jorogamo spider were caught up in pitched battle, the Jorogamo's generators were becoming more strained, even beyond what the extra activity or known damage could account for. The harassment activity kept anyone from going outside to do a full assessment. They were stuck trying to make their instrumentation cough up the relevant data, and Lien herself had already ruled out 15, rather clever, ideas, assuming the math was right. But the attacks were only part of what was distracting her. As much as she wanted to solve the mysteries in front of her, a part of her was analyzing a different pattern and drawing informative conclusions. Namely, that Fire Lord Iroh might not wind up winning this battle, whether or not he saved his son. They'd been expending valuable resources, the least of which was rare platinum. The Unskul ahead had been drained completely and dropped somewhere in the swamp, as well as the equipment developed to interface with it. That had yielded Zhao's new monstrous, fascinating form, but now that side-burned barbarian had been killed, leaving them with nothing. It might be time for Lien to spend less time on troubleshooting her current projects and more time on escaping with her life and knowledge. Because surely there was someone out there with need of her expertise. Perhaps even her current enemies. Because she was a genius, she was able to consider the relevant factors and come to a decision in about 3 seconds. "I'm going to check on something," she announced to the bridge crew. "Do not interrupt me." Before anyone could object, she strode out, taking one of the inner maintenance hallways, and grabbed a spare grapple fastening and some line from one of the supply cabinets. If her mental models for the outside situation were correct, there should be a service hatch, just big enough for her to crawl through, on the underside of the Jorogumo's main body that should be safely nestled in the branches of the tree right now. She could escape through there, using the foliage to hide, and then lower herself to safety on her line. Then it would be a simple matter of finding someone in command of the other side, surrendering, and offering all her knowledge in exchange for a job. After all, what military force could turn down the technology for creating monsters? Her mental models were indeed correct, and she emerged into the glowing tree. The climb down was difficult, and she nearly lost her grip when she spied that the likely draw on the power was from the spider legs because waterbenders were streaming water into the puncture points on the trunk and freezing the liquid so that it would push the leg tips out from the inside. As soon as the power supply failed, the spider would be knocked loose. Hopefully, she wouldn't be around to see it happen. It turned out that Lien's math was off. She touched down on the arching roots of the banyan grove tree, blackened and withering but still strong enough to support a human body, and crawled her way to the safety of the swamp. She would lose herself in the foliage and circle around to the rear of the enemy formation, where the soldiers were less likely to be twitchy about approaching enemies. She didn't get far into that plan, a swamp being surprisingly hard to traverse without a boat, when a loud pop sounded above the noise of the battle. She turned to see one of the balloons of Iroha's royal airship fluttering empty on the wind. The airship immediately sagged on that side, and the guidance fans increased in speed to keep it from drifting. But a large spear of ice shot up into the air from one of the rebel positions, and a burst of wind carried the projectile up to travel on an arc that was almost a right angle. It passed high over the rest of the attacks that were keeping the airship's defenses busy, high over the remaining balloons even, until it arced back down and fell on top of one of those balloons to puncture it like a pin. Then fans could no longer keep the airship stable. The airship began drifting, its tow cables pulling the Jorogumo spider out of position. Without proper mounting, thanks to the trick with the ice and the legs, the spider was pulled straight off the tree. And without enough lift to counter all the weight, both vehicles succumbed to gravity. Right in Lien's direction. She tried to run but her legs sank into a patch of ground that turned out to be especially thick liquid. And so she missed the horrible crash and the twisting of metal. She missed the roar of splashing water and a disgustingly large squelch of mud. She missed it because she was directly under it. Lien the Maker joined her greatest creation at the bottom of a bog. Ain, body, and spirit, let himself float in orbit around the central rainbow fire in this land of stars and strange metal moons, a sword of platinum in hand. If this can't be fixed, then Iroh won. See, and decide for yourself, the shadow intoned. He's already down there, trying to complete his victory. I haven't gotten out much over the last 10,000 years, but that doesn't look like winning to me. Ain turned his gaze away from the shadow in its prison of tree roots, away from the stars that gleamed in this void, away from the geometric metal shapes floating through space. That left only the rainbow nexus at the center. How could Iroh be nearby? Wouldn't he be visible against the light, a bit of darkness marring the view? No, not if he was in the light. Ain could see it now. Iroh, body and spirit, was immersed in the prismatic inferno, a speck nearly lost in one of the swirls, but as Ain focused, he perceived within his mind the echoing outlines of Iroh's form that expanded out to try to encompass this whole space. Iroh, mimicked by those outlines, raised his arms. In response, the rainbow nexus and the stars and the tethers between them and even the scattered metal objects all shuddered. The light itself shuddered, bringing back a flicker of Ain's anger. Iroh must have been trying to manipulate the light, or take it within himself, or something. He was trying to become the light. But everything here remained dead, flat. The shuddering was that of a limp body being prodded. Aang shook his head. He'll never do it. It's too much for anyone. The shadow chuckled. Indeed. I offered to give him the necessary power if he would release me, but he could not bring himself to trust a dark spawn of chaos locked in a prison between worlds. I suppose he's not entirely given himself over to insanity. That made little difference to Aang. He had brought a sword with him, and intended to use it. And how can I trust you? I am the Lord of Lies, but I could never fool my former other half. It's not even worth the effort to try. Then how can I fix this? I'm the Avatar. There has to be a way, something in my power dash. There isn't. The shadow shifted, and something like an eye might have been peeking out from between the roots that imprisoned it. 10,000 years ago, the Avatar became the balance. In that time, every Avatar has contributed to the power at the balance's call. You, Avatar Aang, are an army 10,000 years in the making. And yet that is still too few to move the entire world. You can change the course of history and raise nations, but what is that here? You can sneak through time to send timeless dreams, but can you move time itself? No, all you have left is vengeance. You might as well try to enjoy it. Aang wanted to disbelieve, not the least because this was a self-admitted lying shadow imprisoned for ancient crimes, but there was a part of him that could feel the truth of the words. The shadow was being truthful. Aang raised the sword, and found that it reflected the light here so brilliantly that it might as well be made of light itself. What will happen to Iroh if I don't? Those energies are too much for him. He will be worn away, and with the reincarnation cycle halted, he will languish here forever with the rest of the dead. The shadow thinned, becoming something almost like a regular absence of light. But, perhaps before that happens, his flailing will destroy the world before it can wither on its own. That might even be considered a mercy. So that was it. Aang now had a practical reason to go end Iroh. Gripping the sword, he willed himself to fall down towards his enemy. Aang fell forever, past stars and planets, on an invisible path to death. His path led through the light of the stars, leaving the swarm of metal behind. He entered the colorful nexus, and it was like the time he and Appa had flown through the southern lights. The memory made a valiant effort to chase away the void in his heart where Maya was supposed to be, but ultimately failed. Even the way the light here burned against his skin couldn't change his course. He was burning all over when he reached Iroh. The Fire Lord's face was scorched, a crease of damage that had taken one eye and left the other squeezed shut. Yet he reacted as Aang approached, raising his head. Avatar. You have come to kill me. Yes, Aang whispered. Maya isn't here to do it for me. She gave up everything to destroy a monster you created. He had to squeeze his eyes shut against the tears, and fight against the ache deep within that made him want to curl his body up. The tears were for Maya. The pain was for what he was about to make himself do. Iroh's voice drifted up to him, I did what I could for my son. Who wouldn't pluck their loved ones from death if they saw a path, no matter how dark? Aang could feel the truth in that. But he also felt the lie. Sokka had died, up at the North Pole, and Katara had brought him back with bloodbending and the waters of the Spirit Oasis. But she had thought she had failed, at first, and accepted her brother's death. She hadn't gone as far as Iroh. Before that, before Aang had even awoken from an iceberg, Sokka had simply lived the life of a slave down in the South Pole, thinking his mother and sister lost until Aang brought him hope. Zuko had lost his whole family, but he let them go and did his best to stop Iroh from hurting more people. Suki had lost her sister, and then returned home to make peace. And Mai had endured loss, yes. She thought she lost Ty Lee, for a time. But living with that loss wasn't what had defined her. She alone in the Fire Nation seemed to see the culture of destruction around her, and had surrendered to it for so long. No, it was that surrender that showed how she was different from Iroh. She didn't obsess on preserving life. Mai had obsessed on seeking death for herself, with the hope that it might allow others to live. She didn't deny death. She bargained with it. And, in the end, she'd succeeded in making a deal. Aang had no doubt that the loss of her face was the result of her own knowing choices. It fit too well with the pattern of her life. And so her deal with death had resulted in the survival of Aang, and thus the survival of all the people connected to him. The entire world, really. Mai had found a way to profit wildly from her bargain, to get more from death than it could ever take. But Aang didn't feel worth it. He raised the sword to strike, straining against the pain that tried to tighten his muscles. This wasn't the pain of the light against his skin, but the ache of his body's lack of balance. Just the thought of striking down someone with a sword was enough to make his stomach twist and writhe, but here in this place where the physical and the spiritual met, he had become that pain. He was the lack of balance. He was imbalance itself. And that was the key. Sokka and Katara had tried to save each other, but because they had balance, they knew when they had to stop. Zuko and Suki had found a form of balance that let them endure their losses, after a lifetime of scrambling to avoid all loss completely. And Mai had sacrificed herself not just for Aang's life, but the balance that the Avatar could bring the world. She didn't just value him because he was her friend. She valued what he stood for and what he wanted to do for the world. She had chosen him, even when it meant betraying her other friends. Her nation. Her family. To let himself fall out of balance, as Iroh had, would be to betray Mai. And Aang could never do that. But when he forced his hands open, it still was the hardest thing he had ever done. Earthbending was nothing compared to this. Even the Avatar state, even the iceberg, hadn't wearied him this much. The platinum sword drifted away through the lighting, shining until it was lost amidst the stars. Aang looked within himself, seeking out his connection to Mai, the spiritual energies that bound them together. Perhaps, even though she was dead, but no, there was nothing to find. She was well and truly gone. Yet there were so many other connections within him. All the people he knew and loved. The people who had come to the swamp to help him, and the people who had to stay at their homes. And more, so much more. There was a whole world out there that Aang had spent his life trying to experience, knowing that he'd never see all of it. And so he realized what he had to do. He became the balance. Iroh didn't need to brace himself for death at the hands of the Avatar. He had already failed to save his son, a worse fate than any death could be, and in his efforts had already mortally wounded himself. He'd come so close, overcome so many opponents and obstacles. When he had arrived in this strange world between worlds, and saw the energies here stilled, he truly thought that the hard part was over, that all he had to do was take control of this power and set things right. He'd spent a lifetime cultivating knowledge of and oneness with the spiritual world, and it seemed a simple matter to find Lu Ten's incorporeal self here and return it to life. Iroh had done the first part, at least. He'd found the familiar swirl of shifting light that was his son, a feeling of specific love that he shared with only one person. He just couldn't do anything with it. Couldn't return it to the material world. Couldn't even send it into the reincarnation cycle. And it wasn't because of the spider device. Iroh had felt its destruction, and sensed Lien the Maker's spirit enter this place only to be frozen with all the rest of the dead who had yet to reincarnate. There was nothing to stop the flow of energies here, the natural order, from becoming Iroh's order. The metaphor he had developed from his research was of stilling the waves of the ocean, so that the waters could be harnessed. But it turned out that, even stilled, no single man could command an ocean, no matter how knowledgeable or magical that man was. Iroh could touch the energies here, join with them, feel them flow through his spirit and burn away at his body, but he couldn't force them to actually do anything. He couldn't send Lu Ten's spirit anywhere. He couldn't affect the imbalances in the world. The more he tried, the harder it was to protect himself. He could feel his body burning away, the illusion of separation between him and the life flow of the universe fading, but that gave him no further power. He could give up his self until there was nothing left. He had given up enough that he was already dying, but he still couldn't do it. It was just too much. Everything, all the suffering he'd inflicted, was for nothing. It was just as well that the Avatar was about to kill him. And so Iroh bowed his head, the injuries that Zuko had inflicted on him leaving him unable to open his eyes, and waited for the blade of the sword to fall. He waited for an eternity. Instead of cold of platinum, he felt warm hands settle onto his shoulders. He lifted his head towards where he sensed the blaze of life that was the Avatar. What is this? This is mercy. There was no anger in the tone, nor the tightness that had spoken of loss. In fact, the Avatar's voice was almost tranquil. You're already dying, aren't you? That's what happens when someone joins with all this, isn't it? Iroh nodded. It's just a matter of time for me. I thought so. The Avatar sighed. I guess I can't save you, then. It's kind of a relief, you know? After everything, I don't hate you but I don't really like you, either. Iroh understood. So what are you going to do? Fix this. Fix what you did. Fix everything. The Avatar's voice became small, but no less strong. The reincarnation cycle needs to be restored, thanks to you. And well, I realized that my whole life has been leading up to this moment. It's kind of strange. When I came out of that iceberg, I saw that the world was broken. I couldn't just win a fight and send the bad guys away. But I'm the Avatar. I'm supposed to maintain the balance. I thought as you do, but Iroh shook his head. No one can do it, Aang. It's too much. That's why I'm dying. That's why I failed. Yeah. That's what I mean. There was excitement in the Avatar's voice. Everything that's happened so far, it was when I learned about the air nomads, about what happened to my people, I felt so alone, you know? But everything was to show me that I'm not. I met so many people who believe in me. I have so many friends now. And even the ones who aren't my friends, even my enemies, we're still connected. Connected in the way that will let me fix this. Iroh could only shrug. I recognize the philosophy, but I don't know how that can help you. I'm sorry. That's fine. Are you ready to join your son? Iroh exhaled, emptying his body of breath. I am. Okay. Iroh felt the Avatar's hands on his shoulders again. Good luck in your next life. I think you're going to have to work hard to make up for this one. Iroh didn't disagree. Then the Avatar shoved him away, in the direction of Lu Ten's specific whirl of spiritual substance. And so Iroh drifted into the cluster of prismatic light, gaining speed, his body wearing away more and more as he flew. Despite the feel of burning, it was not unpleasant. It was like becoming one with his own inner fire. And then there was nothing left to him but his inner fire. And then it joined with the rest, including his son, and the individual that had called itself Iroh was no more. Aang could feel himself thinning as he let himself join with the rainbow light around him. He was becoming one with the universe, which sounded silly, but only until he thought about it as opening himself up to all his connections. All of them. Friends, family, loved one. His past lives. The people who fought for him. The people who fought against him. The people who tried to kill him. The people who hated him even though they had never met him. Even the people who had never heard of him and didn't know he was alive. It was easy to find even the slightest of those connections, because Aang understood now. Just as Guru Puthik had said, everything was connected. Everyone and everything lived, and it all died as well. It all shared a world. 2 worlds, really. And it was all hurt by what the Fire Nation had done to those worlds. Even the Fire Nation itself. Aang was not only the bridge between those worlds, but a bridge connecting all the people and things within them. After all, they were his responsibility. That was what being the Avatar was all about. Aang or Iroh might not have the strength to shift the flow of the energies between the worlds, but that's because it wasn't a matter of strength. These energies belonged to everyone. And so everyone needed to come together to set things right. And Aang felt them. He could feel Appa and Momo and Sokka and Katara and Ty Lee and King Toph and Zuko and Suki. He could feel Hugh and the Mechanist, who he had never met, and Tyro and Haru and Hamma and Mother Malu and Ham Gao and Ty Lee's sisters and Amka, who he had. He could feel the Mud Man, who turned out to be a friend from 100 years ago. He could feel Bato, who was dead. He could feel Zhao, relieved to be dead after having been merged with the curse of the Unskala. He could feel Piandao and Bangfei, the warrior who had chosen peace and the pacifist who had chosen war. He could feel General Fong fighting to free the Earth Kingdom. He could feel High Sage Zingao scheming to control the Fire Nation. He could feel High Sage Yu, learning with the rest of the Northern Water Tribe how to be free again. He felt them all, and so many more. And they could feel him in turn. Some were surprised. Some were offended. Some felt blessed. Many were confused. Aang spoke to them all, "I'm the Avatar, and I need your help. Here's what we're going to do." And as he showed them, he also reached within himself, deeper even than his self, and joined with Roku and Kyoshi and Kuruk and Yanshin and all the others, all the way down to a man named Wan. Normally, he made use of their power, or their wisdom. This time, he just needed them. Because they were a part of this, too, and no part could be left out. Just as he had received their strength through the Avatar spirit, and they had done the same in their own lifetimes, they were all going to work together to receive the combined strength of the people they needed to protect. Seeing the entire breadth of the world, both the living and the dead, was the most beautiful thing Aang had ever experienced. But, an instant later, he encountered something that actually topped that. Everyone. All those people. They came together to help him. With a body that was burning away in the life flow of the universe, Aang shed tears of joy and gratitude. But he didn't dwell on it for long. There was work to be done. One with the world and all its people, Aang reached out the energies around him in the same way that Iroh had tried. He felt the joining, felt his perceptions expand to fill this whole space between worlds. He felt the stars and the metal and network of tree roots that cradled it all. He felt the spirit that was supposed to be moving. And then, together with everyone's help, he pushed. And, like a glacier just beginning to thaw, it moved. As it moved, it gained in speed. It gained in life. The spirits of the people who had died and not yet reincarnated were swept up in the flow, just as they should be. Only, Aang didn't know where they were supposed to go. Just because he knew that things were supposed to be moving here didn't mean he knew the direction. Surely, someone had to know. "Haven't you picked up on the pattern, Avatar Aang?" said a voice he almost recognized. "Just follow the light." He turned his perceptions, the perceptions of the entire world, to the source of the sound, and found something entering this realm through the tree roots. It was human in appearance, or at least part of it. A metal figure in the shape of the top half of a woman balanced on a whirlwind of blue flames, and 5 faces looked out from all sides of the head beneath a crown of blue fire. "I am the mother of faces." The spirit raised its metal arms, and from her hands erupted more azure flames that rose up and formed a shining beacon. "Come to me, my children, and receive your new identities." Amidst the dance of energies, this beacon was like a lighthouse in the gloom of the sea on a moonless night. It filled Aang, reminding him of himself, and he directed the flow of the dead towards it. The spirits all flew towards the Mother of Faces like a fleet of ships to the shore. As they passed into her embrace, she gave each one a new face and then sent it back into the flow that would return it to the material world. They would be reborn as new people, as cat deer, as spider flies, as flint whales, and so much more. While the Mother of Faces handled that, Aang moved to complete the rest of his work. He couldn't, after all, send these people back to a world that was broken. And, connected to everyone like this, he could feel how it was broken. How the world sapped the strength of the people who lived in it, how the legacy of death left by the Fire Nation's war of conquest had poisoned things. He could feel the world itself, an impossibly complex mix of water, earth, air, and fire. He could feel the metal that had seeped into the world through the gaps left by the imbalances, metal lost from the pattern here in this star-filled limbo. The world seemed so fragile, and he held it in his mind as he would the egg of a baby bird, or a snowflake, or a wet cluster of sand, or a flame, or even one of those cute little breezes that could only be found on tops of the towers at the Southern Air Temple. Aang was balancing life and death right now, and knew the harmony that this fragile little world was supposed to have. So he reached out to the Ashlands, where the pain and suffering and anger and confusion reigned, and extended the soothing energy of the air nomads who had taught him. He brought the sympathy and solidarity of the rest of the Earth Kingdom, all the people who had lost in the same war and wanted to rebuild. He offered the life-affirming friendship of the Water Tribes, whose own lands were taken away in more insidious ways. And he even found the regret of the Fire Nation, whose people saw the Ash as their own failure. Aang reached out with those offerings to the Ashlands, and in return received the peace of those who had died there in an armistice with the guardian spirits. It was a healing, but only a foundation. The storms of dust quieted, allowing the sun and rain to reach the seeds and acorns waiting to spring to life, but it would be future generations that would need to complete the work. And there was still more work for Aang to do, too. All over the world were places where people had died unjustly, where the proper respects had not paid to the dead or the forests or the waters or the ground itself. He reached out to those places with unity of the people of the world, soothing and nurturing. He took the ever-storm of the South Pole, cradled it in his arms, and then blew it to dissipate on a breeze. He basked in the heat of the volcanoes on Crescent Island, absorbing their fury until they had cooled, ready for life to someday spring up on them again. Across the world, where imbalance led to pools of essence that formed monsters and misfortune and destructive weather, he smoothed the swells and returned the essence to its proper flow. He was distantly aware, as his body lost its coherence, that the stars in this place between worlds were shining even brighter than before. Katara had never felt anything like this before. The closest she could possibly compare it to was the moment when, back in the arid prison of Crescent Island where she had spent a decade of her life, Sokka had come to free her and return her to the world. But that was just a single moment, hinging on a single person in the form of her brother, and this was the whole world. She could feel the whole world, and everyone in it. And they were all working together, one people and one purpose. And she could feel Aang, guiding it all. It was like he was standing next to her, dancing and laughing and breathing. The swamp, so angry before, emanated the tranquility of a meditation garden. The massive banyan grove tree bled out the last of the unnatural light, returning to the comforting realness of its bark and its leaves. Its roots returned to life, filling up again with sustenance and leaving the rot as an impossible memory. The people, United Rebels and Fire Nation invaders and even the White Lotus prisoners, all knelt in awe of the feeling that seemed to be coming up from deep in the earth to enter each and every body. They were all filled with pure healing. Katara rubbed tears from her eyes. This was everything she had once dreamed and almost forgotten, locked away by the Fire Nation. She gave Sokka a hug, surprising him. He hastily wiped at his own eyes, trying to hide the tears, and didn't quite manage to swallow the smile of pure joy on his face. Then she turned to Ty Lee, sharing another hug. Ty Lee had no qualms about showing her own delight, and squealed, "It's like the whole world's aura has turned gold." Katara had been learning about auras, and knew how special that was. And then Ty Lee kissed Katara, which was special in its own way, and Katara kissed her back. Aang kept going for as long as he could, fixing as much as he could, even past the point where his body had faded to leave nothing more than his spiritual essence. He still wasn't done, not quite, when the Mother of Faces somehow put a hand on the memory of his shoulder and said, in that strangely familiar voice, "I'm sorry, but it's over. The cycle demands a turning." Aang kept going for one moment more, bringing peace to one last haunted little highway, and then released the power. The rest would be left to others, perhaps even the next avatar. Fine. If you insist. He relinquished his grip on the world, and felt his connections to the people stretch and thin. They didn't go away, because a connection was forever, but for most of the people, those lines of energy diminished the point of invisibility. That still left him with clear channels to his friends, but even they seemed to be such a long way apart now. He tried to send one last message to them, he probably would never know if they heard it. He told them, goodbye. Around him, the world between worlds was alive in a new way. The rainbow fire at the center had expanded to fill the whole space, pressing up against the network of tree roots and flowing into them. Brighter light flowed through the prismatic ether, twirling around the dancing metal guide points, giving everything a living shimmer. All was right again. And so Aang surrendered to the Mother of Faces. "I guess I get to reincarnate, now." "Almost." The Mother of Faces smiled with each of her 5 white visages. "I have only recently come into this duty, but you can trust that the cycle will continue. Less than perfect is less than acceptable. Still, someone has asked for a moment of your time before you go, and I think we can delay things just a little longer." Aang couldn't think of who he still had to see. He'd touched all his friends while he was repairing things. Iroh was gone. And my. Oh. He knew what this was about. He let the Mother of Faces guide him out of the world between worlds, exiting through the root borders, and they passed together into the spirit world. They emerged in a cave, a place of darkness and claustrophobia, and a bloated insect body uncurled from the ceiling. The creature turned to them with a plain face painted like a no mask. "Well, if it isn't my old friend, the Avatar. I'm so glad you came. We need a moment to clear the air between us, I think." KOH. Aang felt some of the anger that had almost driven him to give himself over to vengeance, but before it could influence his spirit form, the Mother of Faces put a restraining hand on his back. "Peace," she said. "The spawn of my predecessor can still take your face if you show any emotion." "Thank you." Aang focused, seeking his inner calm, and let his anger drain away. "So, KOH. Why did you want to see me?" "Well, for one, I wanted to congratulate you." The painted face smiled at him with blood-red lips. "You exceeded even my expectations. I knew you'd protect the balance, but restoring what you did was a feat beyond any avatar that has come before you. Truly, Avatar Aang, it is my great pleasure to have assisted you." Assist. Aang didn't need to breathe anymore, but he made himself inhale and exhale until the need to smack this creature was only a dull ache. "You took Mai from us." "Yes. It was her choice, in the end, and it all worked rather well." "You're welcome." Aang couldn't even bring himself to look at the smug monster. He turned to the Mother of Faces. "Are we done here?" The Mother of Faces remained still. KOH shifted and drifted so that he hung right behind Aang. "I know you resent me, and I can't say I really blame you. It's a messy business, after all. And to show you that it was nothing personal, since you're being so reasonable about this, I want to offer you a boon." Aang was confused until the part of him that was Avatar Kuruk groaned in recognition. This was the same taunt that the creature had flung at him after taking Amai's face. Aang wanted to do the same thing that his prior life had done and run out of this cave to leave everything behind. He looked up again to the Mother of Faces, about to ask to be taken to his next life. She remained still, all 5 sets of eyes on him, her crown and roots flicking with their blue flames. She was waiting for something. Aang turned once again to KOH. "I want Mai back." And KOH laughed in his face. "Oh dear, I'm afraid that's the one thing I can't give you. My Faces and I are one. That's why their spirits do not reincarnate. I can no more give your Mai back to you than I can remove myself from the balance. Please, pick another gift." "Oh. Yeah, that would be too simple, wouldn't it?" Aang suppressed a sigh. He couldn't think of anything else he could possibly ask of this monster that would make him feel better about losing Mai like this. Unless... Aang raised his eyes. "Before, when I reached out I couldn't feel my connection to Mai anymore. Can I have that back? Please." KOH blinked. "What?" "My connection. The spiritual energy that binds us together." Aang held out the glowing memory of his hands as a demonstration. "I at least want to feel her in my life again, as I pass on to the next one." KOH stared. The Mother of Faces finally moved. "You have offered a boon, Face Stealer, and the Avatar has named something within your power to give. Are you going to honor the request?" The monster backed away. "But my place in the balance dash. It's a new age," the Mother of Faces hissed, her stoicism abandoned, "and everything is being reborn. Perhaps an old bug like you needs to take a new form." Aang had no idea what was going on between these two, but if KOH didn't want this, he was pretty sure he wanted to side with the Mother. "I've told you what I want. Bring back my connection to Mai." KOH's body clicked against the wall of the cave. "I dash. The boon is named." The Mother of Faces raised her metal hands. "If KOH will not grant it, I will execute the covenant he has already put in place." She squeezed her hands into fists, and the blue fires of her crown flared. KOH opened his mouth as if to speak, but the only sound that came out was an ugly choke, and then a ray of light burst out to shine to where Aang's heart would be, if he still had his body. It was as if Mai was standing right next to him again, her elegance and cynicism and cold passion filling him up. He reached within himself, focusing on that connection, and tried to find her. Instead of a trail across a physical space, as he had felt before, Aang found a pull on his essence, like gravity on his old body, which led to a darkness that was impenetrable to him. But that gravity was almost a solid thing to a spirit, and he could grasp it in his mind and heart and spirit. Through it, he could feel Mai's own spirit, a mix of despair and satisfaction that she had been forced to give everything up but had at least done so for the cause dearest to her heart. He took that in his grasp, poured his own love into it, and pulled. And then KOH turned inside out. The insectal body crumbled in on itself, collapsing and compacting like a bolt of silk being squeezed into a ball. Only the painted mask-like face was left alone, frozen in an expression of horror, the ray of light still pouring out of its mouth, until that face was all that remained. Then it, too, folded and buckled into the open mouth, eventually leaving nothing but a hole in reality kept open by the solid light. It brightened and widened, a fountain that sprayed illumination all across the cave. And with the extra light came ghostly images of the faces. People, men and women, monsters, animals, adults and children, creatures beyond description. They all flew out of the wellspring that had once been KOH, tasting their freedom by zooming around the cave before settling in the open arms of the Mother of Faces. One such face, that of a water tribe woman with long flowing hair, smiled at Aang as it passed him. Somewhere beyond time, he could feel that Kuruk was at last at peace. The final face to emerge was the most familiar of all of them. She didn't fly around like the others, but followed the connection that led straight to Aang's heart. As the face became more solid, he could see that her hair was the ebony of the darkness, and her eyes were the small shining diamonds of the stars. Her skin was the milky paleness of the face of the moon itself, and her nose was just plain adorable. Mai's face paused before Aang, and grew into the image of her full spirit. She gasped as the edges of her form became clear, and Aang caught her before she could fall. Even though they were both spirits, their embrace was more real than anything in their lives. "I'm sorry," Mai said, her words distorted by the way their faces were pressing against each other. "I didn't want to leave you. I had to save you, but I couldn't see any other way, and dash." "I know." Aang had hugged Mai before, but this one felt strange. Usually, she was taller than him, but here, now, he couldn't sense any difference in their sizes. He was still as short as he usually was, and she was still as tall as she was supposed to be, but somehow they fit together better than they ever had before. "You did what you had to for all the reasons I love you." Mai made a sound that could have been a chuckle or could have been sobbing. "How many times are you going to forgive me? I think this is going to have to be the last time, but I would have done it as many times as I had to." After a while, something from beyond their union eventually reached them. The Mother of Faces was laughing. "I knew it." Mai pulled away from Aang just enough for him to see her roll her eyes. She turned to the mother and said, "Azula? I recognize the voice, but you've changed. I guess we all have. It's later than we expected, but you finally caught up with me." She let go of Aang and stood up. "So what did you know?" "Azula." This was Zuko's little sister. Aang couldn't even imagine what might have happened to turn her into this. "I know you, Mai." The Mother of Faces smirked with all five of her mouths. "Even I couldn't fully control you, and I grew up with you. I was almost your friend. If KOH really knew anything about humans, he would have known not to underestimate you." Mai blinked. But Aang was the one who freed me. He was the clever one." Aang somehow wanted to blush, despite having no body. "Thanks." "You're welcome. And thank you for saving me." "Oh, you're welcome. You gave up your face to help, after all. And I really like you." "I know." "Okay." Mai's eyes moved away from him. "I like you, too." "Oh, okay." Even as a spirit, Aang couldn't help but smile. The Mother of Faces flattened all her mouths into a grimace. This is what I'm talking about. The Avatar might be the clever one, this time, but so were all the other people who protected you, Mai. Who helped you? Who inspired you to betray me? If it had ever just been you and me, do you think you would have survived?" The Mother of Faces grew in size until the flames of her crown licked at the roof of the cave, and she brought her hands together in a sign of respect. I and everyone who sought to control you underestimated the connections you could forge with people. We saw the false face you put on for the world, and missed the heart underneath. That was the undoing of your enemies, and your legacy for the world you leave behind. And then the Mother of Faces bowed to Mai. Aang could see that Mai was surprised, but she bowed back. Thank you, Ajala. I hope the same for you, someday. Aang looked over to the glowing hole in the air that was all that was left of KOH. What about that? Perhaps it is time for identity and the punishment for forsaking it to be balanced again. The Mother of Faces rose, and reached over towards the floating hole. Her metal arm squeezed into it for a moment, and then emerged holding a wooden no-mask, no different than what might be used in the theater. The hole collapsed into nothing as she placed the mask on the rearmost of her 5 faces. KOH wasn't an evil bug, but not quite self-aware enough. Let's see if I can do better. Aang wondered. If you can't, there's going to be an avatar after me, who will have to take care of it. I know. Speaking of which, there's nothing left now that you have Mai again. Are you ready, Avatar? So it was time. Aang turned to Mai. Are you? She took the memory of his hands in the memory of hers. I wish we had more time. Even after everything, even though it was nothing I ever expected, I wish there was more. Aang could only nod. Yeah. But, in a way, there still will be. He looked to the Mother of Faces. When you give us new identity, can you make sure we're together? The Mother of Faces bowed to him. It will be my honor to do a favor for such a clever avatar. Aang gazed into Mai's, and she gazed back into his. Hand in hand, they set out together for whatever was coming next. Back in the material world, in the swamp where the battle for the fate of the world had been fought, their friends all felt a sudden hollowness in their hearts that was unmistakable. Aang and Mai were gone. A low, echoing sound filled the swamp, the cry of a sky bison that had lost its best friend. The people all looked at each other, and wondered where they would all go from there. It turned out, to Sokka's complete lack of surprise, that they were all going to a funeral. But Sokka was an old hand at this type of thing, so he knew what to expect. Sure, there was the possibility of the Fire Nation falling into chaos without a Fire Lord, and the matter of the former Earth Kingdom that was all ready to throw off the yoke of oppression and stuff. Something would have to be done about the remnants of Iroha's evil stuff division at the Northern Air Temple, and wherever else the guy had stashed his weird, dangerous resources. And there were plenty of agreements to make, matters to settle, and clean up to do. Aang had kind of rushed through things at the end, there, what with the tight schedule to save the world, so it's not like there wasn't more work to be done. But Sokka knew that there was the whole process of mourning that would have to be considered, too. He'd lost a sister, a decade ago, and even though he'd gotten her back, he knew well what it was like to lose someone he loved like that. Aang had become his brother, and now Sokka would have to find a way to live with that loss on top of all the others. One more member of the family to consider gone. But that was a long-term thing. No need to rush into it. And Aang and Mai weren't the only ones who had passed on today. The Fire Army's swamp invaders had scattered after the whole emotional worldwide healing wave that got everyone teary-eyed thing. Some of Topha's people had gone to see how many could be rounded up, but that still left enough to manage the prisoners they did have, including all the White Lotus jerks except for the one who had stabbed Suki, and begin the cleanup. Sokka had gotten to meet the locals, in all their mostly naked non-glory, when the warriors had brought their families out from hiding places to help heal the wounded and rebuild the homes that had been destroyed. A pair of women, both in advanced stages of pregnancy, had even sought Sokka out to tell him how Bato had helped them escape with their kin. The other guys in blue said, "You're the chief," drawled the one who had introduced herself as Jong, "and I just thought you should know how much that tall Bato fella did for us all." That was the type of man he was. Sokka had accepted the grateful handshakes of Jung and her quiet friend Yen. That's why we always thought of him as part of our family. After that, he'd found Toph and insisted that part of that cleanup would include proper care of the dead. Toph had frowned at that. Isn't everyone tired enough? Do we really need to worry about that right now? Sokka shrugged. The ones we lost deserve it. And after Aang just fixed everything, I don't want to start messing it all up again. Lots of people died here today, and some of it was nasty even for a war. Shouldn't we at least see saving the world all the through? Toph let out a breath that lifted the hair dangling in front of her eyes. Yeah. I get it. I guess saying the last thank yous are part of being king, too. And so Toph had ordered as many bodies to be recovered as possible for formal burial, and the more spiritually inclined survivors to oversee the sanctification of the battlegrounds. Sokka helped, and even managed to find a certain thing he'd been hoping to recover. Katara and Ty Lee and Suki joined the efforts, in what he speculated could be the last mission of Team Avatar. Even Prince Zuko pitched in. Maybe Team Avatar could continue, in some way? Members had come and gone. Sokka and Mai had taken a break while they were Long Feng's prisoners. So he could consider Mai as having rotated out again, and Aang was just the latest one to take a break. Although, how long could they be Team Avatar without an avatar? Then they'd just be the team, and that could get confusing. It was easier to think about stuff like that than it was for Sokka to admit how much he was going to miss Aang and Mai. Night was falling by the time they were ready for the funeral. The rebels and all their allies gathered in front of the banyan grove tree, because what were funerals about if not obvious symbolism? Sokka, with Momo on his shoulders, Katara and Ty Lee stood with the remaining airbender nuns in Appa's saddle. The big guy was floating in the swamp water, still too tired to fly. Perhaps that weariness was what had kept Appa from going on a real rampage after they felt Aang's passing. Appa had smashed a little hole in the swamp forest in his initial rage, and even Ty Lee couldn't get to him during that little episode, but eventually he collapsed and fell into a fitful sleep. Now, Mother Malu and Sister Matagi sat on his head, petting him soothingly and whispering continuously into his ears. Maybe the last Sky Bison would wind up joining the convent with the new airbenders. Sokka would miss Appa, too, but had no intention of joining a convent. The hats just weren't his style, among other concerns. Still, at least he could give a parting gift. Making a decision, he unstrapped from his back the object he'd fished out of the swamp and moved up to the front of the saddle. He leaned over until he could reach one of Appa's horns, and then tied Aang's glider staff to it with the reins. There you go, big guy. You deserve to have this. Sokka could see Appa's eyes swivel up to look at him, and the Sky Bison gave a low rumble. Sokka had to agree. He went back to his place beside his sister. A figure stepped out from the darkness beneath the tree and into the light of the moon and the stars. It was a squat, partially leaf-covered figure that Sokka recognized as one of the swamp benders. He thought the guy's name was something like a caretaker or shaman associated with the big tree. The rest of the rebel army was scattered across the road-sized tree roots, the muddy islands, and what boats had survived the fighting. Temporary barges, simple wood rafts made by the locals, held those bodies that had been recovered, all lined up. Hugh cleared his throat, and then spoke in a gravely, Holmesy voice that rang out over the assembly. I reached enlightenment in this swamp, right under this tree. You all know why this swamp is special, that's why you're here, so I'm not going to tell you again. But what you may not know is just how far the roots of this place go. It's not just connected to the world we live in, but the world we came from and the world we're going to tomorrow. Oh. More time stuff. Sokka would have been more interested, normally, but he was just too tired to wrap his head around that right now. Hugh continued, we're all grateful for the people who gave up everything to protect this place, but they didn't really leave us. We're putting them to rest in this swamp, so that means they'll always be in our memories, and we'll always feel them with us in our tomorrows. Their spirits will be reborn someday, so that they can get another chance at enlightenment. And maybe another chance to make our lives better, too. Next to Sokka, Katara was quietly sobbing. Ty Lee sniffled, and Sokka saw that she was clutching Mai's platinum knife. She must have retrieved it from the mud. Sokka decided that she had earned it. She had been Mai's oldest friend. He didn't expect to need a platinum weapon again, anyway. Not after what Aang had done. And so we lay these people all down to rest, Hugh continued, and hope that this swamp will grant us visions of our friends and family as we want to remember them. Not because we'll forget, not in the important ways, but because it'll be a sign that the world they helped set right is still doing okay. The Avatar gave us a new balance, and we're going to do everything we can to hand it over to the next generation. And the next one after that. And on into the future. We're probably going to mess up at some point, but that's okay. That's when our friends will come back to us, and help us save everything again. Sokka wasn't sure how much of that he agreed with. There was no real evidence for reincarnation, but he liked the kind of pessimistic worldviews that planned for inevitable screw-ups. He also knew that he'd always try his best to hold back the darkness. He liked to think that Aang and Mai had been aware of that, when they did what they did at the end. Hugh motioned, and the shamans, sages, wise men, a few airbender nuns, and Earth King Toph came forward to start the burials. Funeral pyres were lit for the firebenders, deep mudols were prepared by earthbenders for their countrymen, and weighted tarps were tied so that they'd pull the bodies of water tribe warriors down to the swamp's murkiest depths. And lanterns were lit, fueled by swamp gas collected by the locals, to illuminate the night. Sokka and everyone who survived had inherited this world, and they had plenty of light to show them their path. After the bodies were all taken care of, and the ceremony was coming to a close, Sokka made sure to linger. Beneath the moon and the stars, he stood alone in the swamp with the monk's spade that Aang had brought with him out of the Fire Nation. Sokka had considered keeping it, but decided that he wasn't really the type to be comforted by keepsakes. So instead he tossed the weapon into the swamp water, where the rest of the fallen had been laid to rest. "Thanks, Aang," Sokka said as it sank. "I'd given up hope before I met you. Thanks for giving it back. And being my first real friend." That done, Sokka left to figure out what would come next. Chapter 81, One Future. 16 years later, their little group returned to the swamp, and Katara was almost late for it. Fortunately, she had friends in high places. Literally. "Thank you for carrying us, Appa." She ran a hand through the fur of the sky bison head as the breeze nibbled at the edges of her headscarf and the landscape of the Earth Kingdom passed down below. "You probably would have preferred to stay with Mother Matagi, but I couldn't be late. This might be the most important work I'm ever going to do." Beside her, Ty Lee played with the reins. "Does that mean, when my turn comes, mine will be my most important work, too? Wow, I never thought about it that." The feathers on the Visha Adept headband she wore beneath her short hair fluttered in the wind, giving her a perky look. Ty Lee evolved her appearance since her days of dressing like a circus acrobat, starting with wearing Mai's old platinum knife on her belt as a memento. Over the years she'd add more trophies, pieces of fashion from the various cultures that had semi-adopted her, as well as the occasional good luck charm. She didn't even stick to wearing any one color, anymore. Ty Lee was a citizen of the whole world. It was a look Katara would never get tired of. "Your turn is probably going to be more important than mine. The Southern Water Tribe's legacy is important, but there are others. You know how limited the options are." She found herself slumping. There's just so much still to fix, even after all this time. She barely had time to feel a little sad about it before Ty Lee was kissing her. When they parted, Ty Lee ran a hand over Katara's headscarf. "And there's so much we've already done, too. I don't know much actually can be fixed, but every day we're helping things to move forward." "That's good, right? You know, you make a lot of sense." It was one of the reasons Katara loved Ty Lee so much. "I try. It helps that you want to see it." Well, there was no denying that. They were almost to the edge of Foggy Swamp when they found Sokka. He was easy to spot, between the disassembled airboats on the bank of the river and the fancy blue tents that marked the entourage of the High Sage of the Northern Water Tribe. Ty Lee brought Appa down to right next to where Sokka was trying to mount a large fan on one of the airboats. Katara leaned over the side of Appa's head, past the staff still tied to his horn, and grinned down at her brother. "So, you're running late, too." Sokka scowled up at her. The years had imparted more lines to his face, making it a reasonably impressive scowl, but Katara was familiar enough with it to be immune to its effects. Being apart for a week, a short vacation from their ongoing efforts to expand the influence of the United Water Tribes, wasn't going to change that. Before he could retort with something he probably thought would sound clever, the princess and High Sage of the Northern Water Tribe approached with little Bato in her arms. You lifted the baby's hand to make it wave, and Katara and Ty Lee both waved back at their nephew. It had been too long in coming, but having a new generation in the family was amazing. Sure, there was Sheila, Naklin, Quinyaya, Tliel, and Shlim, as well as the other foundlings Gran had taken in while she was still able, but Katara hadn't known any of them as babies. That was something she'd missed out on, in the Fire Nation prisons. She turned back to Sokka. So, would you like a lift, or did you want to play with your toy there some more? Okay, first of all Sokka put his hands on his hips. I wouldn't be running late if the bolts hadn't rusted, and they wouldn't have rusted if I had been given the materials of the quality that I paid for. Second, this is not a toy. Third you came up to his side, and he put his arms around her shoulders. Yes, please, can we have a ride? At Katara's sigh and Ty Lee's nod, Sokka took his son from you, little Bato seeming quite intrigued by Appa, and pulled himself up into the saddle. You followed, and then Ty Lee got them all flying with a yip. Even after they were in the air, Bato seemed more intrigued by Appa's fur than the fact that they were flying high above the ground. Sokka leaned so that his son was perched safely on his stomach and said, honestly, this is probably better than the airboats anyway. We'd have been stuck with you's annoying retinue all the way into the swamp. They're not annoying. You gave a half-hearted slap to her husband's shoulder, making Bato laugh. Katara also found it pretty amusing whenever her sister by marriage tried to be as casual as the rest of them. There was something about royalty that just couldn't relax completely. Half of them resent me for being a woman, true, but the other half practically worship me. I have to regularly remind them that I'm human. Exactly. Annoying. Sokka winked at her, and she gave a giggle. Katara was glad they had found each other, despite the darkness around their original meeting. They both improved each other. The sun was setting when Appa reached the swamp, and between the landmark of the banyan grove tree and Katara's knowledge of the area from all her visits here, they found their destination before the sky got too dark. Rather than heading directly to the swamp bender village, though, Ty Lee had Appa just skim the treetops until they found a shadowy landing spot. A landing spot occupied by a figure standing stiffly in a hooded cloak. Katara supposed she shouldn't have been surprised that this one was right on time. Or that he knew exactly where to wait for them. Zuko. She waved. It's been a long time. How's Kyoshi Island? Kyoshi Island knows peace and freedom. Zuko lifted the hood back just enough to reveal his face with its distinctive scar and the eye patch that partially covered it. The patch was one she hadn't seen before, painted with the sigil of the element of fire. Master Katara, Princess Yu, it is my honor to meet you again. Ty Lee, it's good to see you. And Sokka, too. Sokka sighed as he handed Bato down to Yu from the saddle. Last again. Clearly, I need some kind of fancy title. That's what I get for not specializing, I guess. Being good at only one thing is, apparently, much more respectable than knowing a bit about everything. Katara rolled her eyes as she jumped down from Appa's head, but Zuko actually smiled. It wasn't a big smile, because this was Zuko, but the amusement was clear to anyone who knew him. Suki and the kids are over in the village. Toph, too. The divine and unconquerable presence of the mortal manifestation of the immortal Earth King. He paused as Katara let a snort escape at Toph's latest collection of titles. Is passing this off as a goodwill visit in remembrance of defeating my uncle. Zuko, of course, didn't reveal most of what he had to be feeling about that, but Ty Lee must have seen something in his aura, because she bounced over to him and hugged him. Zuko didn't return it, but the fact that he accepted the hug at all was telling. Or maybe Katara was seeing things through sentimental eyes. Being back in Foggy Swamp, where they had all lost so much. Well, she was glad that her business here was of an optimistic nature. Teaching waterbending, helping Sokka to get all the water tribes across the world talking to and aiding each other, even joining Ty Lee on one of her weird knowledge quests. None of it would fill the losses that Katara had experienced, but building new things was its own reward. It was like Ty Lee had said earlier. As soon as Ty Lee let go of him, Zuko pulled his hood back. Come on, I'll take you to the party. Try to keep a low profile, this is supposed to be a surprise. He was right, of course, and even Sokka didn't make a joke about it. As they approached, it became clear that this swamp bender village was noisier than usual. Katara's visits had shown her a fairly laid-back and quiet culture here in Foggy Swamp, but today music and clapping echoed in the humid air. They found the villagers gathered around the central fire pit, a celebration in full swing. At the center, King Toph Beifong lounged behind a plate piled high with fruits. Apparently she wasn't a fan of the giant bugs that were the primary source of meat around here, and Katara spotted Suki and her daughters sitting nearby. She also spotted the reason they were all here. She nudged Ty Lee, pointed at a dancing teenage girl, and said, "That's her. Tien." Ty Lee took a long look. "What a lovely lavender aura. Who's her friend?" Katara squinted at the dancing figures as Zuko led them closer. "Which one?" "I see a bunch of teenagers." "The one with the orange-yellow aura." "Yeah," Sokka muttered, "that helps." Katara agreed, but it was a moot point. She had already spotted who Ty Lee was talking about. Another girl, the closest to Tien, was doing her best to dance despite what seemed to be an inborn awkwardness. Tien was encouraging her, and clearly paying a lot of attention. Katara kept watching the pair as discreetly as she could while Zuko led them around the crowd to Toph. Naturally, before they could make their presence known to the Earth King, she raised a hand and said, without turning around, "Well, check out who it is. I thought you losers were going to be late." Katara bowed, followed by Ty Lee and Sokka. Yu merely inclined her head, intoning, "It is our honor to once again be in your divine and unconquerable presence." Toph finally turned her head. "Yeah, you're looking cute, too, Yu. Being a mama must agree with you. Oh, the rest of you may rise." They all did so, but Sokka didn't stop there, moving to sit next to Toph, push her out of his way, and grab some of the fruit from her plate. "So, are we ready for the big moment?" "Well, I was going to see how much an earthquake I could make by really getting my dance on, but I guess we can just jump to the important part. I think they're about to serve dinner, anyway." Toph proved to be right, and as all the swamp benders settled down to their grilled elbow leech, she stepped forward into the light of the fires. "Hey, listen up, everyone. I'm going to make a royal speech." Katara tensed. Here it was. Toph clasped her hands behind her back and stood straight, looking almost tall in the firelight. But then, she was already so much bigger than when Katara had first met her. The years had been kind to Toph, and not just because she was building a palace for herself at Taku. Toph motioned around her. "It's really great to be here with all you. Sure, Sokka and Katara over there would say that you're one of their united water tribes, but you're living on Earth Kingdom land, so I have a special place in my royal heart for you guys." Some of the swamp benders chuckled, but others took notice for the first time that Katara and her brother were here. Did they suspect what that might portend? Toph continued, "I'm especially be happy to be here while you're celebrating a birthday, because as great a king as I am, there are still lots of problems to deal with. There's a good chunk of the continent yet controlled by the former Fire Nation colonies, and when they're not working together to cause trouble for us, they're waging war on each other. The Fire Nation itself is more like a confederacy of islands right now, and it's probably only a matter of time until someone or another assumes the title of warlord and starts making trouble over it. The water tribes have it better, because you're growing bigger every year as new tribes are discovered and brought into your alliance, but the southern tribe is still rebuilding and trying to re-establish their culture." Katara looked at all the swamp benders. A lot seemed thoughtful at Toph's words, but the teenagers and kids seemed confused. This certainly didn't sound like a birthday speech. Toph inclined her head at Ty Lee. "And, of course, when we talk about rediscovering culture, we have to think about the airbenders. There's still way too few of them, and all they have left of the old days is what little stuff wasn't destroyed over the years or century or whatever. And a sky bison and some lemurs, of course. They're still trying to just figure out who they want to be." She shrugged. "Compared to all that, I almost hate to bring up little stuff like bandits, pirates, anarchists, and the occasional troublesome spirit. It's good times, but it's also tough times. We need celebrations like this to remind us why we're dealing with all that mud." Toph turned, but didn't quite face the girl Tien. "And sometimes celebrations like this also give us a new path forward." That was their cue. Katara moved over to stand beside Toph, as did Ty Lee and Zuko, and said, "You know me, Tien, right?" The girl blinked at being addressed. "I of course, Master Katara. It's an honor." Katara shook her head. The honor is mine. This is Ty Lee, an airbender and former weapon of the Fire Nation. That's Zuko, firebender and former prince of the Fire Nation. We're here with Earth King Toph Beifong for a very important reason, to announce the identity of the next avatar. She glanced at the others, and at their nod, they all bowed low. It is our honor to serve you, and offer you ourselves as your teachers, Avatar Tien. The girl was on her feet now, gaze snapping around as everyone in the village buried to bow to her. The only one not bowing was Tien's friend from before, the awkward dancer, who was looking at Tien with obvious shock. Please, Tien gasped, please stand up. I don't hold with bowing. Katara rose, as did the others. I'm sure you have questions. I'm gonna have to leave, right? Leave home. Tien glanced briefly at her friend. Katara put on a soothing smile. Eventually. But even though I hear you're a powerful waterbender, I thought it would be good if I stayed here with you for a while. I can teach you greater control, and some special techniques. And we can schedule some trips to see more of the world before we just hand you over to Toph to learn earthbending. From the sidelines, Sokka called out, Avatar Aang told us about how he was forced to grow up really quickly. That didn't work out so well. We're going to try to do better. Tien looked back and forth between him and Katara. Thanks. Remember, Zuko put in, we serve you at your pleasure. We want to be your teachers and your friends, not your controllers. Tien didn't seem to know what to say to that, but her mother, a woman named Jung who Katara had been told gave birth a week after Iroha's invasion, came over, and her mood lightened as they began a quiet conversation. Well, Katara wasn't sure if that properly balanced the need for formality with her desire to treat Tien like a person, but she had given it her best try. She was about to say so to Ty Lee, but then she noticed that someone was approaching them. It was the friend, the bad dancer. The girl was short and a bit stiff, but she was full of confidence as she looked Katara in the eyes and said, when Tien has to leave home, you know, when it gets to that point, does she have to go by herself? Or can she bring something like a friend? Katara couldn't help but exchange a glance with Ty Lee, not needing words to share the memories of the time they spent traveling with Aang, back when they were kids. It's better to have friends. And I guess you're a pretty good friend to Tien. The girl nodded. We were born just a day apart, and spent our whole lives together. I'm Huang. Katara dipped her head in greeting, noting that Ty Lee was doing the same beside her. It's good to meet you, PH-. Hey, Huang cut in, that's my knife. And she was pointing to Ty Lee's belt, to one of the jangling mementos that hung from it. Specifically, she was pointing to the sheathed platinum knife that had once belonged to Lady Caldera Yumai. Huang had been born just a day apart from Tien, huh? Ty Lee's jaw dropped, and Huang shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I don't know why I said that. It seems familiar. Ty Lee finally smiled, blinking back tears, and unhooked the knife. Here, you can have it. If you're going to be helping Avatar Tien, you're going to need something to protect her with. Huang accepted the knife without a sound and unsheathed it. She seemed lost in her reflection on the blade for a long moment, but then she came back to herself, bowed her thanks to Ty Lee, and trotted over to Tien to show off her prize. Katara had come here today expecting to meet an old friend all over again, and the fact that she'd met two showed what a wonderful place the world could be. The connections he had made with people were how Aang had saved the world, and perhaps such things could transcend lifetimes. Katara certainly hoped so. With Huang beside her, Avatar Tien stepped forward again. She looked at Katara, and then at Ty Lee, Toph, and Zuko, and finally out across her gathered fellow villagers. Thank you all. I'm not going to pretend this ain't a surprise, but I'm going to try to be the best avatar I can be. I accept your help. And together, we're going to make this world a better place. For everyone. She stood tall and resolute. And she was holding Huang's hand. Hand in hand, they set out together for whatever was coming next. End. Check the description for the links to the author.